Prologue. Did he love her? He loved the way she looked at him, the way her bottom lip trembled and her foot quaked when she orgasmed. He loved the way her long chestnut locks fell in front of her doe eyes as she rode him, and the way her slender back curved into a crescent moon when he thrust into her from behind. Did he love her? He loved parts of her. But the question isn't whether or not he loved her. The question is, did he kill her? 1. Sarah Morgan. Not again. The disappointment in his voice fills the room and hangs there like a light fog, clouding us from one another. I take in a deep breath, removing the haze, and let it out just as quickly, clearing the path back between us. I don't need to look at him to know his eyes are disheartened and his lips are pressed firmly together. I don't blame him. I've disappointed Adam again. I run my hands over my hair, taming any flyaways. It's wrapped tightly in a perfect bun. It's always wrapped tightly in a perfect bun. I slide on a white blazer and readjust my pencil skirt. My eyes meet his, locking us back into place. I'm sorry. I tilt my head down, avoiding his gaze to lure him toward me. He takes the bait, walking to me, his 6'2" stature towering over my petite body. He puts his hand to my cheek, lifts my chin, and kisses me softly on the lips. Every hair rises on my body. After 10 years of marriage, Adam still does that for me. After 10 years of marriage, I still do that for him. Disappoint, I mean. We were supposed to leave for the lake house yesterday. You said you'd be able to today. I break our embrace and begin packing up my briefcase, my sense of responsibility outweighing my levels of sentiment. I know. It's just I have so much work to do and a huge closing statement to prepare for. Adam walks to the doorframe of our master bedroom and leans against it. He folds his arms in front of his chest. There's nothing more that I want at this moment than to be wrapped up in his arms rather than wrapped up in a messy court case. But there are some things even I can't control. You always have so much work to do. There's always a big case you're working on. He narrows his eyes at me playfully, but in a somewhat accusing way, as if I were now on trial. Someone has to pay the bills. I give a small smile. That lands. He shakes his head so slightly I almost don't notice it, but I need to acknowledge it. I place my hands on his shoulders. He pretends he won't lean down to meet my lips, but I know he will. He can't resist me, just like I can't resist him. He smiles, but his game of tug-of-war only lasts a few seconds before his body bends toward me. Our lips meet again, this time more passionate. This time our mouths spread, our tongues swirl. His hands run up and down my back. I consider calling it all off at that moment. I'll quit the firm. We'll sell this house, and we'll move to our lake house in Virginia, just the two of us running hand in hand into our own fairy tale. But reality sets back in. I have to go, I whisper into his ear as I pull away. I'm always the first to pull away. Someday we'll be everything I always knew we would be, but someday isn't today. But it's our 10th anniversary tomorrow. He frowns. He still has the boyish charm I fell in love with, and it would be annoying if I weren't also smitten by it. I'm going to try to make it there tomorrow. I take a step back from him, surveying his disappointed face, the damage I've done. He lets out a huff. After 10 years, you'd think I'd be used to you doing this, but I'm not. Adam rubs his chin as if he's contemplating what he'll say next. I'm just really fed up with it, Sarah. He lowers his head and shakes it. I close the space between us and bury my face in his chest. I'm sorry. I know I've disappointed you, but regardless, after this case is over, I'm taking a week off work. I've already talked to Kent. I glance up at him with doe eyes, hoping he'll be happy with this news. He lets on a small smile. Is this a real promise or a Sarah promise? Oh, stop, I say, lightly patting his chest. He grabs my hands and pulls me in for another kiss. I'll stop when you stop. He smirks. We kiss again. Oh, I almost forgot. From the closet, I pull out a small wrapped box and present my gift to him. I got you something. He looks at it and then at me. You shouldn't have, he says, accepting the perfectly wrapped present. We had agreed after our 5th anniversary we weren't going to do gifts anymore, but I couldn't help myself. I know I've been neglectful, but this was my small way of making it up to him. He pauses for a moment and then carefully unwraps the gift. He lifts the box open, unveiling a Patek Philippe Grand Complications watch with alligator band and a gold face. His mouth drops open. I've been looking at this watch for years, but this is too much. He protests while admiring the intricacies and design of the watch face. No, it's not. It's 10 years of marriage. I pull the watch out. Look at the engraving. Adam flips it over and runs his finger over the engraving of the number 5,256,000. What's this? He asks. That's how many minutes are in 10 years. I plant a light kiss on his lips. You counted? I'm always counting. I laugh as I help him put the watch on. He holds out his wrist, admiring it. Is this so I can keep track of every time you're late or stand me up? He teases. I roll my eyes at him. I'm kidding, he adds. No, you're not. Adam returns his attention to me and places his hand on my shoulders, running them down my arms. You're right, but I love you anyway, Sarah. He kisses me hard. After untangling ourselves from a passionate kiss, we make our way down to the kitchen, a large and modern space with stainless steel appliances, cream-colored cupboards, and granite countertops. I set my briefcase on the island and rummage through the fridge for fruit and water. I take some sliced pineapple and a glass bottle of San Pellegrino, which should tide me over until I send my assistant on a lunch run. Adam pours 2 cups of coffee and places one beside my black Bottega briefcase. He removes the used coffee filter from the machine and walks to the garbage, pressing his foot on the pedal to open the lid. Just as he is about to discard the refuse into the can, a brief glittering of silver catches his eye. What's this? Adam reaches down into the trash, pulling out the source of the luminescence, a torn envelope with a card inside. Your mom sent us an anniversary card. I reply without looking up from my phone. And you just threw it away? He crumples up his face. I read it, acknowledged it, digested it. What more do you want me to do with it? He pulls the card out of the ripped open envelope and reads it aloud. I can't believe you lasted 10 years. Happy anniversary, my darling Adam and Sarah. P.S. Where are my grandchildren? Love, Mom. He smiles and walks to the fridge. That was nice of her. He begins searching through drawers for a magnet to secure his prize to the front of our stainless steel fridge. I roll my eyes as I watch him add a piece of garbage to the refrigerator. What are you going to do today? I change the subject. I'm just going to let this one go, and by this one, I mean his mother. I pick up the cup of coffee and bring it to my lips. It burns, but a good type of burn, like the small fires we sometimes need in our lives to remind us that we are alive. Well, now that I have nothing but time on my hands, he says with a chuckle while looking at his new watch. I let out a small polite laugh for his terrible joke. I'll probably head up to the lake house and get some writing done. Daniel needs more pages before he can pitch the book. I nod and take another sip. The last ones you sent were wonderful. Your agent is going to love them. Make sure you send me your newest ones. Do you mean that? He skeptically raises an eyebrow. I mean everything I say, especially about you. I wink. He sets his cup of coffee down and closes the distance between us, standing behind me with each hand on the countertop. He nuzzles and kisses my neck while pressing his pelvis into my butt. I giggle like a schoolgirl. Come tomorrow, just for the day. I'm going to try, even if I can just spend a few hours with you. Do more than try. We've had the lake house for over a year and you haven't spent more than a night up there. I said, I'll try. I take another sip of my coffee. He groans into my neck. Please. I'll do everything in my power to be there tomorrow, and you and I can finally christen that lake house. I playfully back into him. He pulls me in tight and kisses my neck. Now that is a plan I can get behind. Adam turns me around to face him and runs his hands all over my body. Thank you for being patient with me. I raise my chin so our eyes can meet, giving him my most bashful puppy dog eyes to convey as much sincerity as I mean to express with my words. His eyes lock with mine. I'd wait a lifetime for you and then some. He kisses my forehead, the tip of my nose, and then my lips. Or at least another 5,256,000 minutes. He smirks. Now hurry to work so you can hurry to me. He playfully pats my butt as if I were running into a football game. I pick up my bag and start toward the door. I tell him I love him. Love you more, he says.
2. Adam Morgan. My fingers tap against the keyboard a few more times just as the sun is leaving its final stretch of light on this side of the world for the day. A breeze rustles the trees, shaking them of their fall colors, while laps of lake water gently lick the shore. I save the work I've done for the day and close my laptop. 3,000 words will have to do. I toss my black-rimmed reading glasses onto the desk and run my hands through my ash-brown hair, pushing it off my forehead. I rub my temples a bit to alleviate a lingering tension headache and let out a deep sigh. As I stretch my arms out and roll my neck, a black squirrel darting across the yard catches my eye. It's not as if I haven't seen a black squirrel before, but it's a rare sight and demands to be watched and noticed. I stare out of the large window behind my desk as the creature bounces from place to place, searching for food, complete in its sense of purpose and direction. The lake house is an hour away from our home outside D.C., and it might as well be on a new planet. It's a verdant land that our forefathers would actually recognize, unlike the concrete and horn-blasted monstrosity that plays the part of our nation's capital. The house is far enough from the city to ensure no unexpected visitors, but close enough for me to travel to whenever I need to be alone. Or not alone, for that matter. A secluded cabin on Lake Manassas surrounded by woods in Prince William County, Virginia, was just what my writing career needed, or at least that's how I sold the idea to Sarah. I had struggled to get the words out up until just over a year ago when we purchased this second home. It opened another world for me, a world in which I could write, a world full of obtainable desires, a world I could live in without feeling the constant pressure that I wasn't good enough. The natural beauty of the environment around me could be reflected in my work, and in this world, I felt reborn. Hardwood features so heavily in the makeup of our lake house that it feels like you've climbed inside a tree rather than a human dwelling. The open concept living area has large bay windows overlooking the lake and a massive fireplace adorned with various colored stones. A huge bearskin rug completes the sitting area and serves as a central point that separates it from the kitchen. Forest green marbled granite covers both the kitchen island and the countertops, and above and below are pine cabinets that have been stained to a rich, almost caramel-colored wood. Just off the sitting area, less than 10 feet from the fireplace, over by the bay windows, sits my desk. This allows me the perfect view of all that nature has to offer in this neck of the woods, and gives me the freedom of not feeling trapped in some small office. It didn't take much to convince Sarah that we should purchase this home away from home. I think she could sense that I was drifting away, mentally, emotionally. Or maybe she just wanted to show me that she could buy it, to remind me once again of her fiscal hold over me, wielding it as a show of power. Whatever the reason may be, I still got the house, so who cares? It was supposed to be our home away from home, but turns out it's just my home. I've lost count of the number of times Sarah promised she'd come with me for a weekend, but later canceled. This weekend was no exception. Even on our 10th anniversary. I had hoped she'd make it down just for the day, but she phoned earlier telling me she had to go into the office once again. She also told me she loved me. She always tells me she loves me. I hold my wrist out, admiring my new watch. It's beyond expensive. Despite the cost, it was still a thoughtful gift. That's Sarah for you. She is thoughtful, even if she's never around. I've always felt like Sarah was taking on the world while I was just struggling to live in it. That's the woman she wanted to be. A powerhouse. A one-woman show where I'd just happened to be cast as an extra. It wasn't always like that. We met while I was in my 3rd year of undergrad at Duke, and she in her 1st. She was studying political science while I was studying literature. Back then we both dreamed of greatness. Sarah wanted to be a successful lawyer, and I wanted to go down as one of the truly great writers of our generation. 15 years later, one of us is still waiting. Well, I suppose success flickered for me for a moment and went away just as quickly, and has yet to come back again. That's the funny thing about dreams. You always eventually wake up from them. My first book was a success, not from a mainstream or commercial standpoint, but from a literary perspective. One critic even called me the next David Foster Wallace, which I liked. The book has a nice cult following to this day, and I thought I'd duplicate that success. But books 2 and 3 have flopped by all standards, literary included. I'm surprised my agent has kept me on, and I'm sure if the book I'm working on isn't a success, I'll be getting the axe soon enough. I've tasted a small sampling of triumph, but I haven't exactly lived out my dreams. Sarah's dream was to be a criminal defense attorney, one of the best. She's not one of the best, she is the best, like I always knew she would be. I just never thought I'd resent her so much for it. But like I said, it wasn't always like this. And when I say this, I mean me running off to our second home any chance I get, and her practically taking up residency at her office. After all, you don't become the best criminal defense attorney by loving your husband. One would think that living in solitude and wallowing in my own self-pity would make me one of the great writers, like a modern-day Thoreau or Hemingway. But to date I have all the alcohol usage of Hemingway, just none of the success to go along with it. Sarah has her work, and I have mine, and there was a time when we had each other, but that time has passed. We met at a party. A complete stroke of luck, as it was out of the norm for Sarah to attend one, she would go on to tell me later that night. She'd much rather have her face in a book than be surrounded by sticky hormonal bodies in a basement of a college house. But there she was, standing in a corner, casually sipping cheap beer out of a solo cup, looking more out of place than a nun in a brothel. She held a partial smile, trying to mask her discomfort, but her body language gave her uneasiness away. She was leaning against a wall, one leg crossed over the other, the solo cup hovering near her lips, glancing around the party, one arm crossed over her chest, tucked underneath her other arm. She was trying to make herself as small as possible, blending into the background, going unnoticed. But to me, she was the only person in that room. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was practically glowing under the black lights, a staple of any college party in the mid-2000s. Her green eyes that were speckled with flakes of yellow held all the mystery in the world. Her slender body was covered in a form-fitting white t-shirt and flared blue jeans. An inch of her midriff was peeking out, and I couldn't keep my eyes off it. A sliver of her exposed milky white skin aroused me more than my ex's fully nude body had. I watched her. I studied her. Before I had ever uttered a word to her, I had memorized every curve, every line, and every freckle that I was privy to in that dingy basement. I pictured what she looked like underneath her clothes, and I would later find out that what I had envisioned was wrong. Her body exceeded the limitations of my own imagination. She was perfect, something I could neither conceive nor comprehend. It wasn't until an hour later when her eyes finally caught mine that I worked up the courage to go and talk to her. I towered over her petite body, but right from the beginning, she always felt bigger than me, and I knew as soon as she realized it, she would be an unstoppable force. At first, she was a little standoffish, giving one-word answers. I asked her name. She told me it was Sarah. I asked her who she was here with. She pointed to an inebriated brunette grinding on a guy on the dance floor. I asked her if she wanted to dance. She said, no. I told her she was beautiful. She shrugged her shoulders. I told her my name was Adam. She took a sip of her beer. I asked her what she was studying. She tapped her beer, signaling she needed a refill, and started to walk away. I grabbed her cup and poured my full cup of beer into hers. She smiled up at me, taking the cup back and returning to her position against the wall. Smooth, she said as she took a sip. I leaned against the wall next to her, and we stood in silence for what seemed like hours. Right from the beginning with Sarah, it always felt like forever. She casually sipped her beer while she scanned the party and kept an eye on her drunk friend. I pretended to study the room with her, but my only focus was her. At minute 19, Sarah's friend told her she was leaving with the guy she had been grinding on all night. Her words slurred, her eyes glazed over, and her hair fell in front of her face as she held on to the hand of the man she would soon spread herself apart for. Sarah didn't seem pleased, but she told her to have a good time and to call her in the morning. It was the most I had heard her speak all night. Sarah remained composed, casually sipping her beer. At minute 20, she finished her drink and dropped the cup onto the dirty basement floor, kicking it into a corner. She stood there a little longer, her eyes bouncing around the party and then to me. She shifted a little uneasily, and I wasn't sure if she was moving toward me or away from me. At minute 21, I decided to find out, and I asked her if she wanted to get out of there. She said yes. When I got her safely back to her dorm room, I expected to give her a kiss on the cheek and tell her goodnight. Sarah didn't seem like the kind of girl to give in to her impulses. As I went in for a small peck on her cheek, she pulled me inside, ripped off my clothes, and she puffed and gasped breaths of yes for the rest of that night. 3 years later, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes again. And although she has said yes to me countless times since then, I think that was the last time she truly meant it. If she hadn't been consumed with law school and then practicing law, I think we would have been. The breeze sucks the front door closed with a slam. It startles me for just a split second, but I know it's her. Without even seeing her, I know her freckles are prominent from a day working the outside patio at the cafe. I know her brown doe eyes are lit up, filled with hope and joy. I know her long, tousled hair sits underneath a hat she knitted herself earlier this fall. I know when she pulls that hat off, she'll still look effortlessly beautiful, messy hair and all. I know she'll be braless, wearing a form-fitting top and a dark thigh-length skirt. I know the waist of her shirt will be creased from where her apron sat all day. I know she'll smile when she sees me, and it'll take me less than 60 seconds to be inside her. "Babe, I brought leftover baked goods from the cafe," she calls from the foyer. I hear her wrestle her shoes, knee-length socks, and jacket off. I pull 2 glasses from the wet bar. I pour scotch into each glass, and just as she enters, I have 1 drink outstretched to her. With a little bounce in her step, she takes the glass from me, chugs it, and sets it back down on the wet bar. The heat from the stone fireplace warms her skin, and I notice the goosebumps on her arms flatten. Before I can take a second sip, she's unbuttoning and unzipping my pants. She drops to her knees and looks up at me with a devilish grin. I drop her legs on the bed and walk into the bathroom, closing the door behind me. I can still hear her panting from the other side of the door, trying to regain control of her own breathing. I hear her whimper, and I hope it's in ecstasy and not pain. Sometimes I take things too far. It's like I black out, and when I come to, I realize the error of my ways. I can't help myself. Kelly just does that to me. When I'm with her, my animal instincts take over. Sarah used to do that to me, but now around her, I'm barely a man, let alone anything else. At the vanity, I look at myself in the mirror. A 5 o'clock shadow is taken over my face, and my hair is out of place. My otherwise blue eyes are clouded with red. I can only stand looking at myself for a few seconds before I must look away. I'm not ashamed of who I am, but I'm not proud either. I splash some water on my face and then onto my chest, abs, and dick. I'm too tired to shower. I pat myself dry with a towel. "Babe!" Kelly yells from the other room. "Yeah, hun?" I answer as I start brushing my teeth. Your wife texted you. I spit the toothpaste into the sink and rinse my mouth out, wiping my lips with my hand. Back in the bedroom, the lights are on now, and Kelly is sitting in bed wearing a nightgown while holding my phone. She smiles up at me. What did she say? I slide a pair of Ralph Lauren pajama pants on. She wants to know what you're doing. I take a seat on the bed next to her, pushing her long brown hair back. I gently kiss her neck and shoulder. Tell her I'm about to fuck the girl in my dreams again, I whisper. Kelly laughs and begins texting back. Your wish is my command. She giggles. I swipe the phone from her playfully and get out of bed. I quickly text back. Since you couldn't make it to me, I'm coming back tonight to see you. No need to wait up. Love you. Before I can set the phone down, Sarah texts back. I love you too. I got a chance to read the new pages you sent over lunch, and they're incredible. I'm so proud of you. XOXO. I smile for a brief second before a wave of guilt spans over me. I let out a sigh. You're the best, babe. Let me take you out for dinner tomorrow night. Say yes. My phone vibrates. Yes. Sometimes I get a glimpse of who we used to be, and I think we can be that couple again. But I've screwed up too much for that to ever happen, and Sarah's career has always come first. Before me. Before a family. Before everything. I don't foresee that ever changing. I thought when we had kids she'd slow down, but she told me 5 years ago she didn't want kids. I thought I'd be able to change her mind. I couldn't. I set my phone down on the dresser and plug it into the charger. I look over at Kelly, who is giving me bedroom eyes. She can never get enough of me, and I can't get enough of her. But I know that won't always be true. There was a time that Sarah and I couldn't get enough of each other either. That time passed long ago. Occasionally those feelings resurface, but they're short-lived and usually induced by alcohol or time apart. Don't get me wrong, I love Sarah. If I didn't, I would have left her long ago. It's that love that I hold on to, not the money, the security, or the houses. Kelly gives me the love that Sarah can no longer give. They both complete me. It's sick, I know, but it's true. I need them both. Are you ever going to tell your wife about us? Are you ever going to tell your husband about us? I retort. She huffs and folds her arms across her chest. It's not the same. Her words are quiet. I leave and return with 2 full glasses of scotch, handing one to her and taking a seat. I put one arm around her and pull her close, telling her I know. She lets out a soft, silent sob, and as quickly as the cry leaves her body, she pulls it back in, regaining her composure. She takes a large gulp of the scotch and doesn't even flinch at the burn. She leans into me. We sit there in silence, drinking our glasses of scotch, trapped in loveless marriages where we come second to our spouses. When Kelly and I are together, we come first. I refill our glasses twice more, and then we have sex again. This time, I don't fuck her. I make love to her.
3. Sarah Morgan. I'm poring over case files, the papers shifting and falling like the snow of a freshly plunged avalanche. I had planned to go into the office for just a few hours to prep for the week, but here I am sipping at my 12-hour-old coffee with oil circles floating on top to remind me of its age. My corner office is on the 14th floor, which is as high as one can get in D.C. without erecting a phallus taller than Mr. Washington's. It has floor-to-ceiling windows and is one of the biggest in the firm, and no one would contest as to why I was given it. With several high-profile cases and the most case wins out of any attorney here, I more than earned my place as a named partner at Williamson & Morgan. The tips of my fingers rub my forehead, slowly massaging my temples as if to conjure myself back into a state of peace and normalcy. I slide my reading glasses off and drop them onto my desk with a resounding crash to punctuate my frustration. The clock on my phone reads 8:04 p.m. An exasperated huff exits my mouth to let the non-existent audience in my office know how taxed I am. I send a quick text to Adam. Sorry, I really wanted to be with you today. I miss you. I drop the phone back on the desk. Grabbing the fork from on top of the styrofoam container, I stab it into the Chinese food that has been sitting out for a few hours. I take a couple of quick bites, then slide the whole thing in the garbage can. My hair is pulled into a bun at the nape of my neck, every strand perfectly in place, even though I've been working for the past 13 hours. I straighten my desk, which is in complete disarray, and not typically how I live my life. With court dates and depositions looming over me, a little mess is going to have to do. I look out the windows of my office, admiring the lights of the city, the cars moving in unison, the people out and about enjoying their last few hours of the weekend. "Anne, are you still here?" I call out. The door of my office opens and my sweet-looking assistant pops her head in. She's a petite woman with shoulder-length brown hair, and although she doesn't turn heads, she's pretty in a modest way. Her eyes are faint but light up, and she smiles at me, ready and eager to please. While I am the only other person in the office right now, it is not uncommon for Anne to scramble into work once she starts to see me sending work emails. "Yes, Mrs. Morgan." I drop my hands on my desk and give her a sympathetic smile. "Anne, how many times do I have to tell you? Just because I work ridiculously long hours doesn't mean you need to. And what's with the Mrs. Morgan?" "Sorry, Mrs." She begins and stops as I put my hand up and stand. I approach Anne. The office has plush carpeting, which I picked out myself, as it feels incredibly soft beneath my bare feet. I made sure to decorate so it had a homey feel, with a plush couch and a recliner, a coffee table, pillows, a bookcase stuffed with books for both work and pleasure, and beautiful artwork on the walls. This office is my home away from home, as I've spent more time here the past 8 years than I have at my actual home. I even got a treadmill for it, which sits in the corner facing the Washington Monument. I reach Anne and put a hand on her shoulder. "Anne, you have worked for me for 5 years. We eat lunch together every Friday. We occasionally grab drinks after work. You travel with me on business. You've been to my house on countless occasions. You're my friend first and my employee second. Please, for the love of God, never call me Mrs. Morgan again." Anne shakes her head and smiles. She slides past me and slumps onto the couch. "Ugh, I'm sorry. I've been pulling double duty for Bob since his last assistant quit. He demands that I call him Mr. Miller. It's just become a force of habit." She rubs her brow. Taking a seat next to Anne, I put my bare feet up on the coffee table, let out a sigh, and pull my hair loose from its tight bun. Anne kicks her heels off and puts her feet up on the table, too. We share a look of solidarity and understanding. Although she and I are different in nearly every way, we are one and the same. 2 women trying to make it in a man's world. We work twice as hard as our male counterparts to make it just an inch ahead of them. That's because Mr. Miller is an asshole. I'll make sure he has a new assistant by the end of the week, and if the next one doesn't work out, I'll make sure he doesn't work out here either. I say with a laugh, although I'm completely serious. Bob is a decent attorney, but he has a huge ego and no respect for anyone else, except those that have more money or more power than him. "Thanks, Sarah. You're too good to me." "No, you're too good to me." "You know who's not too good for anyone?" Anne asks. "Who?" "Bob." We both laugh, and it feels good. I've had my head buried in case files forever. I miss this. I miss just hanging out without the weight of the world on my shoulders, or someone's life and future in my hands. "Oh, I wanted to show you these." Anne pulls out her phone. She opens her photo app and flicks her finger across the screen a few times. I take the phone from her and look at each photo. A man crossing the street, a woman walking up the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, a falcon swooping low over a lake, a child looking up at the Washington Monument. "These are beautiful, Anne. You have such a good eye," I say, admiring each picture. "Thank you. Just a little hobby of mine." "It should be more than a hobby. You're very talented." She blushes and her lips press firmly together as I hand back her phone. My phone vibrates. I stand up and walk to my desk, quickly texting Adam back. I miss him. I miss us. We exchange a few more texts, and when I learn he'll be coming back late, it's decided. Let's go out for some drinks, I say. Are you sure? You have to deliver the closing statement tomorrow morning. I can see the hope in her eyes from a friend's standpoint who wants the best for me, and the uneasiness from an employee's stance who also wants the best for me. Yes, I'm entirely sure. I grin. Anne claps her hands together. I'll call us an Uber. She gets up, slides her heels back on, and walks toward my office door with a little bounce in her step.
4. Adam Morgan. The slam of a car door wakes me from my slumber. It's pitch black inside and outside, and I don't have the slightest clue how my night ended with Kelly. But I assume it was with more rough sex since my cock feels like it's been dragged along a slab of pavement. I glance at the clock on the nightstand, and in large red illuminating digits it reads 12:15 a.m. Shit, I whisper. I should have been home with Sarah by now. I rub my hands over my forehead and down my face, trying to massage the nerves back to life. How the hell did I get this bad? I can't see more than a few inches in front of my face, but I can feel Kelly next to me. I can always feel her next to me. I scooch closer to her, running my hand along her cheek. She's dead asleep. I whisper her name, trying to stir her, but the scotch has a stronger pull on her than it did me. Kelly, I whisper a little louder, but she doesn't move. The continuous vibration and ding of her phone distracts me from her, but I've decided that if she's this tired, then I want her to sleep. I can't really see her in the darkness, only the outline of her body, which has nearly doubled in size. She's wrapped herself up in several blankets, almost like a cocoon. Must have gotten cold in the middle of the night. I quietly slip out of bed, tiptoe to her side, and grab her phone from the nightstand. I step out of the room, meaning only to silence it so it doesn't disturb her, but the text messages catch my eye. I look back into the dark room and then at the phone. I type 4357 into the passcode. The most recent text is from a girl named Jessie. It reads, I'm sorry. I scroll past Jessie's most recent text to those before it. They're all from Scott, Kelly's husband. I read them in order, starting from the earliest at 10:17 p.m. I wish you would come home to me. Why does it have to be like this? Babe, will you please answer me? I love you so much. Why can't you get that? I didn't mean any of it. You have to believe me. It won't happen again, I promise. Please tell me where you're at. If you would just answer, I would leave you alone tonight. Fuck you, you dumbass bitch. You lied to me. You're not still at work. I just called the cafe. When I find you, you'll be begging me for last night's ordeal rather than what I have in store for you, you worthless bitch. My muscles clench up in anger, but I keep scrolling anyway. This is her business, and she's never wanted me to be involved, but I would kill this piece of shit at this moment if I had the chance. Too late. You're a fucking memory now. That's the final text message from Scott at 11:45 p.m. Jesus Christ, what a psycho. I want to pick her up out of that bed and hold her close and reassure her that we're not all pieces of shit like her husband. I'm half tempted to text him back, but riling him up is the last thing Kelly needs. Instead, I creep back into the bedroom, place the phone screen down on her nightstand, and plant a kiss on her cheek. Out in the living room, I don't turn on any lights, pushing my eyes to adjust as best they can in the dark. The embers from the fireplace provide a soft glow. I cross the kitchen, keeping my balance with the granite countertops. The dull light of a pale moon provides a dismal backdrop to the front glass facade of the house. I find a pad of paper and a pen and write. Kelly, it's you. It hasn't always been you, but it will always be you. You're the words to a story I've been trying to write my whole life, and tonight I determined the ending. Love you. Love me. Adam. P.S. The maid will be here at 9 a.m. Please make sure you're gone before then. I leave the note on the counter and walk to the entrance, collecting my items and gently shutting the door behind me. I look down at my phone before getting into my black Range Rover. It's 12:30 a.m. Shit, I'm half tempted to stay with Kelly, But I promised Sarah I would come home tonight, and although I won't get in until nearly 2 a.m., at least I'll wake up next to her. More than an hour later, I pull up to our home, nestled in the Kalorama neighborhood of D.C. The large brick Tudor house with 6 bedrooms and 3.5 baths is much too large for just Sarah and me, and a bit too ostentatious for my blood. But Sarah fell in love with it the moment she laid her eyes on it. It was the expansive fenced backyard and stunning oversized terrace that made her swoon. I thought for sure when she picked out such a large house it was because she had changed her mind about starting a family. We turned 2 of the bedrooms into offices, one for her and one for me. A 3rd bedroom was converted into a library study, a 4th into a gym, and the 5th into a guest room. She hadn't changed her mind. I pull into the courtyard next to Sarah's matching white Range Rover. Entering the house, I pass through the grand foyer with marble flooring, past the sweeping staircase, and into the gourmet kitchen. I place my messenger bag on the counter and switch on a light. I get a bottle of water from the fridge and go to the master suite on the 2nd floor. All the lights are off in our bedroom except for a lamp on Sarah's side of the bed. I push open the door and find her sleeping heavily on her stomach, completely relaxed. She's wearing a thin black tank top and black lace thong panties, not her typical nighttime attire. I expected to see her in a nightgown. Is she teasing me? Does she want me? Or did she just pass out from one too many vodka sodas, her drink of choice? Her silk-like blonde hair is damp and is pulled back into a low ponytail, every strand neatly in place. Even when she's asleep, she's perfectly pulled together. My eyes follow the curve of her back and the smoothness of her toned ass down her sculpted legs. Over the years, she may have neglected me, but she never ignored that body of hers. She stirs a little but doesn't wake. I shuffle off my pants and shirt, but my eyes never leave her. She makes me so goddamn miserable, but so blissful at the same time. I hate her as much as I love her. Does she know? Does she even care? I drop my watch on the nightstand a little too hard, and it makes a clunking sound, loud enough to wake her. Her eyes shoot open quickly, and then ease when she realizes that it's just me. I expect her to roll over and go back to sleep, but she doesn't. Her eyes tighten, and her lips curve into a small smile. She glances at the alarm clock on my nightstand. 1:45 a.m. She looks back at me but says nothing of my late arrival home. Her eyes beckon me. I know. I'm sorry I'm late. I slide into bed. Dumpy, she whispers, patting the spot next to her. I scoot closer, planting a kiss on her cheek. She makes a cooing sound. I've missed you, I say. She looks up at me as I pull her close. I've missed you too. I kiss her forehead. She pushes closer into me, entangling her legs in mine and resting her head on my bare chest. She runs her fingers up and down my abs. How was work? Long, she says. The silence stretches, and I wonder what it is that she's thinking. Is she mulling over case files in her head? Is she thinking about me? About us? Can she see the cracks in our marriage? Does she want to fix them or keep pretending like they don't exist? Like I don't exist? Like we don't exist? Let's have a baby. Her eyes brighten, and she looks up at me, waiting for my reaction. I can't help it. My face lights up, and I grin back at her. Are you serious? Are you sure you're really ready? After everything that, well, happened, I thought you'd never want to have kids. I examine her face for any indication that would betray the words coming out of her mouth. I had always hoped she'd want to have children, but I had accepted that day might never come, given what happened to her. Yes, she nods, and I think she means it. I let out a laugh, mixed with a cry, and I kiss her. I can't contain my excitement. My hands are all over her, and her hands are all over me. My lips move down her neck. I pull her black tank top off and kiss every square inch of her breasts and torso. I look up at her, and she smiles as I remove her panties. I kiss and lick and suck until she comes, and then I find my way inside her. She pants and moans beneath me. Her eyes lock on mine, big and full of hope. I love you, Sarah. I love you too, Adam. and then I explode inside her. A single tear rolls from my eye as I collapse on top of her, breathless and hopeful. I can't do this to her. I have to end it with Kelly. Sarah is my wife, my family, my whole heart. She's done nothing but love me, even when it's at a distance. She has loved me. I roll off but stay lying next to her. I rub her stomach gently. Sarah is the mother of my unborn child. She deserves more, and I'm going to give that to her. Thank you, I whisper. Sarah kisses my forehead and wraps her arms around me. I want this for us. I want what you want. She closes her eyes and slowly falls back asleep, cradled in my arms.
5. Sarah Morgan. Adam sleeps deeply next to me. I smile and run my hand along his face, wondering if I'm doing the right thing. But that's the thing about right and wrong. It's subjective. He deserves this, I remind myself as I run my hand over my belly. I had the epiphany a week ago, and last night when I was having drinks with Anne, it was solidified. I want more out of this life than a title and my name on a building. I want love. I want a family. I want meaning. When you want it all, you have to give something up. I slide out of bed and put on a white silk robe, tying it loosely at the waist. There's an unread text from Anne lit up on my phone screen. Did you make it home okay? I quickly text back. Yes, see you soon. Anne texts, sorry about last night. I recall the moment where it got a bit weird between Anne and me, and I quickly brush it aside. It's okay. We all do dumb stuff when we're drunk. A couple of hours later, Anne is greeting me with a cup of coffee and a smile at the office. She's perky, a bit too perky considering how intoxicated she got last night. Happy Monday! She grins. Yes, Monday indeed. Is Bob in his office? Unfortunately, she sneers. I'll take care of our little Bob situation. I pick up my coffee. She retrieves my bag from me while I charge towards Bob's office, 2 doors down. His is nice, but nowhere near as nice as mine. He started here around the same time I did, but unlike him, I made partner, and I know he has a chip on his shoulder about it. I assume that's why he's been trying to steal Anne from me. When we started, he didn't even look at me as competition. Now he does. I made sure of that. I let myself in without a knock, and I find him sitting at his desk eating an egg sandwich without a care in the world. He's average-looking with a somewhat sinister tinge to him thanks to his dark eyes and hair, tall height, and sharp jawline. Morning, Bob. I take a seat in front of his desk. He nods and sets his sandwich down. To what do I owe the pleasure, Sarah? There's a twinkle in his mahogany eyes. Listen, Bob. You're going to stop asking Anne to run your errands or make copies for you or grab you food at all times of the day. Anne is my assistant, and just because you go through assistants like pairs of underwear doesn't mean you get to sniff after mine. Got it, Bob? I narrow my eyes at him. Anne is paid for by the firm. She's fair game. He takes another wet bite out of his egg sandwich. He chews and smiles, pleased with himself. Actually, you're wrong about that. Part of her salary is paid for by the firm. The other part is paid for by me. That's ridiculous. Why would you do that? Because I treat people like actual people. What a load. He shakes his head and continues to chew his oversized mouthful. Bob, I'll tell you what. There's a partners meeting coming up. If your little assistant stealing games don't stop, I'll recommend that you be let go. We don't need any dead weight around here. I stand, towering over him. You're the one that's dead weight. Good one, Bob. Look, I'm not in the mood for your petty power play bullshit, so just don't mess with me on this and do as you're told for once. Understood? I sip my coffee. Bob scoffs at me but doesn't say a word. He tosses the remainder of his egg sandwich in the trash. I see myself out and return to my office. Anne is fielding phone calls at her desk. I nod and she smiles back. An enormous bouquet of red roses is placed on my desk. I lean down, taking a big whiff. I can't help but smile. The card attached to the vase reads, "Sarah, it's always been you. Love, Adam." Those are beautiful. Anne stands in the doorway admiring the flowers. I set the card down and turn to her. "Thanks, they're from Adam." "Well, I sure hope they'd be from your husband. Who else would get you flowers?" "What's the occasion?" "Oh, nothing. We're just trying for a baby." I give a coy smile. "What? Oh my God!" Anne practically bounces into my office with excitement. "A baby? Don't you mean a knick-knack?" A voice calls out. I recognize it immediately. Matthew stands in the doorway dressed in a J. Crew knit sweater and chino pants. He looks like a skinnier Brad Pitt, replete with dirty blonde hair that is messy in a way that can only be achieved via a $200 haircut. He has dull blue eyes that draw you in slowly as opposed to striking you all at once, so you can savor the spell they create. Matthew sachets across the room to me with all the poise of a runway model. He turns whatever room he is in into a stage. This is how he commands a room. This is why he is paid a king's ransom as a lobbyist for a pharmaceutical company that changes from time to time based on who's paying him the most. Matthew and I have been friends since our days in law school at Yale, but it's been over a year since I last saw him. Oh my God! Without missing a beat, we are wrapped up in each other's arms. "What are you doing here?" "Just got in yesterday," he says, backing up while still holding my hands in the air. "Let me see you." I give him half a twirl. "Still killing it," he compliments. I look to Anne, who is standing a few feet from us, one hand holding her elbow as if she were completely out of place. "You remember my assistant?" "Of course." Matthew walks to Anne and holds out a hand. "It's Anna, right?" She nods and shakes his hand. "No, Matthew, it's Anne, not Anna," I correct. Anne needs to learn to speak up for herself. "I'm so sorry, Anne. It's great to see you again." He waltzes over and takes a seat in my chair. "Still got the biggest office in the building, I see." "Would you expect anything less?" I raise an eyebrow. "No way. Not from Sarah Morgan. But you plan to throw it all away for a knick-knack. Shame." He shakes his head in dismay. "A knick-knack?" Anne asks, taking a couple more steps toward Matthew. "You don't want to know. Don't even get him started," I say with a laugh. Matthew crosses one leg over the other and leans forward. "I just have this theory that animals and babies are the knick-knacks of our lives. Nice to look at and fun to collect, but they serve no real purpose." "That's awful," Anne says with disgust. "But is it?" he asks. "Why add burdens that slow you down? If anything, I am an altruist looking out for Sarah's best interest." "I told you you didn't want to know. I love everything about Matthew except that." I lean against my desk and pat his knee. "It's his only flaw." I laugh. "And that I'm gay," he adds with a chuckle. "That's not a flaw." "It is for you." He winks and proceeds to tickle my side. "Well, I think it's great that you and Adam are trying for a baby." Anne smiles. "Is it? Am I crazy?" I look at Anne and Matthew for clarity. "Yes," Matthew says. "No way! Why would you say that?" Anne questions. "I don't know. I've never wanted kids before. My childhood was less than ideal." Matthew nods along to my words. But it just hit me when I was sitting at this cafe last week. I saw this woman pushing her baby in a stroller, and I had this pang of jealousy, like a need for a child of my own. And now I think it might be too late, I confess. "It's never too late. There are fertility programs and adoption." Anne gives an encouraging smile. "Let's hope it's too late," Matthew snarks. I narrow my eyes at him, telling him to stop, while Anne gives him a stern look. I'm 33 years old. Like, do I even have the energy to be a mom anymore? Are you kidding me? You're like the damn Energizer Bunny, Sarah. You keep going and going. You're in here before 7 a.m. and leave after 6 p.m. nearly every day, sometimes later. That lucky kid isn't going to have enough energy to keep up with you. That is the only thing I can agree with Anne on. You do have a crazy amount of energy, Matthew says. I smile at them both. I've done so much in my career and have achieved things that most people never will. I've defended crooked politicians, murderers, and money launderers. I run corporate law firm teams, and I've helped build this company from the ground up. But for some reason, despite all I've accomplished, the one thing that scares me is being a mother, something that should come naturally. Thanks, Anne, I say with sincerity. No thanks to you, Matthew, I jab. He dramatically grabs his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Anne asks, "What does Adam think of all this?" I've never seen him happier. Why am I not surprised? Matthew rolls his eyes. What's that supposed to mean? I push myself off the desk. Well, his career has flatlined, so a kid will make him feel like his life has meaning again. It's the only reason the human race isn't extinct, because people with no purpose breed, he says nonchalantly. Anne's mouth drops open. I'm entirely used to Matthew's off-the-wall opinions. I swear he says things just to get a rise out of people, but I've learned to never give him that rise. What brings you to D.C.? I ask, ignoring his previous statement. 6-month contract here. You'll be seeing a lot of me. He winks. Aren't we lucky? Anne says sarcastically. She'll get used to him. Sweetheart, you are. Matthew walks to the bookshelf and starts pulling out random volumes. Anne tells me she's going to make sure everything is ready for court later this morning. This high-profile case has consumed me for the past year, and I'm hoping that once it's over, I'll be able to focus on Adam. She leaves my office, closing the door behind her. Finally, Matthew says. Stop. I pluck some papers from my desk and shuffle them around. I'm just kidding, but I'm totally busting her balls. He takes a seat across from me at my desk. I know exactly how you are. I smirk. I always test people. If they can't handle me at my worst, they don't deserve me at my best, he says, raising his chin. But there is no best with you, Matthew. That's the secret they find out once it's too late, he laughs. Now that I'm in town for a while, will you have time for me? He raises an eyebrow. You don't even have to ask.
6. Adam Morgan. Sarah is gone when I open my eyes. For the first time in a long time, I wake up feeling good. Like everything is going to be okay. Sarah finally wants what I want, a family. We're on the same page. All this time, I've been several chapters ahead of her, and now she's caught up. I hope she'll take a step back from the firm and focus on starting a family. I have a feeling what we did last night took, and in 9 months we'll be welcoming a baby Morgan to the world. This is what I was meant to be, a father. I slide out of bed and put on a pair of boxers, balled up beside the nightstand. With a bit of pep in my step, I brush my teeth, rearrange my bedhead, and throw a couple handfuls of water in my face. Today is going to be a good day. It's 11:30 a.m., and I slept in a bit longer than I intended, but it doesn't matter because today is the first day of the rest of my life. As I go down the stairs, it hits me like a smack in the face. Kelly. Shit, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have written that note. I should have ended it last night. I run back up the stairs to retrieve my cell phone. Just as I grab it, the doorbell rings. I quickly put on a pair of pants and a t-shirt and slip my phone into my pocket. The doorbell rings again. Jesus Christ, I'm coming. There are several loud knocks. Hold on! I make my way down the hallway, down the stairs, into the front door. I swing it open and find 2 men standing there in matching attire. Tan Dickies uniforms, complete with utility belts and wide-brim hats. The looks on their faces are similar, stern and frustrated. Or is that disgust or discontent? I can't really tell. I rub my eyes. The one on the left, a tall white male with a hard jaw and piercing green eyes, speaks first. "I'm Sheriff Ryan Stevens. Are you Adam Morgan?" he asks. I nod. The one on the right speaks next, an even taller dark-skinned man with broad shoulders and a visage that looks chiseled from stone. "I'm Deputy Marcus Hudson. We need to ask you some questions about your whereabouts yesterday evening." "What's this about?" I grip the front door with one hand and exchange glances with both the sheriff and his deputy. There are 2 squad cars parked on the street. "We just need you to answer a few questions for us," Sheriff Stevens reiterates with a little more sternness and impatience. I take a step back, still gripping the door. "What's going on?" Confusion spreads across my face as I furrow my brow. I try to remain cool, calm, and collected, but that's easier said than done when I have no idea why 2 members of law enforcement are suddenly at my door. "Maybe this would be easier if we did this back at the station," Sheriff Stevens suggests to me. "How would that be easier? What the hell is going on? Is Sarah okay? Did something happen to her?" My first thought goes to Sarah, always. She's a high-profile lawyer with a number of enemies due to the nature of her job. She's had death threats in the past. She's been harassed, and once she was physically assaulted. I know she's been working on a big case, although I'm not sure of the details, because I never really asked her about it. I should have. "Mr. Morgan, try and remain calm," Sheriff Stevens says. "Screw this, I'm calling my wife." I pull my phone from my pocket and try to throw the door closed. Sheriff Stevens stops it with his foot, and he and Deputy Hudson push inside. "Get the hell out of my house!" The 2 men in uniform charge forward and grab me. They throw both my arms behind my back. My cell phone drops to the floor just before I complete my call. I struggle. I know whenever you see people struggling against the cops, you always think as a spectator, "What an idiot. Don't fight the police. You'll never win that battle." But when you find yourself in that situation, when you have no idea what's going on, whether the ones you love are okay, or why this is happening, you fight like hell. I throw Sheriff Stevens to the ground and get my arm free. The sheriff mumbles something like, "You dick," under his breath and stands back up, charging at me. Deputy Hudson still has one of my hands behind my back. "All right, I've had enough of this bullshit." Deputy Hudson brings his knee into my face. I drop instantly to the ground. Blood sprays from my nose into a puddle beneath me on the floor. Deputy Hudson drives his knee into my back while the sheriff handcuffs me. "You just had to do that, didn't you?" Sheriff Stevens says with a chuckle. "I miss getting a little dirty," Deputy Hudson says with a grin, I assume, as I can't see his face. Deputy Hudson stands up, brushing himself off. They pull me to my knees. "Are you ready to come down to the station now, you piece of shit?" I spit blood at his feet. "Screw you. You're gonna regret that." I glare at him. "I doubt that," he says. "Now, you have the right to remain silent." 2 hours later, I find myself alone in a small interrogation room with a stale cup of coffee on the table in front of me. A large one-way mirror is on the wall to my left. I drop my head into my hands. My foot taps the floor with fervor as my patience is worn thin. "I want my phone call!" I scream within the empty room. "I want my fucking phone call!" The door opens and Sheriff Stevens and Deputy Hudson enter carrying styrofoam cups of coffee. Sheriff Stevens sets a bottle of water in front of me. "Thirsty?" I pick up the water, chug it, and crunch up the empty bottle. I toss it into a trash can by the door. They take their time settling into their chairs across from me. They give each other a glance as they casually sip their coffee. They're trying to look calm, but their clenched jaws and strained eyes give away the fact that they're pissed off. I want my phone call. I still have no idea why I'm here. These assholes roughed me up a bit and threw me into the back of a squad car. I haven't been charged with anything, and I've been sitting in this room for over an hour. I don't know if Sarah is okay. I don't know how I'm involved in any of this. "Mr. Morgan, can I call you Adam?" Sheriff Stevens asks, as if we're on a first-name basis, as if he's trying to be personable with me. These backwoods pieces of shit. I'm tired of this, and I just want to know what the hell is going on, so I nod with no enthusiasm. Good. Well, you can call me Ryan. And this guy? He pats the deputy on the back. You can call him Marcus. Now we're here to ask you a few questions, and hopefully you'll decide to cooperate with our investigation, unlike earlier. Do you understand? I take a deep breath and rub my forehead with my hands, trying to soothe the headache I have coming on. Yeah. Excellent. Now can you tell us where you were last night? Sheriff Stevens asks. My eyes dart around the room. I was at my lake house over on Lake Manassas until around midnight. Then I drove home. They nod. Deputy Hudson pulls a notepad and a pen from his shirt pocket and begins jotting down notes. Were you alone at the lake house? No. Who were you with? What's this got to do with anything? I want my lawyer right now. I'm not answering anything else until I know what's going on and why the hell I'm here. I stand up, kicking back my chair and shaking the table. The cups of coffee spill, and 2 other deputies immediately charge into the interrogation room, restraining me. Deputy Hudson stands quickly, flinging his chair back. He charges at me, grabbing me by the neck. His eyes bulge, and his lips purse as he comes within 2 inches of my face. Listen up, you little shit. Kelly Summers was stabbed to death in your bed. Perhaps you want to start telling us what really happened because, with the amount of evidence stacked against you, your days are numbered. He pushes me against the wall as Sheriff Stevens pulls him off, telling him to cool it. I'm not going to cool it. Kelly was a good girl. She was family, and this white-collar piece of shit comes into our town and kills her. Fuck this guy. Deputy Hudson spits. Drops of sweat accumulate at his hairline. What are you talking about, Kelly? She was fine when I left. I sputter, choking on my own words. How did this happen? I collapse. The room spins and spins. The deputies let me fall to the ground as they take a step back. Who would hurt Kelly? The text messages from her husband. I recall them, each more menacing than the last and full of threats. It had to have been him. Her husband. It had to have been her husband. Check her phone, check her texts. I plead, trying to put all the pieces together, trying to make sense of it. Don't you talk about her husband. Deputy Hudson points his finger right in my face. Sheriff Stevens pushes him away from me. He turns back toward me. We're looking at all angles, but like the deputy eloquently said, this isn't looking good for you. I would never hurt Kelly. I couldn't. I loved her. I dropped my head into my hands. That's great, Sheriff Stevens says with a hint of sarcasm. Why don't you follow one of those deputies and go call your wife?
7. Sarah Morgan. I stand and take a quick, small breath. I look back at Matthew and Anne. They're sitting front row, and they both give me an encouraging smile. I nod slightly at them, adjust the lapels on my jacket, and walk toward the jury box. Before I begin, I make eye contact with each juror. Senator McCallum has worked in public service for over 25 years. In 25 years, not once, I hold up a single finger on my right hand to highlight my point, has his character or professionalism come into question. We paraded character witnesses before you, proving that very sentiment. Not once has he taken a payout. Not once has he disparaged another person, used his power for his own benefit, or caved on his principles. I put my hand on my defendant's shoulder. He is one of the rare shining beacons of public servitude in a swamp of lies, corruption, and under-the-table deals. It is this same exemplary service that has led him to the situation he is in today, for he is guilty of one thing: not backing down. I pass him a quick, reassuring look and walk back to the jury box. Senator McCallum is now leading the subcommittee on renewable energy, an effort praised by both pundits and the American people, but not by, you guessed it, big oil. I point to the 2 men on the public benches wearing beautiful bespoke suits, topped off by garish but equally expensive jeweled bolo ties. I pass through the swinging door between the prosecution and defendant tables and stand in the aisle next to them. This was the one man they feared in this position. The one man they knew they couldn't brush under the carpet with a quick payout. The one man they wouldn't be able to go dig dirt up on and blackmail into silence. I walk back toward the jury, pausing at the prosecution table. So what do? They created their own. I delicately point to the lead witness, the woman from whom this all started. This part I'll need to be careful with. We should not be mad at this woman for her false accusations. We should not be mad at this woman for trying to drag Senator McCallan down into the mud. I pass her a sympathizing look, trying to convey that I truly mean this part. Because she is just a pawn in the game, not the puppet master. We have proven her ties to high-ranking employees at Petronext. We found the secret wire transfers to her brand-new bank account. And, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if this isn't just a good old-fashioned payout for a smear play, then I don't know what is. We sympathize with her, truly we do. But you should also see this for what it is. Fake. Pure fiction. False accusations trumped up in desperation to bring down the one man they didn't know how to bribe and twist the way they wanted. My client is guilty of many things. Fighting for the American people, staying true to his word, being a man of noble character. But raping this young woman? For that, he is unequivocally not guilty, and I urge you to find him as such. Thank you.
8. Adam Morgan. Sheriff Stevens escorts me to a payphone hung on the wall in the center of a long corridor. Deputy Hudson is only a few steps behind the sheriff, watching my every move. "Make it quick," Sheriff Stevens commands as he stops in the doorway. I pick up the phone and hold it to my ear, closing my eyes for a moment and taking a deep breath. How can I tell her what's happened? How could I have done this to her? I open my eyes and dial Sarah's cell phone number. The phone rings, and then her voice is there, but it's her voicemail. I consider leaving a message, but decide I can't tell her I cheated on her and I'm now a suspect for my mistress's murder over voicemail. I turn my back towards Sheriff Stevens and Deputy Hudson. They're chatting while keeping an eye on me. "Hurry up, Mr. Morgan," Deputy Hudson says. I wave my hand at him dismissively. I redial Sarah. She doesn't pick up. Damn it. I pull the receiver hook down, and this time I dial a different number. "Hello?" Eleanor says with apprehension. "Mom, I'm in trouble. I need your help."
9. Sarah Morgan. I take a sip of my Bollinger champagne, which I seriously earned after that case. For nearly a year, I worked nights and weekends and traveled back and forth to Texas. Anne is nibbling at naan bread, and Matthew is happily drinking his vodka martini. I must say, Sarah, I am impressed. I have not seen you in action since mock trials at Yale. Matthew holds up his glass. To Sarah's sharp tongue. Anne and I hold up our champagne flutes. We all clink and drink. Watching her in action is literally my favorite part of the job. It's like watching the climax of a Law & Order episode, Anne says with a laugh and a hiccup. She doesn't drink much, so 1 or 2 glasses usually gets her going. She pats the corners of her mouth with a napkin and goes back to eating her bread to soak up some of the excess alcohol. But are you really going to go through with the knick-knack and give up the thrill of law? Matthew scrunches his eyes while taking a bite of rice. I'm not going to give up law. I can do both. I raise an eyebrow to him. You sure about that? His eyebrow matches mine. Yes. I drink the rest of my champagne and refill my glass. He lets out a huff. Fine. It appears I'll be Uncle Matthew after all. Someone is going to need to teach that fetus to be fabulous. He brings his vodka martini to his lips. Should I order shots to celebrate? You're bad, Anne teases. Oh, My phone rings, interrupting me. I pull it out, and on the screen, in all caps, it says, Eleanor. Immediately, there's a lump in the back of my throat, and I swallow hard to force it down. I don't want to deal with her now, and I almost don't answer it, but something in my gut urges me to take the call. Sarah Morgan, I say in an overly professional tone in an attempt to convey my importance to her. Sarah, Adam's been trying to call you. Why didn't you answer my son's calls? There is irritation and frustration in Eleanor's voice. What else is new? I was in court. Oh yes, I forgot you worked. I roll my eyes. What do you mean you forgot? Adam hasn't written a book in 4 years. Who do you think? I decide to not even finish the sentence as there's no point. She has always hated the fact that I work. I've never been sure if it's resentment or her credence in traditional and outdated gender roles. It's neither here nor there. Adam needs you. He's at the Prince William County Sheriff's Station. Anne mouths, Are you okay? I nod. Matthew sips at a fresh martini the waitress just delivered. Wait, what? In Virginia? What happened? Is he okay? My thoughts blend into one another as if they had just been thrown into a Vitamix. I'm not sure, but it's serious, and you need to get there. I'm trying to catch a flight tonight or tomorrow. Anne sets her fork down, listening intently. Matthew leans in closer. Okay, I'll go right now. My voice becomes panicked. The phone line cuts out. I freeze, not knowing what to do. Sarah, what's going on? Anne asks, pulling me from my frozen state. That was Adam's mom. He needs me. I have to go. I stand up, putting my black suit jacket on. I'll come with you. Matthew stands. I nod, but I'm on autopilot. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I slip my phone into my Hermes tote bag. Before I take off, I place $300 bills on the table for lunch. I can get this. Anne tries to hand me back the money. No, just finish up and go back to the office. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure everything's fine, and I'll be back in a couple of hours. In my gut, I know it's not okay. Things may never be the same again. Okay. I'll cancel your meetings for the day, and please don't worry about anything at the office. Just take care of whatever is going on and keep me updated. I bite my lip and nod. Matthew and I rush out of the restaurant. It's an hour later that I find myself face to face with a man by the name of Sheriff Ryan Stevens. He matches the rough description of millions of men on this planet. Sandy brown hair kept high and tight in typical ex-military turned police fashion adorns his head, sitting just north of his intense green eyes. These eyes have seen a lifetime of experience already and show as much fatigue as the rest of his face. The detail that I notice the most, though, is how he carries himself. This is a man in charge. This is a man who cares about his work. And this is a man not to be crossed. Despite the lethargy and years of abuse to his body by his line of work, his spirit is matched by none, even deputies half his age. I'm seated across from him in a small, disorganized office. Matthew is waiting for me in reception. I wanted him in here with me, but not until I knew what was going on. I still am unclear, and I have yet to see Adam, but I have been assured that he is all right, and that I will be able to speak with him after I've talked to the sheriff regarding the incident my husband was involved in. Mrs. Morgan, thank you for your patience, Sheriff Stevens says. Sarah is fine. Ryan is fine as well. There's a bit of snark in his voice, but there's kindness in his eyes. Whether that kindness is for me or not, I don't know. What is going on? I cross one leg over the other, leaning back in my chair. I need to ask you a few questions before you see Adam. Okay. Was Adam with you last night? I take a moment to think of the night before. I came home late from going out with Anne, but Adam came home later than me. He said he had been at the lake house writing, which is the norm. He goes there to write frequently and stays there for days at a time. It was one of the main reasons we had gotten the lake house. He was having trouble for the longest time putting words on paper, and when he came to me with the idea of buying a vacation home close enough for him to work at, but far enough out of the city for us to vacation to, I was on board right away. It was the perfect solution, although I've rarely been there. Anne's spent more time there than I have. She spent a week there this past summer as a part of her Christmas bonus, 1 week paid time off at my lake house. It was nice she had the opportunity to use it for what we had intended it for, vacation. Work kept me too busy to take frequent weekend trips, but it turned Adam's writing around. He's been churning out pages like never before. Yes, at some point. I finally land on. And what point was that? I paused, trying to think over my answer carefully. Well, I had fallen asleep, but I woke up around 2 a.m. and he was there. He could have been home for much longer. Sheriff Stevens nods and jots down a few words on a pad of paper in front of him. He glances up at me and then writes down a couple more words. He chews on the end of his pen and glances at me again, this time running his eyes over my body. And that's at your home in D.C., correct? Yes. What happened after he got home? We talked. I let out a small cough. And we had sex? I know something terrible has happened. This is an interrogation, and there's no sense in holding any information back. Adam couldn't have done anything wrong, so honesty is the only thing that is going to make this all go away, whatever this is. Is that usual for you two? A husband and a wife having sex, Sheriff Stevens? No, you and Adam. What does this have to do with anything? I'm irritated, and I'm done playing games with this small-minded sheriff. I tear apart men like him every day. I may be here as Adam's wife, but I am a defense attorney. The sheriff taps his pen against the desk. He's waiting for me to speak as he has no intention of answering my question. He's trying to get an understanding of Adam's and my relationship, but why? Sure, we don't have the perfect marriage, but who does? And why is it any of his business? We're trying for a baby, I say, not actually answering his question, but sidestepping it. If he doesn't answer my questions, I won't answer his. Congratulations. There's a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Are we done? No, Mrs. Morgan. Do you know a Kelly Summers? No. I let out a deep breath. I shake my head, adding to my resounding no. He nods and underlines something on his notepad. He selects a file folder from a stack of papers and pulls out an 8x10 photo, placing it in front of me. It's a picture of a beautiful girl with long brown hair and large dark eyes. She's smiling. She's younger, probably late 20s. She is a stark contrast to Sheriff Stevens. Where he is serious, worn down, on a mission, she is carefree, letting life take her as it wants. This is Kelly Summers. Are you sure you don't know her? I pull the photo a little closer and lean in, really taking it in. Her beauty is truly captivating. Her freckles spread lightly along her nose, her lips are full, and her cheekbones are prominent. I don't know her. I push the photo back toward him. He nods, taking the picture and putting it back in the folder. Are you and Adam having marital problems? He taps his fingers on the desk. You know what, Sheriff Stevens? This is getting ridiculous. I don't know what Adam and I have to do with this Kelly woman, and I've had enough. I want to see my husband right now. I'm half standing when Sheriff Stevens slams his hand on the desk. Sit down. Or what? You'll arrest me? Take me to my husband. I stare him down. Although he is large, he is so small to me. He flips open the folder and throws a dozen crime scene photos on the desk. Right away, I notice that they've all been taken in our lake house. A woman is lying in our bed, covered in blood. Her eyes are expressionless. Her torso and chest are mutilated, skin gouged and scraped. I drop my purse, and my hands immediately cover my mouth as I let out a gasp and a whimper. I drop to the side of the desk, regurgitating a bit of my lunch into my mouth. The acid burns as I try to force it back down, but this only makes my eyes well up with tears even more. I feel a pat on my back. It's Sheriff Stevens. He's trying to calm me down. I'm sorry. He hands me a Kleenex and keeps his hand on my back. I stand facing him, though my legs are a bit wobbly beneath me. I wipe my mouth and pat my eyes, trying to compose myself. This isn't like me. I don't break down. I'm strong. He asks me if I'm okay, and I nod. Where I once was just trying to figure out why I was here, I now need to go into lawyer mode because this kind and simple sheriff routine is really the work of a seasoned pro, watching, calculating. There's a knock on the door. Sheriff Stevens keeps a hand on my shoulder, still trying to play nice. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I regain control of my breathing and attempt to compose myself. The door opens and I turn to find a tall man in similar clothing as Sheriff Stevens. His eyes are cold, bloodshot, and they do not meet mine. He says, "He wants his lawyer." Sheriff Stevens nods. "Marcus, this is Sarah, Adam's wife. This is Deputy Hudson." I shake his hand. His eyes bounce off me. There's a rage in them. "Should I let him call his lawyer?" Before Sheriff Stevens can speak, I interrupt. "There's no need." "Why?" they both ask in unison, giving each other a puzzled look. "I'm his lawyer."
10. Adam Morgan. I've seen the crime scene photos. I know what they think I did. My poor Kelly. How could this have happened? I was right there with her the whole night, but I didn't do this. I tried to explain repeatedly about her abusive husband, and they kept saying they were looking at all angles. But it seems they've already picked their angle. I hope my mom was able to get a hold of Sarah, though I don't know how I'm even going to face her. Things were just looking up for us. I was going to end it with Kelly once and for all. I was going to be a good husband again, the one that Sarah deserves. But most importantly, I was going to be a father. Oh God, the baby. What if she's pregnant? What if the baby grows up without a father? I can't let that happen. I have to get out of this. I need to be there for my child. Deputy Hudson questioned me for the past hour and a half. Another officer stood guard, which was for the best because I thought for sure Deputy Hudson was going to kill me, or at least try. I don't know how he knows Kelly, but I'm sure he does. He finally left me alone and scurried out when I refused to answer any more questions. I demanded my lawyer. I should have stopped answering questions right away. This is bad. This is really bad. They found Kelly in my home, stabbed to death. My fingerprints are going to be all over the place, all over her. We had rough sex, and the note I left... Now that I think about it, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. But the texts from her husband are undeniable. There's something there. They'll have to investigate him because there's no way they could ever believe that I would do this. I couldn't. I wouldn't. Kelly and I had a great time, and I loved her. She was there when I needed someone. I would never hurt her, but her husband would, and has. I stand up and pound on the one-way mirror. Tears stream down my crumpled face. Get me my fucking lawyer! I pick up a chair and throw it at the mirror. It bounces off and hits the ground.
11. Sarah Morgan. Sheriff Stevens escorts me into a small room with a one-way mirror through which we can observe Adam. He's visibly shaken, sitting at the table tapping his fingers, fighting back tears and contemplating. Have a seat. Sheriff Stevens gestures to a chair. I composed myself in the bathroom prior. I'm no longer here as Adam's wife. I'm his lawyer. I'm Sarah Morgan, top criminal defense attorney. I must remind myself of that every minute or so. I have to be the strong and proficient woman I am. I know Adam didn't do this. I honestly can't believe that he would even be capable of hitting someone, let alone killing a person. But I also thought he would never cheat on me. And as the sheriff's investigation shows, he has been, for at least a year, with this Kelly woman. I shake my head in disgust thinking about it. I can't believe it. I don't believe it yet. Not until Adam admits it to me. He couldn't have done any of this. I pull a notepad and a pen from my purse and look to Sheriff Stevens. Just tell me the facts of the case. Are you sure you want to hear this? Yes, don't spare any details. He gives me a sympathetic look and nods. I'm sure by now he knows exactly who I am. When I walked out of that bathroom, Sheriff Stevens had a new respect for me. I'm sure he Googled me and found that I was not just some lowly housewife. He looked at me with compassion and admiration. Maybe he thinks I'm crazy to stand behind Adam, but Adam is my husband. The victim's name is Kelly Summers, age 27. She was found this morning at approximately 9:15 a.m. by a cleaning woman by the name of Sonia. Kelly was found dead in bed at Adam and... He coughs. I guess your bed at a lake house in Prince William County. She had been stabbed 37 times in the neck, chest, and torso. Due to how gruesome this murder was, it would appear it was a crime of passion. There are no defensive wounds, which tells us that she was asleep when it occurred. Her eyes were open when she was found, which tells us that she had awoken during the stabbing. A toxicology report is being done, and we believe she had drugs in her system, which would explain why she didn't wake right away. A preliminary autopsy found semen in her mouth, vagina, and anus. There is bruising on her right shoulder, but that appears to have been caused at least a day or two before. She has a couple of small tears in her anus and vagina, which would insinuate rape or rough sex. They found skin under her fingernails. He finishes. He looks away, then back at me. I finish jotting down the notes and look at him. Is that everything? That's all we have, as of now. Our eyes meet, and I can see that he feels sorry for me. I can see how uncomfortable he is. I can see him questioning why in the hell I am defending Adam. The look I give back is a look of strength and vulnerability. A loud bang on the glass pulls my attention away from Sheriff Stevens. Adam is pounding on the other side of the one-way mirror. He seizes a chair and throws it. It bounces off and hits the ground with a thud. He screams and then collapses to the floor in a puddle of anguish. I turn back to Sheriff Stevens. My mouth drops open and my eyes widen. I've never seen Adam react like that. I've never seen him do more than raise his voice. I've never seen him this enraged. He comes across less like a confused man in the wrong situation and more like a wild animal backed into a corner, capable of anything to claw its way out. I see a fire in Adam's eyes that I didn't know existed. To be honest, before this moment, if someone had asked me if I thought Adam was capable of murder, I would have quickly said no. Deep down, I thought he was a bit of a pussy. But now I see that I was wrong. Lurking beneath the surface is something else, something more. I need to see my client. Sheriff Stevens nods. Just so you know, we just got a warrant to search both homes and pull DNA. We're also looking at conducting a polygraph test if Adam is cooperative, but I'll give you some time to speak to him. Okay. I stand up and collect my things. Before I pull the door open, I turn back to the sheriff. He is inches from me, and I can feel the warmth of his breath. Thank you, Sheriff Stevens. He gives me a nod and tells me that he'll be outside the room and that he'll send someone in for the DNA testing in 20 minutes. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, reassuring myself that I can do this.
12. Adam Morgan. The door opens and I pull myself off the floor and stand up. As soon as I see her, I almost collapse again. She's beautiful, dressed in a black pencil skirt that hugs her hips in all the right ways, a white form-fitting blouse, and a tailored jacket. Every strand of her blonde hair is in place, wrapped in a bun at the nape of her neck. As per usual, her pouty lips and green eyes draw me in, and it's her eyes that almost cause me to lose it. They're slightly red, and there's a small smear of black mascara. She's been crying. I've never seen her cry. What did I do? Sarah, I'm so sorry. She holds up her hand, stopping me. She gestures for me to take a seat in the most formal of ways. I pick up my chair from the floor and place it upright. There's no sense in arguing. I didn't kill Kelly, but I did cause this. I caused all of this. I take a seat, folding my hands in front of me and hanging my head. Sarah takes a small breath and approaches the table, her black heels clicking along the floor. Everything she does is with purpose. She is trying to hold it all together. She sets her bag down on the table and pulls out her chair slowly. With complete composure, she takes a seat. She runs one hand over her hair and takes another small breath. Her eyes are the same eyes I've always looked at, but she's looking at me as if she doesn't know me. Her gaze dances around me. She's assessing me, questioning me. She's treating me like I'm a client. Sarah. There's a little aggression in my voice. I don't mean it, but I don't like the way she's looking at me. How can she even question that I would do something like this? How can she act like she doesn't know who I am? I'm her husband. She pulls out a notepad and pen. She sets them on the table, neatly, parallel to one another. She places her hands on her lap and looks directly at me. Adam? She pauses. She's choosing her words with care, and I don't know why she can't just talk to me. Sarah, I didn't do this. I didn't kill her. I swear it. I couldn't do it. I was sleeping with her, but I would never hurt her. You have to believe me. I plead while fighting back tears. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't react. Okay. She jots down a couple of words. Her eyes well up. She swallows hard. She's so strong, and I'm the one breaking her. I'm supposed to be the one protecting her. Her chest rises and falls. Sarah, I love you. I love you so much. I just want this to be over. I want things to go back to the way they were. I want to start a family with you. I want to be with you and only you. I'm an idiot. I should never have cheated. I know that, and I promise I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Just as soon as this is all over, I swear to God. I grab her hand, wanting her to show me some sort of emotion, wanting her to love me, wanting her to yell at me or hit me or something. I need her to be mad at me. I need her to cry. I need her to tell me she loves me. I need her to hold me. I need her to tell me everything is going to be okay. She pauses. Her hand is warm, but her eyes are cold. She's hurting, and I don't blame her. She pulls her hand away. Adam, I need you to understand. I am here as your lawyer, not your wife. I stare at her in disbelief. Why are you defending me after what I did to you? Because when I said till death do us part, I meant it. And I'm the only person that has any chance in hell of getting you off. There's ice in her voice, and rightfully so. I drop eye contact. I can't look at her. How could I do this? How could I get us to this point? I'm sorry. I let out a soft sob. She puts pen to paper and gives me a stern look. I need you to tell me everything. Every single detail. Do not leave anything out. Do you understand? I nod. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I should just tell her that I'll get a different lawyer, but she's right. She's the best, and she's my only shot at getting out of this. From what Deputy Hudson told me, the evidence is stacked against me. He said I'll for sure fry, and he'll be happy to see me pay for this crime. They'll find my semen in Kelly. They'll find my fingerprints and DNA all over her. They'll discover texts and phone calls and meetups that go back over a year. When did you two first meet? About 1.5 years ago. And how did you meet? I close my eyes and take a deep breath, remembering that warm summer day, the day Kelly entered my life. 13. Adam Morgan. It was the beginning of summer, and we had just purchased the lake house a few weeks before. Sarah was supposed to come down for the weekend to help me get the finishing touches on the house, but work kept her in the city like it had the previous 2 weekends. It was late morning when a caffeine headache kicked in. I had just finished unpacking my office and found there was no coffee in the house, so I decided to go for a walk. I hadn't met anyone in town yet, and it seemed everyone pretty much kept to themselves in typical elitist D.C. suburban transplant fashion. I picked up my laptop and my bag and walked the 10 minutes into town. The town is ablaze with the dichotomy of the area, a mix of rustic Virginia charm and all the trappings of your standard 1%er needs. Large oak and juniper trees engulfed the town's perimeter, a sea of green paused only by the economic center. That day, the old cracked asphalt streets looked almost wet in the morning heat. The contrasts are poetic in their sadness. A small, quaint church sits only a block away from a franchise commercial banking spot. Little mom-and-pop businesses, laundry service, diners, gift shops stand shoulder to shoulder with chain pizza joints, Starbucks, and designer clothing stores. The modernization looks less like progress and more like a virus that has infected the town. I finally found a small cafe called Seth's Coffee. It had just the small-town unique charm I was looking for. Hardwood flooring that creaked loudly as you walked across it, mismatched furniture ranging from hardwood chairs and carved driftwood tables to steel diner chairs with bright red plastic-covered vinyl seating. None of the dishes were a part of a set, and the menu was written over the counter on an old blackboard that looked like it had been commandeered from a nearby schoolhouse. Colorful chalk covered the random spots on the wall, which shared the space with photographs, paintings, and sculptures, all from local artists, price tags included. Nothing matched or paired together, and in that wild miasma of clashing, everything worked, and it was utterly beautiful. Or at least I thought it was, until that beauty and charm were put to shame when I saw her. Kelly. She caught my eye immediately. It was the light of the uncovered hanging bulbs playing off the sparkle of her brown eyes, and her carefree attitude that grabbed me like 2 strong hands around my throat, and it wouldn't let go. She was working the patio, so I decided to take a seat out there. Every fiber of my being just wanted to know her, who she was, what she liked. What made her, her? I didn't just want to be in her presence. I needed it. I pulled out my laptop and began typing. What I wrote was a description of her. I watched her every movement, bouncing around from table to table, taking care of the needs of every patron. I waited for my turn. She was captivating, every part of her. Maybe it was the loneliness that made her much more appealing, or perhaps it was that she seemed nothing like Sarah. Sarah is a calculating, type A personality through and through. Sarah is always put together, no matter where she is or how she is dressed, whether in pajamas or in a $2,000 business suit on her way into work. But then there was Kelly, imperfectly perfect. Her freckles splattered across her face, her long brown hair flowing around her shoulders in the warm summer breeze. She occasionally tried to tame it, but as soon as she waited on tables, she would let it do its thing while she did hers. Her apron was haphazardly tied around her tiny waist. Her breasts were full and uncaged under her white t-shirt. Her nipples were prominent and slightly visible, but she didn't care. She carried herself most unapologetically, smiling and laughing around the patio area. Finally, she was standing right in front of me. I hadn't met her, but I felt like I already knew her. That's what watching someone for some time will do. Her face lit up with the sun shining down on her from behind. Her short skirt grazed the side of the table as she swayed her hips. "Hey, what can I get for you?" Her voice was light and airy. I stared into her eyes, and it was then I noticed that the same sadness I had in me, she had in her. I've always believed the eyes cannot lie. They hold the truths we are unable or unwilling to speak. Her eyes full, large, and bursting with pain. But pain from what? Her smile faded a bit as she waited for me to speak. She stared back into my eyes, and I like to think she recognized the hurt and loneliness in mine. "I can give you a few more minutes," she said. Her voice had lost some of its lightness in those few seconds. "No, No. I smiled at her, letting her know from this point on things were going to be all right. Maybe she didn't know what that smile meant to me, but I knew I would soon make her understand what it meant. She smiled back. "I'll have a cup of coffee. Black." "You got it." The lightness in her voice had returned. "I'm Adam." I held out my hand to shake hers. She looked down at it and then reached hers out to shake mine with only the slightest bit of hesitation. I noticed the band on her ring finger, and she noticed mine. We stared at each other's hands for seconds. Our eyes met, and there was a sense of understanding between us. "I'm Kelly." Her smile spread even wider, and then she was off to fetch me my coffee. I stayed there all morning. It was an hour later that she asked me what I was working on. I told her in detail about my writing. It was 2 hours later that I learned about her life, her upbringing, her hopes, her dreams. It was 3 hours later that she took her break. She sat with me and chatted, and it was then that she told me about him, Scott, her husband. Her description of him was laced with dark undertones. I mean, she was sitting there with another man, me, opening up. Clearly something wasn't right. But she spoke and spoke about how they had met. She nearly described it as a fairy tale. Girl meets boy, boy and girl fall in love, boy and girl marry young, boy and girl live happily ever after. But then girl opens up to a mysterious man in a cafe. Something wasn't adding up. It was the cracks in her voice that gave it away. Scott had hurt her. She didn't need to tell me that for me to know. 4 hours later, I was packing up my laptop. I had drunk several cups of coffee and eaten a light lunch. Kelly had returned to my table to chat several other times. Our conversations had turned from our personal lives to this small town, the weather, the work I was doing on the lake house. The connection between us that felt strong that morning had weakened by afternoon. Kelly seemed to have put her guard up, and I was ready to walk away. It was silly of me to get wrapped up in this idea of Kelly and me saving each other, saving me from a dull marriage and an inattentive wife, and me saving her from Scott, a man who had hurt her in some way. I started walking out of the cafe and she stopped me by calling my name. I turned around. There she stood, untying her apron, folding it up and putting it in her purse. She slid on a pair of sunglasses, threw her bag on her shoulder, and took a few steps toward me. "I think I have to come see this house you've been talking my ear off about." Her voice was low. The patio had cleared out and was now empty. "I think you do too," I said with a smile. Kelly signaled me to start walking with a slight nod, and I did. She followed a few steps behind the whole way. We crossed paths with no one in the town, and when I closed the door to the lake house, she jumped into my arms. We ripped at each other's clothes and fucked right there on the floor of the living room, on the bearskin rug, in front of the unlit fireplace. She couldn't get enough of me, and I couldn't get enough of her. Like heroin, she was addicting right from the first taste, the first high. And I never came down from that high. Until today.
14. Sarah Morgan. I don't flinch when he tells me the details of how they met and fucked within 4 hours. I'm not here as his wife. I'm not here to judge him. I'm here to defend him. I'll react when I can, when it doesn't affect the case. Right now, I must listen. I simply take notes. I make eye contact with him sporadically, and I find he has a difficult time meeting my eyes. I'm not surprised. He's been lying to me for the past 16 months. He's been screwing another woman. If he could lie to me for this long, maybe he could... No, I have to stop thinking like that. It won't do him any good. You met Kelly Summers 16 months ago at her place of employment, Seth's Coffee. He nods. And you had sex with her the first day you met? Yes. He pauses. I'm sorry, Sarah. He tries to reach for my hand, but I pull away. This isn't the time. I straighten my papers, aligning all the edges perfectly. It's what I do when I don't know what to do. I tidy. I clean things up. He leans back in his chair and slides his hands down his face, pulling at his skin that seems to have paled from lack of sleep, grief, and stress. His eyes are bloodshot, and a 5 o'clock shadow has taken up residence on his face. Despite what he has done and his appearance, he is still handsome to me. I can see why Kelly couldn't resist him. I couldn't resist him either. Did your relationship with Kelly continue regularly? Yes, we saw each other several times a week, and she spent many nights at the lake house. He lets out a deep breath. And you mentioned her husband, Scott. What do you know about him? Adam sits up straight. A sense of hope and anger appears in his eyes. I can tell before he even starts speaking, he hates this man, and he wholeheartedly believes it was this man that killed Kelly. He's not a good person. I know he had to have something to do with this. He was abusive. He threatened her. He hurt her, and I think he knew about us, he says in a fury. I cut him off. Why do you think he knew about you and Kelly? Did you ever have any interactions with him? Because of the texts from that night. He threatened her. He said he knew she was lying. He said he would hurt her. I jot down a few notes about Scott. If he threatened Kelly, that could help us with reasonable doubt and could give us a person to point the finger at. An abusive husband is very fitting. I've seen it 100 times in my cases. If he had the means and the opportunity, it's an easy win, I say. Adam's eyes light up. Really? Yes, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's one avenue we can pursue. Now, did you ever meet Scott? No, but I didn't have to know what type of man he was. Adam clenches his jaw and tightens his eyes. And what type of man is that? I bite at the end of my pen. A bad one. And what does that make you? My eyes narrow. Adam's expression goes from pure anger to one of guilt. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I pause for a moment, glancing down at my notes and then back at him. This is a total conflict of interest. I may be the best chance you have of getting out of this, but I don't know if I can remove the pain and anger I'm feeling from this case. Please, he says. His eyes beg me to help. I chew on the end of my pen cap. I know we had our issues, every marriage does, but to lie to me for the past 16 months. Yes, I was inattentive, and yes, I wasn't exactly the loving wife, but that doesn't mean I didn't love him, and that doesn't mean I never stopped loving him. Even now, at this moment, I love him. I hate him, but I love him. Everything I was doing for us. I was doing it for our future. Every night I spent at the office was for us, so we could have the life we've always dreamed of. If his writing career wouldn't have tapered off right when it started, maybe I wouldn't have had to work so hard for the both of us. The problems in our marriage were just as much his fault as they were mine. I did everything I could. I bought him a house to help with his writing career, and instead he used it to wine and dine and screw another woman. Stop. I can't think like this. I don't know if I can separate myself from this. I just need time to think. I have to take a step back. I begin gathering my things and push my chair back. Adam asks what I'm doing. Tears are forming in his eyes as panic sets in. He thinks I'm giving up on us, on him. I'm not. I don't say anything. I hold back every emotion. Anger, betrayal, sadness, worry, fear, all of it. I push it down, so far down. The door behind me swings open as I take a step back. I'm thrown to the ground. My head clips the edge of the table and blood trickles down my face. I let out a scream. A 6-foot man in a deputy's uniform lunges over the table, tackling Adam to the floor. I wince as I touch the cut on my forehead and examine the blood on my fingertips. The officer with buzzed-cut blonde hair and wide shoulders pummels Adam's face as he straddles him on the ground. Adam is trying to scream for help but struggles as the fists keep cutting him off and adding more blood to his mouth. I get to my feet, stumble over to the officer, and try to pull him off Adam. I punch him in the side of the head and ear. It doesn't even faze him. Adam's face is covered in blood, and his right eye is already swollen shut. He's trying to stop the punches with his arms, but he's no match for this man who is full of rage. I hit the officer again, and this time he stops for a second, looking back at me. His eyes are arctic blue and cracked with fissures of blood. He pushes me back without saying a word. Just as I fall into the wall, Sheriff Stevens and Deputy Hudson storm in. They rip the man off Adam, who is nearly incapacitated on the floor. They're screaming at him to stop. "Deputy Summers, stop this right now!" Sheriff Stevens commands as he pins him into a corner. Deputy Hudson holds the officer back, too. A couple more officers swarm in, holding back this enraged man. The veins in his forehead and neck are prominent. His piercing eyes are bloodshot with rage. Sweat is dripping from his forehead. He's breathing with such intensity I think he may collapse. I've never seen that much anger in a person. He lets out an exasperated growl. His lips purse in a tight inhalation right before giving way. His nostrils flare so wide they could split apart. His face crumples and he lets out a howl. This man breaks right in front of us. Tears pour from his eyes. Snot drips from his nose. His body loses all the tension it had been holding and turns practically into a puddle. The sheriff, deputy, and officers stop holding him back, and Deputy Hudson now helps hold him up. "Scott, buddy, it's going to be okay. I would have done the same. I actually tried to do the same." Deputy Hudson pats his friend on the shoulder. I lean against the wall. Oh my God. That's Kelly's husband. He's a cop. Adam is writhing in pain on the floor, barely awake. Deputy Hudson and the officers are coercing Scott out of the room. Sheriff Stevens looks at Adam and shakes his head. He shouts for someone to call an ambulance. Then his eyes bounce to me, and it's the first time he's noticed I'm here and that I'm hurt. He runs to me, wrapping one arm around me and inspecting the cut on my forehead. "Sarah, I'm sorry, are you okay?" Sheriff Stevens says, clearly embarrassed by what has taken place in his police station. There's also a tenderness there. He cares that I'm hurt. He touches the cut, and I wince in pain. "Sorry," he says again. "Let's get you cleaned up and looked at." He tries to escort me out. I push away from him and kneel beside Adam. Another officer is trying to wipe up the blood with paper towels. I push the blood-soaked hair off his forehead. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," he says. I get paper towels and try to wipe some of the blood away from his eyes so he can see me, so he can see that I'm here for him. I run my hand along his cheek, reassuring him that I'm going to take care of this, that I'm going to be there for him. I turn back to Sheriff Stevens. He closes his open mouth. "This is unacceptable." I know. I'll take care of this. Officer Summers is on administrative leave. He shouldn't have been here. He wasn't supposed to be here. Then why was he here?" Sheriff Stevens doesn't answer. He doesn't have an answer. He just shakes his head. Two paramedics enter carrying a bag and a gurney, and they quickly begin helping Adam. I'm shooed away as they kneel on each side of him, asking him questions to verify whether or not he's okay. I take a couple of steps back, and Sheriff Stevens places his hand on my shoulder. "They'll take care of him. Let's get you cleaned up." It's more of a suggestion than a command. I nod and follow him out as the paramedics place Adam on a gurney. I'm sitting in Sheriff Stevens' office. He returns with a small first aid kit. He leans against his desk in front of me and wipes the dried blood away from the cut on my face. He's told me more than once how sorry he is, and I think he truly means it. But I'm not sure whether he's sorry for what Scott did or sorry for the situation that I'm in, or both. "I don't think you'll need stitches, but it's a pretty good cut," he says, interrupting the silence that fills the room. I don't say anything. He continues inspecting my injury, but I think he's just using this time to investigate me. His eyes keep locking with mine, but it's me that looks away every time. I'm not sure what he's trying to figure out. Maybe why I would be with a man like Adam? Maybe why I would stand by him after all that's happened? He applies some Neosporin and then covers the wound up with a couple of butterfly bandages. He closes the first aid kit and then takes a long look at me. I can tell he wants to say something. I give him a look that I hope conveys that he can ask me whatever he wants. I need to know what he is thinking. I need to know what he is trying to figure out. I can't read him, and it scares me. I can read everyone. But him, I can't. Can I ask you something? Yes. I press the bandages down, ensuring they're in place. He walks to his side of the desk and takes a seat. He pauses, and for a second, I don't think he's going to ask me whatever it is he's wondering. I take a small breath and try to relax. I shift a bit in my chair and cross one leg over the other. Sheriff Stevens taps his fingers on his desk, contemplating. He sits forward in his chair and leans on his hands. Do you think he did it? What kind of question is that? I scrunch my face up in disgust. It's just a question. His eyes lock with mine. It's inappropriate. There's disdain in my voice. It is. He nods. He doesn't care whether or not his question is inappropriate, and it's then that I realize why he doesn't care. He's let his guard down. I think I get what he's trying to say by what he's not saying. He's not sure whether Adam did it or not either. Sure, all the evidence points to my client, but he's wondering, could this case really be that easy? Is Adam that dumb to kill a woman in his own bed and leave her for the cleaning lady to find? Things are never what they seem. I don't think Sheriff Stevens wants to just pin this on Adam and call it a day, even though it would be quite easy to do. I think he wants to help me find out who really did this. It's completely unorthodox, but at the end of the day, my focus is on defending Adam, and Sheriff Stevens' focus is finding the person who did this. He doesn't care about closing this case quickly. He cares about closing it correctly. I don't think Adam did this, I finally say, and I hope that I said it with enough confidence. Sheriff Stevens nods and leans back in his chair again. This is a bit unconventional, but I'd like to take you to the crime scene, and I want you to tell me what you see. I'd like that, I say without hesitation. Good. Just let me in there. I don't give a damn about your podunk protocol. Matthew pushes his way through the door past the receptionist and a police officer. I turn around, and immediately when he sees the bandage on my face, he knows nothing is what it should be. What did they do to you? Matthew practically runs to me. He examines my head and shoots a sinister look at Sheriff Stevens. She's a lawyer. She'll sue you. And I know people so powerful they'll bring this whole town to its knees. He constricts his eyes and then returns his attention to me, his face softening as he looks me over. I'm fine. I will fill you in. I give him a reassuring look. Matthew has always been protective of me.
15. Adam Morgan. I awake in a hospital, my left hand cuffed to the bed railing. My head is pounding, but not nearly enough from the beating I remember receiving. There's an IV hooked up to me. That's it. A nice drip of painkillers flowing right into my bloodstream is why I don't feel the full ramifications of the thrashing I took. There are no windows in this room, so I have no idea what time of day it is or how long I've been out for. This is precisely what I expected it to be. A small hospital room with sterile white walls and white floors. The heart rate monitor beside me beats at an even pace, reassuring me that I'm still alive. I feel my face with my fingertips, noticing ridges, bumps, and things definitely out of place. I can't see out of my left eye, and I bring my fingers to it, feeling the swollen bumpiness of my eyelid. I'm about to call for a nurse when I remember something. Something from when I was lying on the floor of the interrogation room, writhing in pain, dipping in and out of consciousness. I remember Deputy Hudson's voice, the words that left his mouth. He called the officer that attacked me Scott. Kelly's Scott. He's Kelly's husband. Things just got a whole hell of a lot more complicated. How did I not know he was a cop? How did Kelly never tell me? No wonder she was scared. No wonder she felt like she couldn't get away. Look at him. He is massive. I'm not a small man, and I didn't stand a chance against his gorilla fists. Imagine what Kelly had to go through. Just imagine. Poor Kelly. I know Scott did this. He could have easily pulled this off, and with him being a cop, he would have known how to. That's just it. He's a cop. He couldn't have made any mistakes, right? I'm completely screwed. A nurse enters nonchalantly. She's thumbing through a clipboard of papers. She glances at me, notices that I'm awake, and it startles her. "Oh, heavens, you're awake." I try to sit up, and she runs to me, telling me to stop. She readjusts the machines hooked up to me and then scurries out. A few minutes later, Sheriff Stevens enters. He kicks his feet a bit as he walks in. I can tell he's not happy, but that unhappiness isn't with me. "How you holding up?" "Fine, I guess." "Listen, Adam, I'm sorry that went down the way it did. It wasn't right, and I want you to know that Officer Summers has been suspended." He runs a hand through his hair as he speaks. "He should be in jail." "I know you think that, but you have to understand that he just lost his wife. Nothing excuses his behavior, but you have to at least get where he's coming from." The beeps in the heart rate monitor speed up intensely as I try to keep the rage inside me in check, but I can't. That motherfucker killed her. I know it. I sit up halfway. Instantly drops of sweat form at my hairline. My breath quickens as my heart pounds and my hands shake. "Now wait here a minute, Mr. Morgan. What makes you think that Scott had anything to do with the death of Kelly Summers? That was his wife, and she was found in your bed, in your home." He doesn't say it to challenge me. He's inquisitive. He's entertaining what I'm saying, and I don't know if it's because some small part of him believes me, or if he's just trying to rile me up. He knew about us, about the affair. He was texting her the night she died. He was threatening her. He was abusive. Whatever you think he is, he's not. Sheriff Stevens pulls a chair beside my bed and sits. He takes a deep breath and looks me up and down. He's evaluating me, trying to understand me. He wants to know the truth. Maybe not my truth, but the truth. "There have never been any allegations of abuse made against Scott Summers by Kelly Summers, nor any other person in this town," he says matter-of-factly. Kelly was too scared to come forward. She just wanted to run. Now I know why. I understand now. "What do you understand?" Scott's a cop. She knew there was no chance of her getting away from him or him paying for his crimes. "I've never liked Scott," the sheriff admits. What? I'm making sure I heard him right. Why is he telling me this? Why is he here? Is this a game? Or is he actually trying to help me? I don't know what's happening or why it's happening to me. "You heard me. I shouldn't tell you that, I know that. But to me, something has always been off about Scott. He has too much of an all-American boy persona in this town, and I've learned that everyone has skeletons in their closet, and that the people who appear to be good are usually the worst of them all." He leans back in his chair. I don't know what to say to that. I don't break the silence until I realize that I had forgotten about Sarah. She was hurt, or at least I think she was. I think the blood I saw on her face was her own, but it could have been mine. "How is Sarah? Is she okay? Was she hurt?" "Sarah is fine. Just a small cut on her forehead, but that girl's a fighter. Not even a 6-foot man could take that woman down," he says with a smile. I nod, knowing that's true. "Where is she? I want to see her." "I told her to go home and take care of herself. She'll be back in the morning. I hope that's okay." "Of course." "Now I'm gonna look into Scott because it's the right thing to do. I'm not convinced that you're the one that did this, but I'm also not convinced you're innocent either." He stands up. "Okay," I say, because there's nothing else I can say. He knows what I think, and I'm not going to sit here and try to convince him that I didn't do it. I know at the end of the day it's the evidence that matters. At least that's what I've learned from Sarah. I trust her to find that evidence, and I think I almost trust Sheriff Stevens to help her find it. "There's an officer stationed outside your room. I'll bring Sarah back tomorrow to see you." He hesitates for a bit. I'll get to the bottom of this. You have my word. He walks out before I can respond.
16. Sarah Morgan. Matthew drove me straight home. He tried to dissuade me from taking on the case. He said I was making a mistake. I told him it wasn't any of his business. I was too tired to go to the office, too frustrated to try to explain to Anne or anyone else what was going on in my life. I don't think I can even face anyone. I'm feeling far too much. Angry, scared, sad, fearful, and a mix of other things I can't even describe. This is going to get out soon. The press is going to eat this up. With my status in D.C. and the fact that Adam is a published novelist, it's only a matter of time until it gets out. What will I say to Anne? To my colleagues? To my clients? I can't worry about that. My focus must be on this case. I've been in and out of sleep all day. When I'm fully awake, I mull over everything, meaning the facts of the case I have. There's Adam, who is undoubtedly the most obvious suspect. He has means, motive, and opportunity, which is all the CA needs to put together a case against him and convict. But there's also Scott, and the interaction I had with him supports what Adam said. He has a temper, and he apparently cannot control it. Plus, the text messages Adam mentioned are pretty damning. He also has means and motive, but the question is, does he have the opportunity? I take a pad from my nightstand and jot down a couple of notes. I write opportunity and circle it. Could there be anyone else? Kelly was the victim, but she was having an affair. What else was she doing? What else was she into? Is there anyone else that would want her dead? I write down Seth's coffee. I must talk to her coworkers, her customers, and anyone that may have been in contact with her. My phone rings. I don't recognize the number, and I hesitate to pick it up. It's 9 p.m., but it could be Adam calling from the hospital. I should have gone back and checked on him, but Sheriff Stevens assured me that he was fine and that I needed to go home and rest. I pick up the phone. Hello? Hey, Sarah, it's Sheriff Stevens. I'm just calling to check in on you and let you know that Adam is doing just fine. I just left the hospital and he's awake. What did the doctor say? I'm not worried about how I'm doing. I'm concerned about Adam. They said he has a broken cheekbone, a minor concussion, and some bruising, but he'll heal up. I submitted the paperwork to our insurance company, so you don't need to worry about the cost. I don't care about the cost, I just care that he's okay. Well, he is. Sorry to bother you, he says, and he's about to hang up. Wait. There's a bit of panic in my voice. I don't want him to hang up. I, for some reason, want to talk to him, but I don't know why. Maybe it's because he understands what I'm going through. Perhaps it's because he showed me kindness and understanding when no one else in the department did. Maybe it's because I can't seem to read him, or maybe it's because I want his help. Actually, I need his help. Yeah? He asks, waiting patiently for my response. He seems to be hanging on to my every word. I think he wants to talk to me, too. Thank you, Sheriff. He stops me. Ryan. Call me Ryan. Ryan, I'm sorry I've been short and ill-tempered with you. I know this is in no way your fault, and I know you're trying to help. I'm just trying to hold it together, and I don't mean to take it out on you. I hear him let out a sigh. Whether it's a sigh of relief or a sigh of frustration, I don't know. Sarah, I don't know you that well, but if Adam did this, I'm just here to find out the truth and enact proper justice. If Adam didn't do this, the same is still true. I'm here for you in a professional manner and a friendly manner. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm here for you regardless of what we uncover together. I'm just looking for the truth. I think I'm starting to understand Sheriff Stevens and where he's coming from. And although it's highly inappropriate and not something I'd even entertain, I'm flattered. I'd like to tell him off and tell him how wrong what he said is, but I need him. I appreciate that, Sheriff Stevens. He doesn't correct the name I call him by this time. He understands exactly what I'm saying. Good night, Mrs. Morgan. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. as planned. Good night. I end the call. As I'm about to place the phone on the nightstand, it buzzes, signaling a text. It's from Matthew. I'm sorry for what I said. You're right. It's not my business, but I'm here for you if you need me. I've got a busy next couple of days, but I'll come to see you as soon as I can. I hold my finger down on the text and select the heart reaction. I set the phone down and I close my eyes, hoping I'll sleep tonight, but knowing that I won't.
17. Adam Morgan. After Sheriff Stevens left, I thought about calling Sarah, but I couldn't. Not yet, at least. I know she's physically okay, but I can't imagine what I'm doing to her mentally and emotionally. Sarah is the strongest person I know, but a person can only take so much. I feel like telling her to drop the case and hire someone else because she doesn't deserve this. She shouldn't have to clean up my mess. Sure, I know in my heart I didn't kill Kelly, but I did have an affair. And without that affair, none of this would have ever happened. At least I don't think it would have. Maybe Scott would have still killed Kelly, but it wouldn't have happened in our house, and I wouldn't be involved. Scott has to have been the one. I don't care what kind of show he put on today, or that he beat the ever-loving shit out of me. It was him. I know it was. I just hope Sarah and Sheriff Stevens can prove that it was him. I close my eyes and try to sleep, but my mind keeps replaying not only the events of today, but the events of the last 16 months. I think about all the times I had with Kelly. I try not to, but I do. I love my wife, but I loved Kelly too. A few tears escape my eyes, and I let them roll down the sides of my face onto the pillow. What have I done? 18. Adam Morgan. 2 weeks earlier. I had just finished a full day of writing, and by that I mean a full day of sitting in front of a blank computer screen while sipping scotch. My eyes were strained from staring at the white Word document, but thanks to the scotch, I was numb to everything else. I had planned on driving back home since Kelly had canceled on me for a third time that week, but I was in no state to drive, and I'd decided to stay and get a fresh start in the morning. I shut down my laptop and walked into the living room, swirling my crystal glass of booze. I lit the fire and flipped on some classical music. I was about to select a book from the bookshelf to escape for the evening when I heard a knock at the door. I thought it might be Sarah with a surprise visit, and at that moment I was glad Kelly had canceled. But on the other side of the door, I found Kelly, broken and beaten. Tears streaming down her face, colliding with the dried blood from her nose and lip. Her right eye was black and blue, and her hair was a knotted mess. I gasped at the sight of her, and she nearly collapsed into my arms. I pulled her inside and walked her into the living room, wrapping a blanket around her cold body. "Who did this, Kelly?" I nearly screamed in anger as I ran to the kitchen for an ice pack and a rag. She cried harder. "Do I need to call the police?" I placed the ice pack to her eye. I wiped the blood away from her nose and lip with the rag. No, don't," she pleaded. I continued to dab and wipe the blood away. We sat there until her cries fell silent, and I knew she was ready to talk. I brought her a glass of scotch and refilled mine. It was going to be a long night. I sat beside her, holding her, trying to reassure her that everything was going to be all right. "He's never going to stop," she finally said, slicing through the silence. "Who?" "Scott, my husband." I pulled her in a little closer. I knew she was married, but I had assumed her marriage was like mine, loveless, boring, inattentive, and extinguished. Not like this. I thought I had it bad, but Kelly had it worse, far worse. I may be bored, but she was in danger. "Have you gone to the cops?" I took a gulp of scotch. "I can't." She shook her head. "Why?" "I just can't." She sounded exasperated. She finished off her drink, and I didn't push it any further. Her look told me to stop. "What can I do?" I asked. I got up and refilled both our drinks. I set them on the coffee table and retook my place on the couch. Pulling her into my lap, I stroked her hair and the side of her face. I had been seeing Kelly for over a year. I cared about this woman. I loved this woman. I wanted to save this woman. This couldn't be how our lives played out. This couldn't be it. "You can't do anything. He'll never stop." Her eyes were glazed over and there was no hope in them. She truly believed what she was saying. I couldn't let her give up. "I can help you get away." "I can't run. He'll always find me." "We'll run away together. You and I said. And I think I meant it. Sometimes I think the only way I'll ever get away from him is in death." "Don't say that. Why would you say that?" "There are things you don't know about me." She looked at me intently. Then she looked away as if she regretted what she had just said. "What don't I know about you? I love you, Kelly. That's all I need to know. I love you, and I want to help you. Tell me how I can help you." "I don't think you can help me. Scott has a hold on me." "What is it? Tell me." I squeezed her hand tightly. She took a deep breath and sat up. She picked up her drink and downed the whole thing in one gulp. She turned to me, and she let everything out. Everything Scott had been holding over her. "I was married before, and although we loved each other, we weren't always good to each other. And my name isn't really Kelly Summers. It's Jenna Way. I had to change it after what happened. After I was accused of killing my first husband. I didn't kill him." She paused. I gave her hand a small squeeze. She looked at me and continued. "We had had a fight earlier that day, which was the norm for us. Our relationship was full of passion, both good and bad. When I came home later that night, he was dead. I was the primary suspect. I didn't do it, I swear. I loved my husband, but I was charged with his murder. When some of the evidence was misplaced during the trial, the charges against me were dismissed. Scott helped me be free, but he owns me now. So really, I'm not free. I'm still paying for a crime I didn't commit. I'm still serving my sentence, just not in a jail cell, but with Scott. I know it won't end well for me, and I know the only way I will be free is if he is out of the picture." She hung her head. I tried to remain calm while I digested what she had confessed to. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to ask her, and I didn't even know if I should say anything at all. That wasn't what I was expecting to hear. Kelly had a darkness inside her that I couldn't even comprehend. I thought I knew this woman, but I didn't even know her real name. Who was she? Did she kill her husband? When I didn't respond right away, she seemed to get nervous. Her eyes bounced around the room and then landed on me. She fidgeted with her leg and repositioned herself. "I'm not a bad person." She took a deep breath, then got up, and I thought she was going to leave, but despite what she'd told me, I didn't want her to leave. I wanted to understand. "Wait," I said. She stopped as I got up from the couch. I stood inches away from her. Her eyes lit up a bit from my presence, and the possibility that I wouldn't let her just walk out the door with nowhere to go. I inched closer to her and tucked her hair behind her ear. "I know you as Kelly, not as Jenna." "I know." "I'm sorry," she interrupted. I placed a finger on her lips to silence her, and I told her I needed to get this out. She obliged. "I fell in love with Kelly, not with Jenna. Who you were doesn't matter to me. What you've done doesn't change the way I feel about you. This past year has been one of the best of my life, and that's because of you. What you go through, I go through. What you need, I need. I promise you this, Kelly. Scott will never hurt you again." I planted a light kiss on her forehead. She looked up at me, and hope had returned to her eyes. She leaned in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. She winced a bit thanks to her split-open lip, but didn't pull away. Sometimes the pleasure is worth the pain.
19. Sarah Morgan. The elevator doors shut, and I close my eyes for a moment, gathering all the strength I have deep inside me. I have down the look of being in control and pulled together. An expensive skirt with a tight blouse, a pair of black Louboutin heels, and a custom-tailored jacket. My hair is pulled back in a high ponytail, and I had my makeup professionally done at my local salon this morning. They were able to cover up the bruising on my forehead, but the cut is still bandaged. I need to look the part. I need to look strong. The doors open and Anne is waiting by them with a cup of coffee and a sympathetic yet encouraging smile. "What happened? Are you okay?" Her eyes go directly to the Band-Aid on my head. "It's fine. Let's walk and talk." I take the cup of coffee and pass her swiftly. She catches up, eager to please and understand. I fill Anne in on what's going on, as I need her to get a head start on using the firm's resources for background checks on Kelly and Scott. I need to know everything. As we go through the office, I notice quiet murmurs from colleagues. No one knows the full story yet, as there hasn't been anything in the news, but that hasn't stopped the rumors from circling. I'm not one to cancel meetings, miss court dates, or disappear from the office, so I'm not surprised that people are talking. Anne closes my office door behind us, and I take a seat on the couch. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes, please don't ask me that again," I say curtly. "Sorry. Those background reports on Kelly and Scott Summers should be in by the end of the day." She kneels beside the coffee table and begins organizing papers into files. "What is everyone saying?" "Mental breakdown? Husband is having an affair?" "They got one thing right." I roll my eyes. "Has Bob been sniffing around?" "Not yet. He got back from his weekend getaway Monday morning, so he's still playing catch-up." "Good." "Do you think he did it?" Anne asks quickly. "I don't know." She gives me a fearful look, and I know she immediately regrets asking. "I'm sorry." "It's fine, Anne, really. I just can't believe this happened. One moment you and I are having an amazing time out, then I'm home, and then I'm told my husband is a murderer." "I can't believe it either. Wait, you said he came home late that night and you guys, tried for a baby. Isn't that his alibi?" The preliminary report revealed that Kelly had to have been murdered between 11:30 p.m. and 12:15 a.m. I couldn't verify that he was home until around 2 a.m. when I woke up, I say. "And we were out in D.C. until..." Anne ponders. "After midnight, although it may have been a bit later." "Yeah, that's right." Anne sits there thinking. I can see that she wants to be of more help. "And please don't worry about this. This isn't your problem. You've already helped me in more ways than you can even imagine." I smile at her. Anne starts to get a little teary. She stands up and tries to fan her eyes with her hands. She walks over, takes a seat beside me on the couch, and gives me a hug. "Don't tell me not to worry about you. You're my best friend, Sarah. I would do anything for you. Please know that I'm here," she whispers into my ear. I hug her a little tighter, and she hugs me back. "Thank you, Anne. You are so special to me." I glance at the clock on the wall behind her and realize that I need to be going. I pull away, and we share a look that says regardless of what happens, we're going to be there for each other, and that we're going to be okay. I have to go meet with Sheriff Stevens. I stand up and begin to collect my things. I can feel the pressure change in the air. My office door is now open, meaning I must have a new guest in the room with me. I slowly turn to see who it is, and somehow I already know. First, it was the smell. The dead giveaway of Chanel No. 5. So classic, so expected. This is matched with the monochrome outfit adorning her well-maintained figure. Not a shred of personality in her outward appearance, which itself tells you everything you need to know about her. Her features are hard and kept in place by routine visits to a plastic surgeon, but the kind who does a superb enough job that only a well-trained eye can even tell that the skin isn't 100% natural. The entire entrance is punctuated by the final click of a black Manolo Blahnik heel. Never Louboutins, red as ostentatious. Announcing that she is here and ready for her proper allotment of attention, which by normal tally is all of it. "Hello, Sarah." Eleanor greets me, and without an invite, she's already closing the distance between us. "It's lovely to see you." She opens her arms for a hug when she reaches me, and although we do embrace one another, we barely touch. "You got in quick, Eleanor," I say. A little too quick. I was hoping it would be another day or two before she graced me with her presence. "Of course. This is my son we're talking about, after all." She holds her head high and carries her classic black Chanel purse close to her as she takes a seat in front of my desk. Glancing around, she says, "Your office is cute." The remark is condescending at best. I sit down in my desk chair. From the doorway, Anne raises her eyebrows at me and backs out of the office. Eleanor clearly had no intention of acknowledging her presence. "Now, tell me what's going on with Adam." She crosses one leg over the other and places the palms of her hands on her knee. Eleanor is not going to like hearing this. To her, Adam is a perfect specimen. He's all she has left of her deceased husband. Adam's father was a hedge fund manager, and 5 years ago he passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack. They say it was due to bad eating habits and the stress of the job, but I like to think Eleanor played a role. She is truly a demanding woman. However, for the sake of this case, I'll put our differences aside and continue to swallow each jab, insult, and condescending remark. Adam is a suspect in a murder case. "Impossible!" Eleanor interjects. "My boy would never." There's no point in arguing with her. Parents are typically delusional when it comes to their children. Even Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer had loving parents who were unaware of the evil that dwelled within their offspring. He's suspected of murdering his mistress. I hold eye contact with Eleanor, hoping she'll understand what I'm saying, hoping she'll see that Adam isn't as flawless as she thought he was. Maybe she can think clearly about this. She squints for a moment, then she relaxes. "He cheated on you?" she asks. The connection is obvious, but I'm sure she just wants me to say it out loud. I nod. She turns her head away from me, her chin raised. I would say she turns her nose up, but it's permanently turned up. Eleanor sighs. "Well, I'd like to see him. I'll need to get all the facts from Adam." She looks back at me. I nod again. "He's being held at the hospital in Prince William County." "What? Why?" "He was involved in an altercation at the sheriff's station last night," I say. I don't go into any more detail. My poor son. Why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Anne pops her head in. "Sarah, you've got to go if you're going to meet Sheriff Stevens in time." "Sheriff Stevens? Why aren't you going to see Adam?" Eleanor questions. I stand from my seat and she stands from hers, flipping her bag over her shoulder dramatically. "I'm going to look at the crime scene, but I'm visiting Adam after." I finish gathering my belongings. "I'll go with you." It's not a suggestion, it's a demand. "You can't. It's a crime scene. Why don't you just go get settled, get something to eat, and I'll text you later." I toss my tote bag over my shoulder. "Anne can help you." "I don't need any help," Eleanor says defiantly. "Okay, but I've got to go. I'll check in with you later, Eleanor." I quickly walk toward my office door. I say to Anne as I pass, "I'm not sure I'll make it back here today, but if I don't, I'll call you." "Oh, yes, you go. I'll take care of everything," Anne says. "I'll be seeing you, Sarah," Eleanor calls from behind, and then all I hear are the clicks and the clacks of her heels. An hour later, I'm pulling up to the lake house. Sheriff Stevens' vehicle is parked in the driveway, and he's leaned up against the side of it, dressed in his sheriff's uniform up top and blue jeans. He's wearing a pair of aviators and carrying a folder, and when he sees my vehicle, he smiles. I park behind him and get out of the car. Good morning, Mrs. Morgan. It's all formalities today. I still wonder why he's being nice. Does he think Adam is innocent? Does he feel sorry for me? Or does he have some other motive for this nice guy act? Good morning, Sheriff Stevens. He shakes my hand, and I notice he is sweaty despite the cool weather. What is he nervous about? Does he know something? We're just going to take a look around, and you tell me if you notice anything out of the norm, he says, leading the way. I follow, a bit apprehensive. I wouldn't notice anything out of place even if it were. I rarely came here. This was essentially Adam's home. I don't say a word, though. I'm sure there's stuff the police missed, and I bet I can at least help with that. Sheriff Stevens turns back to me and hands over the folder he was carrying. Almost forgot. Here are the results of the autopsy as well as DNA. We're still pulling phone records and running additional tests on some of the evidence we collected here. I nod, opening the folder as I walk. I trip on the first step of the wraparound porch because I'm face deep in the autopsy report. Sheriff Stevens catches me and pulls me up onto the porch. We lock eyes, inches apart from one another. My breath is a bit ragged. His breathing is steady. He asks me if I'm all right, and I tell him yes. I step back from his embrace and straighten my skirt while he bends down, picking up the papers. Do you want to take a seat and read that over before we go inside? He points to the bench on the porch. I nod, knowing I should look over the report before trying to assess the crime scene. I take a seat and begin flipping through the papers. Kelly Summers had Rohypnol in her system? Yes. Sheriff Stevens paces back and forth on the porch. He's not one to sit still. Odd. What about Adam? I ask, looking up at him. Did he have the same drug in his system? No, he says without hesitation. Did you test for it? I believe so, but I'll double-check with the lab. I flip through a few more pages and then stop when one catches my eye. I scan the text quickly and let out a breath of frustration. She was pregnant? I look up at Sheriff Stevens. He shuffles his feet a bit, and instantly he is visibly upset. He seems to collect himself almost quickly enough not to notice that this news bothered him. I supposed it would bother anyone. A woman and her unborn child stabbed to death. He finally nods. About 8 weeks along. The CA is now looking at a double homicide, and given the brutality of the crime, they'll push for the death penalty. He thinks he's breaking the news to me, but any competent attorney would put that together quickly. Was Adam the father? Sheriff Stevens breaks eye contact. He doesn't want to tell me, but he already has. Yes. It looks as though he's going to say something else, but he doesn't. He sucks back in the words and begins to pace again. He wants to be anywhere else in the world right now. I can't believe Adam got this woman pregnant. Did he know? Was he hiding it from me? Did she want money out of him, or was she going to tell me? 1 minute I'm confident Adam would never do this, and the next I'm not so sure. What the hell was he thinking? Sheriff Stevens stops pacing and puts one hand on the porch post, leaning up against it. I can feel his eyes on me. Listen, I'm going to go grab a quick coffee and give you time to digest and finish reading over those. Would you like one? I don't look up. I keep reading. Yes, black, please. My attention is solely focused on the task at hand. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Please don't go in there without me. In my own house? I say with a bit of sass. He lets out a sigh and goes down the porch steps. I look up from the paper and watch him walk away. I hadn't really noticed how good he looked before. Tall, broad shoulders, a freshly starched brown sheriff's button-up. Despite his shortcomings and worn-down visage, he really does have a commanding attraction to him. I won't go in my house without you. He turns back with a slight grin, trying to force the uncomfortableness out of this conversation. Good. I wouldn't want to have to arrest you, too. Seems to run in the family. He chuckles and then shakes his head as he catches the awkwardness of his attempt at humor. I continue flipping through the pages, rolling my eyes at him. Sheriff Stevens is gone no more than 20 minutes, and by the time he returns, I've gotten through all the information. Kelly Summers died as a result of her stab wounds. She had rohypnol and a BAC level of .16, twice the legal driving limit. She had bruises on her back, shoulder, and hip that were caused at least 24 hours before she was murdered. The skin underneath her fingernails is a match with Adam. Semen was found in her vagina, anus, and mouth, and according to the DNA results, the semen is a match with Adam as well. However, there were 2 additional sets of DNA found in her vagina that do not match Adam. Sheriff Stevens walks up and hands me a cup of coffee. He casually sips on his own while he takes a seat on the bench inches from me. He's taking in the view from the porch, glancing around at squirrels running to and fro, and the mass of fall-colored leaves just barely holding on. "What'd you learn?" He takes another drink of his coffee. I close the folder and place it beside me, sipping at my own drink. There were 2 other sets of DNA found in her. Have you run any tests on those? We'll get Scott's back later this afternoon, and I'm going to assume he'll be a match with one of them, but that just proves he had sex with his wife. What about the other set of DNA? We're hoping the phone records give us more insight into that. Maybe she was seeing someone else. Maybe she was raped, and that's the real murderer. We're not sure. Seeing someone else? That 3rd set of DNA caught us by surprise, too. He turns to me, raising one of his eyebrows. What's your theory? I lean back into my seat. He leans back too, getting a little more comfortable. Well, before finding the 3rd set of DNA, I thought we just might have our man. But now, Adam as the murderer doesn't sit well for me. I'll be honest, Adam didn't make sense before the DNA results. Why? It's too easy. What do you mean it's too easy? It's just too easy. Adam, a well-educated and well-established author, kills his mistress in his own house. It doesn't make any sense. Unless, of course, it was by accident, but I don't see how someone could stab another person 37 times by accident. I don't think Adam did this. I give him a look of sincerity, although deep down I can't be sure. I sigh. Sheriff Stevens creases his brow. What do you mean you can't be sure? Like you said, what if it was by accident and Adam tried to cover it up by making it look like a murder? Or what if he blacked out and did it and doesn't remember doing it? That's possible, he says, rubbing his chin. I need to see him and get all the details from that evening. All the commotion with Scott cut our preliminary chat short. And all I know right now is Adam is the only one that had the means, motive, and opportunity to do this. His motive could have been that Kelly was threatening to tell me, or maybe she wanted to leave him or abort the baby. A police car rolls up the driveway, its tires crunching dead leaves and dry dirt. It pulls up beside Sheriff Stevens onto the grass, marking its territory. Deputy Marcus Hudson steps out of the car. He looks like a G.I. Joe action figure in his uniform and a pair of aviators. "What are you doing here, Deputy Hudson?" Sheriff Stevens calls out to him. He stands from the bench and walks to the stairs of the porch. Deputy Hudson takes a few steps toward him and crosses his arms in front of his chest, as if he were actually here to protect and serve, although who here needs that protection is unclear. "Just checking to see if you need any assistance." Deputy Hudson looks around nonchalantly and then returns his attention to Sheriff Stevens. "I don't," Sheriff Stevens says dismissively. "Mind if I wait out here, then?" He leans against the hood of his vehicle. "Knock yourself out." Sheriff Stevens turns back toward me while Deputy Hudson removes his aviators and narrows his eyes, seemingly directed at me. "Are you ready to go inside?" Sheriff Stevens asks. I nod and he helps me up from the bench. We walk through the front door, ducking under the crime scene tape. Inside, the house is still. Many things are strewn about, which I'm sure is from the police search. In the kitchen, I set down my coffee cup and the folder. I glance around, trying to spot anything out of place. The kitchen appears to be well kept, despite random cupboards and drawers left partially open. In the living room, the bearskin rug is kicked up. The decorative couch pillows and throw blankets are on the floor, but other than that, everything else is in place, including the built-in bookshelf. Every book is pushed in and facing the correct direction. I look at the wet bar and notice the uncapped Scotch decanter. I point to it. Was that tested? Sheriff Stevens walks a couple of steps from the kitchen into the open-concept living room. Not that I'm aware. What should it be tested for? He takes a few more steps and stands beside me. Well, if Rohypnol was found in Kelly's body, maybe this is how it got there. I put the cap back on the decanter. Sheriff Stevens rubs his chin. Good point, he says. When we're done here, I'll have Deputy Hudson do another once-through. He pulls out a pen and a small notepad from his pocket and jots down a few things. I walk to the bedroom. The bed is unmade. The once white sheets are stained red and brown, soaked through to the mattress, and there's a puddle of dried blood on the floor beside it. The smell of iron and decay hits me like a smack in the face. I cover my nose, trying to breathe through my mouth. I take a few more steps into the bedroom, standing right before the bed. Sheriff Stevens stands behind me. I can feel his breath on my neck. Are you okay? I nod. It's not convincing because I'm not okay. None of this is okay. How could Adam do this to me? What was he thinking? Did he plan on leaving me? Would he have left me if she was still alive? The anger takes a hold of me and comes out in the form of tears. I don't cry when I'm sad. I cry when I'm angry. I turn toward Sheriff Stevens. He sees the tears and immediately wraps his arms around me, pulling me in for a comforting embrace. He rubs my back with one hand while the other strokes the back of my head. We stand there for a few minutes. He makes me feel less angry. He makes me feel like everything is going to be all right at this moment. He makes me feel like things can get better. I'm grateful that I forgot my place, even if only for a moment. Let's go. He escorts me out of the bedroom. Once in the living room, I glance around again, and my eyes stop at Adam's writing desk. It's disorganized. The drawers are pulled out, and his chair is flipped over. I run my hands over the cherry wood. I remember the day I surprised Adam with it. It was right after he got his first book deal. I was incredibly proud of him, and I had never seen him happier. The memory makes me smile, makes me remember the us we were before all of this. And then I remember what I liked about this desk, what swayed me to pick this one out. My hand grazes over the top of it, sliding to the panel on the right side. I push against it. It clicks in, and then a concealment compartment opens. Inside is a handgun and a manila envelope. I don't flinch at the gun. I knew it was there. Adam had purchased it shortly after we bought the lake house. It was meant for protection, a job it failed to do. It's the manila envelope that makes me feel uneasy. Well, shit. Can't say we would have found that. Sheriff Stevens remarks from beside me. I reach for the envelope. Wait. He stops me. He pulls out a pair of gloves and hands them over. Once I've put them on, he nods, granting me permission. I reach for the envelope and slowly open it, pulling out a 5x7 photo. It's a picture of Adam and Kelly with the lake house behind them and the water in front. He's wearing boxers. She's wearing a thong, but she's topless. The closeness of his body covers her chest. Her legs are wrapped around him. His hands are cupping her butt. Her hands are around his neck. Their lips are connected in a passionate kiss. They look happy. Sheriff Stevens lets out an awkward cough. He pulls out an evidence bag and carefully slides the gun into it. I start to slip the photo back into the envelope, but instinctively I stop. Someone took this photo. And it looks like Adam and Kelly weren't even aware they were being photographed at that moment. I turn the picture over, and written on the back in Sharpie marker are the words, "End it or I will." I look at Sheriff Stevens. My eyes grow wide. He groans. "Things just got a whole hell of a lot more complicated," he says, shaking his head. "Someone knew about Kelly and Adam. This is a threat. This is proof that Adam didn't do it." My voice is full of enthusiasm. "This is a huge break. It's reasonable doubt." Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I will admit this bodes well for Adam. I slide the picture back into the envelope. Sheriff Stevens bags it up. "We'll get it tested for fingerprints." "What about handwriting analysis?" "We'll need handwriting to analyze it against," he says, raising an eyebrow. Of course. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to slow down and really think this all through. But wait, if this was hidden, Adam had to have known about this. Adam must have put it here. "You ready?" Sheriff Stevens walks toward the front door. I nod and take the folder from the counter on my way out. Outside, Deputy Hudson is still leaned up against his car. Sheriff Stevens closes the house up and turns back, giving me a sympathetic look. I lower my chin a little. It was hard seeing Adam happy with Kelly. He was supposed to be happy with me, not another woman. Sheriff Stevens puts his hands on my shoulders and rubs the sides of my arms. It's completely inappropriate, but it feels nice, almost comforting. "You did great. I'll get someone here to pull a sample of that scotch to test, and I'll get the lab started on the photo. Hey, what's going on with you two? Is there a second affair going on that we should all know about?" Deputy Hudson yells from the car. A large smile is plastered across his face as he smacks his chewing gum loudly in an obnoxious manner to punctuate the brazenness of his commentary. I'm snapped back into reality, and a wave of questions cascades over me. Professionalism replaces empathy, and our former roles reappear. Defense attorney. In the way, Sheriff's Department. "Nothing, Deputy Hudson. Mind you that your presence here was neither required nor requested and is highly suspect at best, so please carry on with your important patrol of the perimeter of your own vehicle." Sheriff Stevens rocks back on his heels. "What about the murder weapon?" I asked, ignoring Deputy Hudson. Back to the facts. "We never found it. We've searched both homes and the surrounding woods, but nothing." The sheriff drops his hands to his side and shifts awkwardly, not knowing how to end this. "Do they know what it is?" "They deduced it may be a small kitchen knife, a pocket knife, or even a letter opener. They're running additional tests to try to narrow it down, but chances are we'll never find it anyway." I give a slight nod and then shift a bit. I need to talk to Adam. Did he know that Kelly was pregnant? Did he know all along? Well, I should probably get going. I need to stop by the hospital to check on Adam. I step away from Sheriff Stevens and walk toward my vehicle, glancing only for a second at Deputy Hudson. He smiles and nods at me. "I'll be seeing you," he says in a friendly manner, but it seems more like a threat. My smile back is small and curt, enough to remain professional. "Sarah," Sheriff Stevens calls out. I stop and turn, facing him. He walks down the porch steps to his car and stops. "Adam is being moved back to the jail for processing." He pulls open his car door. "You can follow me there, if you'd like."
20. Adam Morgan. I'm lying in my bunk, dressed in standard inmate's attire, orange cotton pants and top. The doctor released me this morning. It appears they don't take too kindly to a patient suspected of murdering a young local woman. They got me bandaged up quick, and after one night of observation they sent me here. Here being a tiny room with a twin-sized bunk, a toilet, and a sink, surrounded by cinder block and steel bars. I shouldn't be here. I don't belong here. A guard taps his baton on the bars of my cell, telling me I can come out to the common room. He unlocks the door and I follow him down a hall to a room with some tables and chairs and a television in the corner. There's only a few other inmates here, this being a small town and all, and this not being a well-equipped prison. 2 of them are playing cards at a table, and the third one is reading a book at another table alone. The 2 at the table look up at me as I enter and whisper to one another. The third guy never looks up. Must be a good book. It's probably not one of mine. I take a seat at the table nearest the television and settle in, hoping to escape through the means of some bad daytime television show. But no such luck as the special news report comes on. A news reporter is standing in front of my lake house, speaking into a microphone. A brutal murder has shaken the small town of Brentsville. Kelly Summers, a 27-year-old local woman and wife to local sheriff's deputy Scott Summers, was found viciously murdered early yesterday morning by cleaning lady Sonia Gutierrez. Reports say she was brutally stabbed to death. Police are not releasing the name of the primary suspect as the investigation is ongoing. If you have any information regarding the death of Kelly Summers, please contact the local authorities. I hang my head in shame and embarrassment. Not releasing the name of the suspect? Are they kidding me? You're standing in front of my house. The primary suspect should be Scott, not me. I don't care what the evidence says. I didn't do this. I would never do this. Why won't anyone believe me? Morgan, a guard calls from behind. You have a visitor. I stand up and drag my feet to the door, following behind. He opens the door, and inside, I find Sarah sitting at the table in the small room. Her side of the table is covered in notebooks and papers. The guard closes the door behind me. Sarah, I'm so happy to see you. This is a nightmare. I want to hug her. I want to kiss her. She looks up at me and gives me a small smile. I get the hint and take the seat across from her. She's jotting down notes and flipping through pages. I heard you were released from the hospital. Yep. I know she wasn't looking for more response than that. We need to talk about the night Kelly was murdered. She flips her notepad to a blank page and puts her pen to the paper. Her eyes return to me and she finally catches sight of the aftermath of my beating from Scott. My left eye is closed completely. My skin is newly colored with purple, black, yellow, and red. My cheek is swollen and filled with stitches. My lips are split in several spots, and my teeth are stained as if I had just consumed a bottle of wine, thanks to the blood that pooled in my mouth. Her eyes give a flicker of sympathy, as part of her must have thought for a moment, my poor husband. But this quickly disappears, and instead her eyes focus and pierce me. What is she thinking now? Why is she even helping me? What do you want to know? I lean back in the chair. Everything. She narrows her eyes. I know from an attorney's perspective she really wants to know everything, but as my wife, she shouldn't have to hear any of this. But maybe she wants to know. She wants to know how truly disgusting I am. Are you sure? Because I'm not sure this is a good idea anymore. She slaps her pen down and glares at me. Adam, I told you yesterday you need to be completely honest with me. What you did in terms of your infidelity doesn't matter, nor what you did to me. Okay. I just don't want to hurt you. I reach my hand out for hers. She pulls away. You already have. She picks up her pen and writes the date and time on a piece of paper. What time did Kelly Summers arrive at the lake house? Sometime after 5 p.m. Take me through what happened after she arrived. I tell her everything. How we drank scotch, fucked multiple times, how rough I was with her, how much I enjoyed it, how much Kelly enjoyed it, how she was begging for more without even uttering a word, how I left her in the middle of the night to come home, the note I wrote, everything. Sarah doesn't make any gesture, sound, or remark to let me know how displeased she is with me, to let me know how much she hates me. And then I wonder, does she even care? Does she care that I was cheating on her? Or is she trying to be strong? Is she trying to be professional? I can't tell. I can't read her. She's my wife, and at this moment I don't even know her. The look she gives me is cold and distant. Her movements are almost robotic. Her eyes are clear and calculating. Wait a minute. She circles a note on her paper and pulls me from my thoughts. What time did you two fall asleep? I don't know. I try to think back and recall the time, but I don't even remember going to sleep or even being tired. The last thing I remember is having sex with Kelly. You have no idea what time you went to sleep? She questions again. We must have just passed out. I don't have a better answer. I really don't know. There's a period of time you don't remember from that night? She gives me a quizzical look. I guess? I shrug. You guess? You're being accused of murder, and you guess? She drops her pen on her paper and massages her temples with the tips of her fingers. Well, what the hell do you want me to say? I don't know, but it doesn't look good that you can't remember part of that night. The prosecution will easily turn that statement you just made into... Well, if you can't remember, maybe you don't remember killing her. You need to remember. You need to be sure. Her frustration is showing, which isn't the norm for Sarah. She's always so calm and collected. I do remember hearing a car door slam. It's what woke me up. Are you sure? She asks with a bit of skepticism. You're positive it wasn't a tree branch falling or an acorn hitting the roof? There are all sorts of sounds in the woods. Yes, I am. At least I think I am. I rub my forehead as if the misplaced memories from that night will suddenly become clear. Sarah lets out a huff and scribbles some notes down on her notepad. What about the photo? What photo? I look at her and then I look past her, trying to recall. Shit. It hits me. My eyes widen. How could I have forgotten about it? In everything that's happened, I forgot something so important, something that could help prove my innocence. When did you receive it? A few weeks before. It was in our mailbox at the lake house. Someone put it there because there was no postage or anything, I explain. Sarah jots down more notes. Someone is trying to frame me. Can't you see? I stare into her eyes. She takes a deep breath. Her eyes lock with mine. I'm trying to help, Adam. But you have to tell me everything. You have to remember everything. You're lucky I found that envelope. It's a huge break, but we have to figure out who took that photo, who threatened you. She breaks eye contact and flips through her notes. She's right. I'm not helping. I need to look at everything, like the way I examine one of my books when I'm editing it. Where are the plot holes? Which characters aren't fleshed out? Who is really driving the story? And why? They found 3 sets of DNA in her, she says with exasperation, changing the subject. At first I don't understand what she's saying. My eyes are wide again and my mouth is partially open. One of them is yours, one of them is Scott's, and the third is unknown. What are you saying? I'm saying you weren't the only man she was cheating on her husband with. I'm saying you weren't special. I'm saying she was a whore. Sarah looks just as surprised as I am after the words leave her mouth. Jesus, Sarah! I'm sorry, I'm still processing all of this. She looks away from me, almost like she's ashamed for her outburst. I tell her it's fine, even though I don't think it is. None of this is fine. Maybe she was raped by that third man, I offer. Maybe. Maybe that third guy killed her too. I'm trying to make sense of all this, but none of this makes sense. How could Kelly be seeing someone else? Why would she be? Was I not enough? Did she not love me like I loved her? I thought you were convinced it was Scott. She jots down a few more notes. I thought I was too. I mean, I am. It had to have been him. He was abusive. You saw what he could do. He beat the hell out of me, and he hurt you, and I know what he was doing to Kelly. I'm trying to convince Sarah just as much as I'm trying to convince myself. It has to be Scott. This third guy. Maybe he was a one-night stand, or maybe she was assaulted. I just can't believe there was someone else. Kelly wouldn't do that to me. She loved me. I loved her. We had something special. Well, that all may be true, but there's no evidence to point to Scott. He may have been abusive, but that doesn't mean he killed her. Plus, there were no reports of domestic abuse between Kelly and Scott. She wouldn't go to the police. He was the police. She was terrified. I get that. But without evidence, it won't hold up in court. The texts he sent her will help your case, but if he has an alibi, it won't really matter. Husbands and wives fight. Right now, we have you at the scene of the crime. You were the last one to see her alive, and your DNA is all over her. Plus, there's this. Sarah slides a piece of paper out of a folder and places it in front of me. It's in my handwriting. It's the note I wrote to Kelly the night of her death. These were my last words to her. She never got to read them. She was already dead when I wrote them. I read the note to myself again. Kelly, it's you. It hasn't always been you, but it will always be you. You're the words to a story I've been trying to write my whole life, and tonight I determined the ending. Love you. Love me, Adam. P.S. The maid will be here at 9 a.m. Please make sure you're gone before then. What was that ending you had decided? Sarah's eyes are glossy. I stutter, trying to find the words, but knowing I don't want to reveal these words to her. But I have to tell her the truth. It's the only way she can help me. I had decided to leave you and be with her. Sarah's expression doesn't change. She looks at me and then drops her eyes to her notepad. Her lip quivers ever so slightly and her eyes tighten. She takes a few notes. But I changed my mind. When you told me you wanted to have a baby and start a family with me, I decided I was going to end it with Kelly, and I was going to be completely dedicated to you and our family. And you decided that 2 hours after writing a note to Kelly pledging your love to her. I nod. I'm an idiot. How did I get myself into this mess? A jury could read this letter one of two ways. The way you just stated, or a more ominous way. The ending could have been her death, and your little P.S. at the end could be you trying to make it seem like Kelly was still alive when you wrote this note. I believe what you said because only an idiot would try to cover up a murder with a letter. Well, I'm not lying about that, I confirm. You said you had changed your mind about leaving me for Kelly after I told you I wanted to have a baby? Yes, absolutely. All I've ever wanted was to start a family with you. I love you so much, Sarah. I'm sorry for what I've done, and I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. Just know that I'm going to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. You're my wife. You're my everything. You're my forever. Kelly was pregnant, Sarah blurts out. My mouth drops open. She was 8 weeks along. There's not an ounce of emotion in her voice. It's as if she were reading from a list. According to the DNA results, you were the father. Those words stab me in my gut and rip out my heart. I mouth, "What?" But the word doesn't come out. I stand from my chair too quickly. The chair falls backward, hitting the ground with a thud. I drop my head into my hands and pull at my hair. I let out a loud howl. I cry for my unborn child. I know how this looks. Pregnant, dead mistress. Did you know she was pregnant? She looks up at me. You think I knew? How could you think I knew about this? I pace back and forth, throwing my hands up. How could you think that? I ask again, this time with more bite and anger. How could I think you loved me or you were faithful to me? How could I think when you said I do that you meant it? How could I think that you and I were going to spend the rest of our lives together? How could I think that you weren't impregnating some other woman behind my back? How the hell could I think any of that, Adam? By the time she's done screaming, she's half standing, and for a second I think she's going to lunge at me. But she doesn't. She straightens her jacket and sits down on her chair. I take my seat in front of her. She's right. I have no right to be angry at her for thinking that I knew Kelly was pregnant. I don't know how Sarah and I are going to get through this. And if we do, I'm not convinced we're going to get through it together. Now what? I ask. I'm going to look into Scott. I'm going to try to find out who sent the photo to you and who the third set of DNA belongs to. I need you to get your story straight. It's not a story. You know what I mean, she huffs. I put my hand out to take hers, and this time she lets me. I tell her I'm sorry again, but there are not enough apologies in the world to fix this, to fix what I've done. She squeezes my hand and then packs up her stuff. I tell her I love her. Your mother is in town. She stopped by my office this morning. She responds. There's no I love you back, and I don't blame her. Really? How is she? She's... Your mother? As Sarah turns to leave, she stops and looks back at me. If charged, the CA will push for the maximum penalty allotted for a double homicide in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Her voice shakes. And what's that? Execution.
21. Sarah Morgan. Anne walks into my office wearing a black pencil dress with her hair pulled up in a slicked back ponytail. Every day, she looks a little bit more like me. She's carrying 2 grande Americanos from Starbucks, one in each hand, and a file folder is tucked under her left arm. She closes the door behind her and shuffles quickly to my desk, setting down both coffees. She takes a seat across from me and places the folder on her lap. I was supposed to come in yesterday after meeting with Adam, but I couldn't. I needed to be alone. I needed to process everything. I haven't told Anne about what happened at the jail or about the results of the autopsy or the DNA or the fact that Adam was the father of Kelly's unborn child or about the threatening note and photo Adam received. I'm sure she's anxious to hear what I have to say. How's mother-in-law Zilla? Anne asks, trying to lighten the mood right away. I shake my head. Don't even get me started. I take a sip of coffee. I'm sorry I didn't stop in or call yesterday. Things just got crazy and overwhelming, and I didn't know how to handle it. Thank you for covering. What happened? Concern and empathy spread across her face. She leans forward, giving me her full attention. They found 3 sets of DNA inside her. 3? She asks, not in a way to question what I said, but to confirm her shock. She holds up 3 fingers as she says it. I nod and take a sip of my coffee. 3. One is Adam's, one is Scott's, and one is unknown. She was sleeping with 3 men? It would appear so. Jesus, girl gets around. Well, maybe that 3rd set of DNA is the one responsible for her death? Anne suggests. That's exactly what Adam said. Who is this 3rd man? Has anyone seen her with anyone else other than Scott or Adam? As of now, no one saw her with a 3rd man. I take another sip of my coffee and tap a pen on my desk. Someone also sent Adam a photo with a threatening note. It was a photo of him and Kelly together, and the note said, "End it or else I will." Someone knew about them. I bring the tip of my pen to my mouth and chew on it for a moment. Anne's eyes are wide. Her mouth opens and then closes. She doesn't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. She swallows hard and then brings the coffee to her lips, taking another sip. Are they testing anyone else? Anne crosses one leg over the other. She places the folder from her lap onto the desk. Who would they test? They can't just go around testing any random man just because they don't know who the 3rd set of DNA belongs to. They have to have cause. I know that. I'm saying, is there anyone else that seems suspicious? Anyone else that may have had an affair with her, someone she worked with or was friends with, or maybe an old boyfriend? According to Sheriff Stevens, no one seemed suspicious at her work, but then again, you never know with his police work. No past boyfriends that he or Scott knew of, and she didn't really have any friends. Well, except my husband, I guess. I say, trying for dark humor. The attempt flops. Anne gives me a sad look, and I deliver a small smile, trying to convey that I am in fact okay, even if I don't know if I really am. What do you mean, you never know with his police work? Does he seem off? Anne always picks up on the littlest things I say. It's why she's so great as my assistant. I don't know. He just seems a bit overly friendly. Overly friendly? I don't know how to explain it. He just seems like he's more interested in this case than he should be. Do you think he knew Kelly or something like that? Anne leans back in her chair. This has piqued her interest. No. Well, yeah, her husband is on the police force and it's a small town. He had to have known her. But I think he's flirting with me. He told me he would be there for me regardless of if Adam were convicted, and it's just the way he looks at me, too. Maybe I need that right now. I think I do. Sheriff Stevens might just be the person I need right now more than I know. That's really weird. Anne juts her nose. Is it, though? Should I be worried? I should be, shouldn't I? Well, he is the sheriff of the town, and you are the wife of a husband who supposedly murdered a resident there, and you're also the defense attorney for said husband. He might see you more as a victim, like the wife of a murderer, rather than the defense attorney, and he could just feel bad for what you're going through and the circumstances surrounding the case, Anne suggests. He doesn't seem to think Adam did it either. Don't you think it's odd that he told me that as the defense attorney on the case? Yes, as the defense attorney, but not as the wife. He's probably just not able to draw the lines between what's appropriate and what's not, given what's going on. This is an extremely odd predicament you're all in. I know. And sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, I confess. Right thing? Standing by my husband when he didn't stand by me. You're doing the right thing because you're a good person. Just because your husband was wrong doesn't mean you have to be. You've stayed true to you, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. Whether he spends the rest of his life in jail or not, Adam is going to regret what he did to you, I can promise you that. I press my lips together, raise my eyebrows, and give a slight nod. Oh, by the way, the background checks on Kelly and Scott came in. No, I'm not you when it comes to investigative work, but I did find something that seems very odd. I just wasn't able to figure out exactly what was going on. Anne hands over the file. I begin flipping through the pages. What was the odd part you found? For starters, Callie Summers isn't her real name. It's Jenna Way. Jenna Way? Why the change of name? I flip through the papers, trying to find the answer to my own question. It's in my nature. If I ask a question, I have to find the answer. I typically don't trust others to give me the correct information. I mean, Adam didn't for all this time. He gave me half to nearly none of the pertinent information of what he was doing before Kelly was murdered, and even now, when his life is on the line, I know he's not telling me everything. Well, she was married before Scott, and her previous husband was murdered. I'm still flipping through the papers. What? How? By whom? He was stabbed to death by Kelly, or should I say Jenna, and the odd thing is she got off. Anne raises her eyebrow. That's really odd. None of it makes any sense. How did she get off? I thumbed through the papers. Evidence went missing during the trial and the charges were dismissed, but guess who one of the arresting officers on the scene was? Who? None other than Scott Summers.
22. Adam Morgan. The guard opens the door and I step into the small room. Immediately my body is wrapped in Mother's arms. She smells of her usual perfume and she's wearing all black as if she's dressed for my funeral. The guard informs us that visiting hours are over in 10 minutes and then closes the door behind him. "Sweetheart," she says, kissing my cheeks. "What did they do to you?" She examines my face, poking and prodding to ensure it's healing properly. She's not a doctor, but she's seen enough of them to think she knows what she's doing. "It's nothing, Mom." I pull her back in for a hug so she'll stop staring and trying to put my face back together. I guide her back into her seat and I take the one across from her. She reaches for my hands, holding them, just gazing at me. Her mouth opens, then closes, then opens again, searching for the words to say. "What, Mom?" She says nothing, continues staring. You're trying to decide if I didn't? No. Her response is resolute. No. I cock my head. You're my son. I know you didn't do this, and I'm going to get you out of here. She squeezes my hands. Mom, I was sleeping with Kelly. They found her body in my bed. My DNA was all over her. I shake my head. Saying it out loud makes me realize how truly screwed I am. Having an affair isn't a crime. My mother snaps back. Mom, fuck the affair. Look at the evidence they have. It doesn't matter. I'm going to get you the best defense attorney. She nods as she speaks. I already have one. Who? Sarah. Mother has never treated her fairly. No matter what Sarah did, she could never live up to my mother's expectations of success because their visions of success never aligned. Sarah? She's the one that got you into this mess. I pull my hands away. What? How? Well, if she would have been more focused on loving you than her career, you wouldn't have been diddle-dipping elsewhere in the first place. Plus, she deprived you of fatherhood and stopped me from being a grandmother. Mom crosses her arms in front of her chest. None of that is true, Mom. I let out a huff and roll my eyes. She just wasn't ready yet. You know why, and you know what she went through. I narrow my eyes. How can she say things like that about my wife? Sarah has been through enough, and she doesn't need this from my mother. Yeah. Everyone has a pity story, Adam. Enough, Mom. My voice raises more than I've ever raised it to my mother. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't even bat an eye. I could literally throw this table across the room and punch her right in the mouth, and she'd still look at me like I was the reason the sun rose every morning. Oh, sweetheart, jail is already making you temperamental. She reaches across the table and caresses my cheek. I'm going to bring you some of that peppermint tea you like. That used to help calm you down as a child. She smiles at me. I take a deep breath. The door opens, and in the doorway stands Sarah. My mom turns her neck to look. Eleanor? Adam? Sarah greets. Hello, Sarah. My mother's greeting is cold, as usual. Adam isn't supposed to have visitors until after his arraignment. How did you get in here? Sarah questions. I have my ways. Mom smirks. What are you doing here? I ask. Any good news? Sarah takes a couple of steps into the room and closes the door behind her. I'm just here to tell you that they are officially charging you. You'll need to enter a plea tomorrow. She makes steady eye contact with my mother and me. But I'll be back in the morning to cover it with you. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Officially charged? I question. Sarah nods. This is ridiculous, Sarah. My mother stands from her chair. You need to fix this. She points at my wife. I'm working on it, Eleanor. The CA believes he can prove Adam's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, so he's going for it. But I didn't do this. My eyes get wet, and my voice quakes. I know, sweetheart, Mom says, and we are going to get you the best attorney money can buy, and it'll all be over soon. Sarah shakes her head. I'm going to go. She turns on her heel. The guard pops open the door and stands there like a soldier at attention. Visiting hours are over, he announces. Mom rushes around the table and hugs me. I will be back tomorrow, Cubby Bear, she whispers in my ear. Mom, don't call me that. I'm in jail. I push the words through gritted teeth, trying not to let anyone hear me. Sarah sidesteps the guard to leave. My mother releases me and whips around. Sarah, wait. I want to take you out for dinner. Discuss next steps, my mother insists. Sarah stops and looks back at us. I have a lot of work to do, and Mom holds her hand up. Your excuses won't work with me. We're going.
23. Sarah Morgan. We are seated across from each other at Pineapple and Pearls, Eleanor's choice. The restaurant has a fixed menu, and while I'm sure the selection will be divine, it is just another example of her being in control of the situation. Where do we start, Sarah? She asks me. We don't start anywhere. You aren't a lawyer, nor are you a law enforcement official, so there isn't a scenario where you get to rummage through evidence or crime scenes or anything else to help Adam. You just need to let me do my job. I deliver squarely to her. Hopefully she will take the overt hint and drop the notion of teaming up to save her baby boy. And how do you expect me to do that? Of fucking course she doesn't drop it. Do what, Eleanor? Leave this all in your hands. I mean, how can we even trust you to do the best job here? She scans the drink menu as she speaks, as if she and I are talking about the weather or some other mundane thing. Excuse me? She looks up at me. I think you need to accept some fault in this, too. And if that's the case, then... What? I mean, husbands don't typically cheat on loving wives. That's wildly inappropriate. I shake my head in disbelief. She keeps going. And Adam has always wanted to be a father, and I a grandmother, and you have withheld that joy from us. I hold my hand up. I'm going to stop you right there, Eleanor. I would love to reach across the table and claw her Botox face off. Now, I know you had a rough upbringing with your dad's passing and your mom's drug addiction, but that's not something you get to hold on to forever. She pauses when the waitress arrives. We'll have 2 Manhattans. She closes the drinks menu and hands it to the waitress. I have half the nerve to storm out of here, but I know that won't do any good. Actually, I'll have Tito's double vodka soda with a lime, I correct. The waitress nods. I give a small grin. Bring them both anyway, I'm going to need 2, she says to the waitress. Now, what was I saying? My hands are beneath the table, clenched so tightly my nails are digging into my palms. The moisture and warmth tell me I've punctured my skin. Oh yes, I've lost people too. My husband died, but you don't see that stopping me from living my life. Eleanor nods as she speaks, as if she's giving me some sort of motivational speech, but the only thing she's motivating me to do is to flip this table into her and walk out the door. I relax my hands, looking down at them for a moment. There are small bloody puncture wounds on each palm. I clutch my napkin and take a deep breath. I can get through this. I've endured worse. The waitress sets down my vodka soda and 2 Manhattans. I take mine and drink nearly the entire thing. Eleanor is still talking about how I should live my life and how Adam is not at fault. And addiction clearly runs in your family, Sarah. You might just be addicted to your work. I'm just trying to help, and I want to make sure Adam is getting the best defense possible. She takes a slow sip of her Manhattan while holding eye contact with me. He has the best defense possible, and it bodes well for Adam that his wife of 10 years is not only standing behind him, but is also defending him in the matter. It's the least you can do, Sarah. Now, are you sure you're equipped to handle this? She attempts to raise an eyebrow, but her Botox-infested face isn't able to comply. I'm positive. Well, I suppose your work addiction will provide a benefit for once. Eleanor smirks. My eyes nearly roll out of their sockets. I suppose it will. Ugh, I really wish you would have paid more attention to my son and upheld your wifely duties. Adam wouldn't be in this predicament otherwise. Such a shame. She shakes her head as she speaks. She'll keep going all evening unless I tell her what she wants to hear. I take a deep breath. You're right, Eleanor. I should have been a better wife to Adam. But I promise you this, I will be better now, and I'll make sure Adam gets the justice he deserves, I say with a stern nod. The waitress sets down the first course. Eleanor smiles back at me. I knew you'd see it my way. Now, let's enjoy our meal.
24. Adam Morgan. Once again, I find myself lying in a metal bunk with a mattress I swear is as thick as a piece of cardboard. I've spent 60 of the last 72 hours lying in this bed thinking about how I got here. I'm still not sure how I went from having an affair to being the primary suspect for the murder of my mistress. How did I end up here? Sarah feels nothing for me anymore. I know this, and I can't say that I blame her. Even if by some miracle she is able to get me off, we'll never have what we had before, if we had anything at all. I'm not so sure anymore. Was I just convenient, a warm body to come home to? No, I'm sure there was love before. But I look at her now, and I think I've hurt her to the point where there's no going back. She does still have feelings for me, but those feelings are overpowered by feelings of hatred, anger, sadness, regret. Will I survive this? I don't know. Will we survive this? Probably not. Our meeting yesterday didn't end well, thanks in part to my mother's comments. After Sarah told me they were officially charging me, she and Mom left for dinner. I can't imagine that the meal went well. A guard smacks his baton against the bars of my cell. "You've got a visitor." I stand up and drag my feet across the floor. I really don't care to speak to anyone, but visitors and time in the rec room are the only things that break up the hours while I'm here. I follow the officer until we're standing in front of the interrogation room. He opens the door, and there's a man with a blonde buzz cut sitting in the chair. His back is to me. New lawyer, I think. Perhaps Sarah finally decided enough was enough and my mom hired a new attorney. I pass him, and when I sit down to take my seat across from him, it's then that I find out who he is. Scott Summers. I stand ready to leave. "Relax, I'm just here to talk." He puts his hands up, trying to show that he is not a threat to me. His voice is deep and husky. It's the first time that I've heard him speak. Last time we met, his fists did all the talking. I look back to the guard and then back at the chair, deciding. "It's up to you, Adam. I'm not going to force you to sit here," the guard says. We all exchange looks, and then I decide to take a seat. If anything, maybe Scott will slip up, and I'll uncover something that'll help my case. What do I have to lose? My life? At this point, I wouldn't consider it much of a loss anyway. "Thanks," Scott says. "No funny business, Scott. I'm breaking a few rules by having you here, so don't screw me over. I'll be on the other side of this door. You've got 20 minutes. The guard steps out and closes the door behind him. I lean back in my chair and wait for him to speak. I don't know why he's here, and I don't know why he wants to talk to me, but he's here, and he can be the first to speak. Like I said, I'm just here to talk. I just want to know what happened. I want to know what you know." He has dark circles under his eyes and an unkempt beard. His button-up plaid shirt is wrinkled and his hair is frayed. He clearly has been taking care of himself. "I've told everything to the police. It's all in my statements, and I know you have access to them, so why are you here?" "I do, and I have read them, but I want to hear it from you," he says. "What do you want to know, exactly?" "Did Kelly ever say anything about me? Did you know she was married?" "Yes, I knew she was married, and I know what you did to her." My eyes narrow. I want to reach across this table for all the times he hurt her. "What is it that you think I did to her?" He scrunches up his face and leans back. "You were abusive to her. You hurt her. You bruised her and made her bleed. Do you think you're some big, powerful man? Do you think hitting your wife makes you a tough guy?" I slam a fist on the table. "What are you talking about? I never laid a hand on her. How could she say that?" He pounds his fist on the table, which doesn't do much for his case. "I've seen her bruises. I've seen her with a black eye, a bloody nose, and a fat lip. Don't sit there and deny what you did. Are you scared that the police will find out what you've done and look to you as the primary suspect? Because I know it was you who killed her. I know it." I clench my jaw so tight my teeth ache. "Are you kidding me? I loved Kelly. There was one time about 2 weeks before she died that I accidentally caught her in the face with my elbow when I was hanging drywall in our home. But that's it. She left and said she was going to a neighbor's house to use their first aid kit because ours was missing. Are you telling me she went to your house and told you I hit her on purpose?" He's pissed, but there's also sadness in his eyes. Either he's an incredible actor, or he's telling the truth. "She did come over crying and told me all about what you did and what you had been doing to her over the years. I've seen her bruises on more than one occasion. Why would she lie? I don't know. Maybe for sympathy, maybe for attention. But I can tell you one thing. She used to come to me back when I was an officer in Appleton, Wisconsin, and tell me all the same stuff about her first husband, that he was abusing her. I would never intentionally hurt her, and now I'm starting to think maybe he didn't either." He's glancing all over the place as if he's putting all the pieces together, but his furrowed brows and wide eyes show me that it's not making sense. None of it does. Why would she do that? She told me about her first husband. She told me you were holding it over her, that you'd say you could go back and get her convicted of his murder if you wanted. It's why she couldn't leave you. None of that is true. I never talked about him. I never brought that part of her life up. When we left Wisconsin, we left that chapter of our lives behind us. He looks me straight in the eye. He wants me to believe him, but I don't know whether or not he's telling the truth. How could I? I don't know him. All I know is what Kelly has told me about him. Why would she lie about that? I ask. I really don't know. But I swear to you, I never hurt her. What about the texts you sent her the night of her murder? You threatened her. I know. I regret sending those, he says with a soft sob. But I didn't kill her. I was with my partner, Marcus, all night. Convenient. Is that why you're here? To convince me that you're innocent in all of this? He rubs his face with his hands as if he's trying to wake himself up from a bad dream or something. No. I came here to look you in the eye, and for you to be man enough to admit what you've done. I didn't kill Kelly. I wouldn't. I loved her, and I know you don't want to hear that as her husband, but I did. Scott shakes his head. The door flings open, and in the doorway is Sarah, her assistant Anne, and a man in a pinstripe suit. It takes me a moment to recognize him. It's Matthew, Sarah's best friend in law school. I haven't seen him in years, but Sarah stays in touch with him via text, calls, and emails. She's even visited him a few times in New York. Sarah looks at Scott and then at me, and from her expression, I know she's pissed. "What the hell are you doing speaking to my client?" she shouts, her attention directed at Scott. He gets up from his chair. "I was just leaving," he says calmly. "This is not okay. Where is Sheriff Stevens?" Scott tries to pass her, but she blocks the doorway with her small and slender stature. She juts her chin up at him. "Like I said, I was just leaving," Scott says. "I don't care. You have no right to speak to him." She crosses her arms over her chest. "I know. I'm sorry." "Sarah, it's fine. We're done talking. Just let him go," I say. "What were you two talking about? As his lawyer, I have a right to know." "Come on, Scott." The guard ushers him out. Sarah doesn't step aside, and he has to practically shrink down to nothing to get past her. Her death glare returns to me. I'm targeted with matching glares from Anne and Matthew. Anne is like Sarah's puppet, doing and saying whatever she's told. Their relationship has always rubbed me the wrong way. Anne idolizes Sarah, and Sarah basks in that attention. Matthew has always been Sarah's sidekick, and it appears Robin has returned to Batman's side. "Are you trying to lose this case?" Sarah taps her stiletto rapidly on the tile floor. It's clearly a rhetorical question, so I simply shrug. She shakes her head. "Are you going to tell me what that was all about?" "It was nothing. He just wanted to talk about Kelly." I don't know why I'm not saying anymore. Maybe because what Scott said destroys my case. If Scott was never abusive, why would anyone believe that he killed her? And if he was with Deputy Hudson all night, he couldn't have murdered Kelly. Then again, an officer having his partner as an alibi doesn't sit well for me. It's all a bit too perfect. Sarah and Anne take a seat in front of me. They start pulling out files from their bags. Matthew leans against the wall behind them as if standing guard. "What brings you here, Matthew?" I ask. "I'm in town a while for business, and I guess the timing isn't great considering," Matthew says, looking around. "Timing was never your strong suit," I say. "Clearly not yours either," Matthew quips. "Will you stop?" Sarah narrows her eyes at me. "Matthew is helping with your case, so show a little respect." I nod and lower my head. Jail is already turning me into a hardened asshole. Or maybe I've been one all along. Sarah reads over her notes briefly and then looks to me. "Did you know Kelly Summers' real name was Jenna Way?" I did. She told me about her past 2 weeks before she was murdered. "And you decided to leave that bit of information out?" It slipped my mind. "You're a suspect for murder, and the fact that the woman you were sleeping with killed her first husband slipped your mind?" There's anger in her voice. Once again, I don't blame her. "She was never formally charged," I argue. "Yes, She was. The case fell apart in the middle of the trial after evidence went missing, which, from the looks of it, Scott may have helped make disappear. She tightens her jaw. Anne crosses her arms in front of her chest. Matthew shakes his head. I wish the two of them weren't here. I don't need the additional judgment. Mine and Sarah's judgment is more than enough. Kelly said she didn't do it. I confess. That's what all murderers say. Anne pipes up. Isn't that what you've been saying? Matthew smirks at me. Sarah turns around and shoots a look at Matthew. I can't see her face, but Matthew says, Okay, I'll stop. So I know she's sticking up for me. Matthew has always been protective of Sarah, and I can understand the cutting remarks, but I appreciate Sarah defending me. Your arraignment is in 1 hour, Anne interjects. She pulls a pair of pants, a button-down shirt, a tie, and dress shoes from her bag and slides them toward me. You'll need to enter your plea as you're being officially charged for the murder of Kelly Rose Summers and her unborn child, Sarah says. Her eyes meet mine. She tightens her face, but a tear breaks through. And before the dam opens, she wipes it away and takes a couple of small breaths, closing the dam for now. Or maybe for good. I nod as I knew this was coming. Sarah told me yesterday. If you plead not guilty, the CA will try for the death penalty. If you plead guilty, they're offering 25 years with no possibility of parole. What would you like to plea? Well, not guilty, of course. I didn't do this. Anger grabs hold of my voice. She nods. All right. We'll be back in an hour for your arraignment. They pack up their stuff and walk out, leaving me alone with a pile of clothing.
25. Sarah Morgan. Anne, Matthew, and I walk to a small coffee shop across the street as we have 30 minutes before Adam's arraignment. Matthew and I take our seats at a high-top table while Anne orders us coffee. Adam looks awful. I've never seen him like that, Matthew says. It's been a while, but still. It suits him, though, I say. I'm still mad at him for withholding information about Kelly, or should I say, Jenna. I would have scolded him yesterday if Eleanor hadn't been there. And now today I find him talking to Scott Summers, Kelly's husband. He's a possible suspect. He's part of my defense strategy, and Adam is destroying it. Anne takes a seat at the table. Matthew tightens his eyes. Do you think it's a good idea for him to plead not guilty, especially with the death penalty on the line? Based on the evidence, probably not, but it's not my job to sway my client. I'm simply supposed to present them with their options. The barista sets down our cups of coffee. But he's your husband, Matthew argues. He's my client first. Matthew nods, dropping it. I glance at him as I take a sip of my coffee. What's his angle here? Let's not forget that jerk cheated on her for over a year, Anne says with a bit of sass. And if it were up to Adam's mother, I'd be the one on trial. She thinks this is all my doing. I shake my head. Matthew nearly drops his drink. Anne's eyes shoot open. She said that? She said I need to take responsibility because a man doesn't cheat on a loving wife. What a bitch! Anne immediately slaps her hand over her mouth as the words come out. I second that, Matthew laughs. Is she going to be around for a while? I assume for the whole trial. She's treating this thing like Adam's the new lead in Hamilton rather than the accused in a double homicide case. I'll try my best to keep her out of your hair, Anne says. Thank you. Now we're going to have to start pulling witnesses. The greatest strength we'll have in this case is casting doubt on Adam. Kelly has a twisted past with a lot of loose ends. There are a number of people that may have wanted her dead, especially if she killed her first husband. That man had family and friends, and I'm sure none of them were happy that she got off scot-free. Pun intended. Anne lets out a chuckle as she pulls out her notepad and begins making a list. Plus the threatening note and photograph. Someone took that photo, someone wrote that note, and we need to figure out who. I say. Matthew nods. Any witnesses you want me to contact? Anne writes down more notes. Yes, let's pull Sheriff Stevens, Scott Summers, Deputy Hudson, and let's find a relative of her late husband, someone that has bad blood with her. We're also going to need to pull her phone records. I want to find out who that third set of DNA belongs to. I pause and quickly go over everything in my head, thinking about all possibilities. Also, I'd like to talk to a few of her coworkers. Maybe there's someone there that knew more about her past or her indiscretions, someone that can give us more insight on Kelly. Right now, no one seems to really know who she is. I take another sip of my coffee. Got it, boss, Anne says. I can take care of the phone records. I know people in high places who are willing to go to low places. For me. Matthew winks. I give him a small smile. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it. No problem. I have to jet off to a meeting. Just send me the phone numbers. He stands and pulls me in for a tight hug. I'd do anything for you, Sarah. He kisses both of my cheeks, says goodbye, and heads out of the cafe. I glance down at my watch and look at Anne. We should probably head over.
26. Adam Morgan. I'm waiting outside the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in the clothes Sarah delivered. A guard is standing beside me, ensuring I don't run, as if I'd have anywhere to run to. I'm pleading not guilty because I know I didn't do this. But I also know that in some cases not committing the crime isn't enough to be innocent. And I think I might be one of those cases. The evidence is stacked against me. I know that. Sarah knows that. Everyone knows that. I'll need a miracle to get out of this. My mother comes walking through the courthouse doors dressed in all white as if she believes she's my guardian angel. She pulls her Chanel glasses from her face and slides them into her bag. She stops right in front of me, surveying my attire. "You look perfect, darling," she says, planting a kiss on each of my cheeks. I shake my head. My mother looks up and down at the guard standing beside me. "Are those necessary?" She points at the handcuffs around my wrists. "He's entering a plea for double homicide today, so yes." How could anyone think such a handsome and charming man could be guilty of anything? She pushes the hair off my forehead gently. The guard rolls his eyes. "No touching, please, ma'am." Mom gives him a dirty look, then glances around the lobby. "Where's Sarah and her little assistant?" They just went to grab coffee. Giving into their own vices over my son's well-being. Doesn't seem like a very strong defense team. Mom, stop. I'm just saying. She flips her hand at me dismissively. Sarah and Anne enter the courthouse, each carrying a cup of coffee and a tote bag. A coffee would be great right about now, but if I'm wishing for things, a glass of scotch would be much better. They're chatting as they approach me. I wonder where Matthew ran off to. He's always showing up randomly and then disappearing. Sarah is wearing one of her standard power skirt suits in the color heather gray. Anne is dressed in a similar style, but her outfit probably costs a tenth of what Sarah's does. Sarah's whole demeanor changes when she sees my mother. "There you are, Sarah," Mom says. "I was wondering when you were going to get around to defending my son." Sarah stops quickly about a foot away. Anne gives an awkward nod and stands beside her. "The arraignment hasn't started yet, Eleanor." Sarah practically turns her body away from my mom, making it very clear she has no desire to speak to her. "Here's how this is going to go. You'll enter your plea, and I'm going to try to get you out on bail. The judge will either grant or deny bail, and then he'll set a trial date. Do you understand?" "Yes." "What are my chances of getting bail?" "I'd say you should have a good chance. You have no criminal history, and you've been cooperative thus far. But on the flip side, Commonwealth's attorney Josh Peters may fight it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he did." "Why?" "Yes, why would anyone want to see my son behind bars?" Eleanor asks. Sarah ignores her and only focuses on me. "This is a very violent crime, and he is seeking the death penalty, and because of that, you might be deemed a flight risk." She takes a sip of her coffee, then looks back at me. Her face softens. She holds the cup up, offering it to me. I glance down at my handcuffed hands and shrug. She brings the cup to my lips and pours it into my mouth. It's lukewarm, but it's better than anything I've had in jail. Sarah gives me a small smile as I pull away. Maybe she does still love me. Thank you. She nods. The information she just told me finally sinks in. Wait, I'd have to spend the duration of the trial in jail if bail is denied? I ask to confirm even though I know the answer to the question. I just want to talk to Sarah as husband and wife, not as lawyer and client. That's correct. I notice she has a bit of sweat on her forehead and her face is turning pale. That's ridiculous. You better take care of this, Sarah. Mom taps her heel on the floor. Are you okay? I ask. She gags, hands her coffee to Anne, and runs to a nearby garbage can in the lobby and throws up. Anne rushes to her side and rubs her back, asking her if she needs anything, or if she should reschedule. Sarah shakes her head and scurries off to the bathroom. She'll be right back, Anne says, walking over to me. Is she okay? What's wrong with her? I'm concerned not only for my wife, but if she'll be able to handle this hearing. I don't think she can handle this case. We should shop around, Mom whispers into my ear. Stop, Mom. I'm sure she's fine, Anne says. Maybe you should go help her, Mom says to Anne, shooing her away. Sarah's clearly not strong enough on her own.
27. Sarah Morgan. I walk out of the bathroom stall and splash some water on my face. I take my makeup bag from my tote, repowder my face, swish around some mouthwash, pat down my hair, and reapply my lip gloss. I feel fine now, but I don't know what came over me. The stress of this case, poor nutrition, inadequate sleep, or Eleanor. Pulling out my phone, I text Anne. I'm fine. Must have had something that didn't agree with me. I'll be back in a few minutes. Giving myself a once-over in the mirror, I straighten my top and skirt and tighten my ponytail. I pick up my bag and walk out of the bathroom, running smack bang into Commonwealth's attorney Josh Peters. The coffee he's holding spills all over the both of us, and we both apologize to one another. Sarah, I'm sorry, C.A. Peters says. No, I'm sorry, Josh. Wait right here. He dips into the men's bathroom. He comes out moments later with a wad of paper towels. He hands me half, and we both wipe and dab at the coffee. His white button-up shirt is stained, but it's hard to even see where the coffee was spilled on his black pants and jacket. I find myself glancing up at him as we blot ourselves. He's in his mid-30s and overqualified for the job he's in. He could have gone into corporate law or defense, but his moral compass kept him in the public sector. We finish getting as cleaned up as possible. C.A. Peters even wipes up the spilled coffee on the floor and then collects the soiled towels. He disappears into the bathroom and returns a moment later carrying just his briefcase. Listen, I know we're on opposite sides and what your situation is, and I just want to let you know that I'm sorry for what you're going through, but I'm still going to do my job. He stands firm with perfect posture, his presence giving no hint of the sympathy he is trying to exude with his words. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, C.A. Peters. Good. Are you ready? Actually, I'd like to speak with you about the plea deal. Sure. He widens his stance and puts one of his hands on his hip. The open posture is supposed to signal an inviting tone as he waits to hear my offer. I have to give it to him. He has all the nuances down to a T. Can we take the death penalty off the table and go for life in prison for a not guilty plea? You know just as well as I do juries have a hard time coming up with a conviction when the death penalty is involved. And there's a third set of DNA. We don't even know who it belongs to. I hold my hands out, palms face up, as if offering a physical item to him. The evidence is stacked against Adam with or without that DNA. You know that, Sarah. He recrosses his arms and closes his stance as if to say, deal time is over. I know, I say, feeling defeated. He's right. That DNA doesn't really matter if we don't know who it belongs to. Kelly was found dead in our home, and Adam was the last person to see her alive. Plus, his DNA is all over her. And Adam failed his lie detector test, Peters adds. Yeah, and so did Scott. You know as much as I do polygraphs are a bunch of pseudoscience bullshit. I narrow my eyes at him. Fine, I'll tell you what. If he pleads guilty, I'll reduce the sentence from 25 years to 20 years without parole. But that offer expires in 5 minutes. I'll go talk to my client. Thank you. Adam is still standing handcuffed in front of the doors of the courtroom. Eleanor is deep in conversation with him. Nothing good can come of that. The guard is near him but inattentive, and Anne is sitting on a bench alone, looking around aimlessly. Hey, I say, interrupting Eleanor and Adam. Anne quickly gets up and joins us. Are you okay? Anne and Adam both speak at the same time. I tell them I am. Maybe we should have someone else stand in for you. Eleanor looks me up and down. I said I'm fine, and I renegotiated the plea deal. What is it? Adam asks. C.A. Peters offered 20 years with no possibility of parole if you plead guilty. It's a good deal, considering what you're looking at. I can't tell you what to plead, but I do have to present it to you. He draws his eyebrows together and squeezes his eyes shut for a moment. He was hoping for a miracle, but 20 years is still a long time to spend behind bars. He'll be 56 when he gets out. But it's better than the alternative, which is death if a jury finds him guilty. With the current evidence, a jury would most likely have no problem passing out a guilty verdict. That's a terrible deal, Sarah. My son is innocent. 20 years? I'll be dead by the time he gets out. Eleanor stomps her heel. I ignore her and focus on Adam. He looks to me. What would you suggest? As your lawyer, I'd say take the deal. What about as my wife? I take a moment to decide what to say. As your wife, I'd say fight like hell. All right, then. Tell them no deal. There's positivity in his voice. I don't know where that came from. There's nothing positive in this case. I nod at Adam, and he sends back a partial smile, a small glimmer of hope in his eyes. C.A. Peters says hello to everyone. What's it going to be? My client will be pleading not guilty. You're making a mistake. My son is innocent. Eleanor folds her arms in front of her chest. Okay, then. C.A. Peters nods, walks past us, and enters the courtroom. Adam, Anne, and I follow and sit on the left side of the room at a table. Eleanor takes a front row seat. I hope she keeps her mouth shut during this. Better yet, I hope she doesn't. Perhaps the judge can do me a solid and charge her with contempt of court. Anne pulls out a couple of files and places them in front of me. All rise. The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Dion presiding. The bailiff announces. Judge Dion, an old man with thinning white hair and glasses hanging at the tip of his nose, enters and sits at his bench. He flips through a couple of pieces of paper and then redirects his attention to C.A. Peters and me. In the matter of the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia v. Adam Morgan, counsel, please state your appearances. Judge Dion says. Commonwealth's Attorney Josh Peters representing the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Your Honor. Sarah Morgan representing Adam Morgan, Your Honor. Judge Dion raises an eyebrow when he hears Morgan and Morgan. He immediately puts two and two together. Interesting. Defendant, please state your full name for the court. Adam Francis Morgan. C.A. Peters, will you please state the charges that have been made against the defendant in this case? Judge Dion asks. Yes, Your Honor. The state charges Adam Morgan with first-degree double homicide against Kelly Summers and her unborn child. It is my understanding that the defendant is planning to plead not guilty to the charges brought by the people. Before I take your plea, I must ensure that you understand your constitutional and statutory rights. You have a right to be represented by counsel at this arraignment, which I see you have already retained. Yes, Your Honor, Adam says. You have a right to a preliminary hearing within 10 court days after the arraignment or entry of a plea. You have the right to a speedy trial. Judge Dion goes on and on. I've heard this spiel 1,000 times before, but this is Adam's first time hearing it. He listens attentively, never breaking eye contact with the judge. I don't realize I've zoned out until the judge finishes with, "Do you understand these rights?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Mrs. Morgan, do you believe that you have had enough time to discuss this case with your client? Have you discussed his rights, defenses, and the possible consequences of his plea with him? Are you satisfied your client understands these things?" Judge Dion asks. "Yes, Your Honor." "Mr. Morgan, are you prepared to enter your plea?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Mr. Morgan, you are charged with double homicide in the first degree. To that charge, what is your plea?" Adam stands. "Not guilty, Your Honor," he says with all the confidence in the world. The court accepts the defendant's plea of not guilty. Court is scheduled to begin 2 weeks from today, Monday, November 2nd. Bail is set at $2 million. Your Honor, the state recommends that Adam Morgan be held without bail. C.A. Peters says. Your Honor, that's ridiculous. I stand. Adam Morgan is facing the death penalty. He has the means to flee. We believe he is a flight risk, Your Honor. C.A. Peters argues. This is his first criminal charge of any crime whatsoever. My client has been cooperative throughout this process, I argue. I've heard both sides. Bail is set at $2 million, and Adam Morgan will be placed under house arrest for the duration of the trial. Judge Dion rules. Thank you, Your Honor, I say. Court dismissed. Judge Dion smacks his gavel. Well done. C.A. Peters shakes my hand. But don't count on that kind of luck throughout the trial. What happens now? Adam looks at me. I'll get the money pulled together right away, and you should be fitted for an ankle bracelet and discharged this afternoon. You will need to remain at the lake house during the trial. Sheriff Stevens cleared it yesterday, so it's no longer an active crime scene. You'll only be able to leave the house for set court dates. If you violate the terms of bail by either missing a court date or leaving the lake house, you'll be thrown back in jail. Do you understand? Yes. He holds up his hands for the guard to cuff him. I'm going to go talk to Sheriff Stevens. I'll meet you at the lake house this afternoon. An officer will bring you home. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Anne packs up our stuff and follows me. As I pass Eleanor, she nods and gives me a pleased smile. It's the first time I've ever received one from her. I return a tight smile of my own. Sheriff Stevens is waiting at the back of the courtroom, holding a couple of file folders stuffed with papers. Hey, Sarah, he says, doing his best James Dean impression from Rebel Without a Cause. He's leaning up against the wall, head slightly cocked, eyes slightly squinted. Sheriff Stevens, this is my assistant Anne, Sheriff Stevens. They shake hands and exchange greetings. The test results on that scotch came back. They did find Rohypnol in it, and we tested the blood draw we took from Adam the night of his arrest. There wasn't any Rohypnol in his system. That doesn't make any sense. If he was drinking the scotch too, he must have had Rohypnol in his system, I say. Maybe he wasn't drinking from the decanter, Sheriff Stevens suggests. Sorry, I don't have better news for you. What about that third set of DNA? Did you guys get a match in the criminal database? Unfortunately not. We're still looking into it. We did get the phone records back. He hands me the file folders. Her texts are printed out as well. I hand the folders off to Anne, who sticks them away in her tote bag. Did you have a chance to read through them? Anything unusual? The texts from the number that appear to be from the other man she was seeing are from an unregistered number. Like a burner phone? Exactly. Whoever he is, he didn't want anyone to know he was in contact with Kelly. Maybe he's the one that did this, or perhaps he's married himself, he offers. Can we find out anything about that number? As of now, it's a dead end. Going through the texts more closely might give us some sort of clue as to who he is, but there's not many text messages between them anyway. However, since a formal charge has been entered in the court, this case is closed for us. I can get you any information you need that we already have, but I can't put any more man-hours into this case. What about Scott? Did you look into him? We did. He has an alibi for the night of Kelly's murder. Who? Deputy Marcus Hudson, Sheriff Stevens says. Were they both working that night? I tap my foot in annoyance at the information coming my way. Nope, just two buddies hanging out at Scott's house. Right, I say sarcastically. What about the photo with the threatening note? We pulled fingerprints and ran them through a criminal database. No match. So all that means is the person who sent it isn't a criminal. Yet. Sheriff Stevens raises an eyebrow. Anne's tote bag falls to the floor with a loud thud, and nearly everything spills out of it. She quickly bends down and gathers her items. Sorry, she says as Sheriff Stevens and I bend down to help. Something isn't adding up. Something's fishy. Adam didn't have Rohypnol in his system, but it was in the decanter, and the police forgot to even check for that. Deputy Hudson is Scott's alibi, and they were just hanging out at Scott's home all night with no other witnesses. Is this sloppy police work, or is there something more sinister going on? We stand up while Anne finishes packing her tote bag. Holler at me if you need anything. I'll be bringing Adam to the lake house this afternoon. Maybe I'll see you there, he says. Yeah, maybe. He walks out the courtroom doors. I turn to Anne just as she gets her bag back up on her shoulder. We're on our own now? She asks. Looks that way. Do you want me to hire a private investigator for the case then? No, I think we can handle this. We have 2 weeks to prepare for the preliminary trial. I need you to go back to the office and start going through those texts. Compare them to what Matthew sends over to make sure they match up. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Please call me if you find anything. You got it. She nods and marches out the door. I can't hire a private detective just yet. I have to pull together Adam's bail, and I can't use the firm's resources to hire a detective. It's too big of an expense, and it'll get flagged. I'm sure Eleanor would put up the money, but I don't even want to give her that small victory. She's already involved herself too much, and she's going to end up compromising the case. I'll just have to handle it myself.
28. Adam Morgan. Sheriff Stevens escorts me from the car into the lake house. He's explaining how much room I have outside, which is about 20 yards from the house in all directions. My mom pulls up and parks her Cadillac rental. She was sure to follow closely behind the entire time, running red lights and only pausing at stop signs as if she were involved in a high-speed pursuit. This is quaint, Mom says, looking at the lake house. Let's get you fitted for an ankle bracelet and I'll get the transmitter set up inside, Sheriff Stevens says. I lead the way. The sheriff sets up a black box and then tells me to have a seat on the sofa. He walks over and kneels beside me. Pushing up my pant leg, he fastens the bracelet around my ankle. Mom glances around the house and then at me. She frowns at the ankle bracelet. Do you have any wine, Adam? She asks. Yeah, Mom, there's some in the kitchen. She makes herself at home, pouring herself a large glass of red wine and rummaging in the cupboards. She goes into the fridge and pulls out sausage and cheese and begins slicing them up. Now, it is waterproof. Showering with it ain't a problem. If you remove it, we'll know. If you leave the premises, we'll know. You got yourself a nice place here, so just settle in. All right, I say, pushing my pant leg back down. He stands up and takes a couple of steps into the living room, glancing around. Is there anything else I should know? I ask. Nope. That's it. Did Kelly ever talk about the other guy she was seeing? I didn't even know there was another guy. He makes a humph sound and walks to the built-in bookshelf. He reads the spines and randomly pulls out one here and there. I look into the kitchen and watch my mom fill her wine glass a second time. You never got the sense there was someone else? He asks. No. She never slipped up and mentioned another man's name or anything like that? No. Like I said, I didn't know she was seeing someone else. There's an edge of annoyance in my voice. Here, some snacks for you, honey. Mom sets down a platter of cheese, sausage, and crackers. Sheriff Stevens pops a piece of sausage in his mouth while Mom stands beside him holding her glass of wine. Will you be working on finding the real criminal responsible for this murder, Sheriff Stevens? Mom takes a sip and raises an eyebrow. The sheriff lets out an awkward cough. The front door opens and closes with a bang. Sarah's heels tap across the hardwood floor. "Hey, you're still here?" she says to Sheriff Stevens. "Yeah, I was just leaving, actually." He turns from the bookshelf and takes a step toward the front door. "He has a criminal to catch, don't you, Sheriff?" Mom questions. Sarah just mumbles to herself, but she seems disappointed that he's leaving. Why does she want him to stay? Is she trying to get more information out of him for the case? Or is there something between them? "I can stay a few more minutes if you'd like." Sheriff Stevens clears his throat. "Great. Let me get you a coffee." Sarah heads to the kitchen. "Is that such a good idea?" Mom takes a gulp of her wine. "We really don't need to be distracting him." No one pays any mind to my mother's comments, including myself. Something isn't right. Why is she offering him coffee? Why does he feel comfortable in my house? Why did she come here? Was it to see me, or to see Sheriff Stevens? Is she interested in him? Is he interested in her? I'm not really in a position to be indignant or pry, but something is very off here. However, the last thing I need is to push Sarah away more than I already have. This will have to wait. Sarah moves around the kitchen, making a pot of coffee and taking out 2 cups. She opens several cupboards as she's clearly unfamiliar with the house. Sheriff Stevens leans against the counter. I watch him watch her. His eyes are scanning her body up and down. I get up, walk to the kitchen, and stand right beside him. I puff out my chest and stand a bit taller. "Can I get a cup too?" I ask. Sarah turns back and looks at me. She nods, but the look she gives says, "Get it your fucking self." She pulls out another mug. She's probably just being polite since Sheriff Stevens is here. She wants nothing to do with me. I'm sure she wishes I was rotting in my cell during the trial. Sheriff Stevens and Sarah begin talking about the case. She asks about the witnesses that he's interviewed, and it sounds like he interviewed nearly everyone Kelly worked with, as well as Scott. "Did you know her first husband?" Sarah asks. "I had heard something about it," Sheriff Stevens says. "And what's that?" I pipe in. He gives me a look, a "why are you talking to me" look. "That he was murdered." "Yeah, by her," Sarah says with a bit of bite in her voice. "What?" Sheriff Stevens widens his eyes. "It was in her file. The case against her fell apart during the trial after some key evidence went missing. Isn't that where you heard about it from?" Sarah asks. She pours 3 cups and hands one to me and one to Sheriff Stevens. "If she did murder her first husband, and hypothetically if Adam killed her, is it even a crime? Like double jeopardy or something?" Mom calls from the living room. The wine is clearly going straight to her head. "Yes, Eleanor, killing someone is a crime." Sarah rolls her eyes. Mom hiccups. "Someone's got to be asking the hard questions around here." She mollifies her hiccups with another mouthful of wine. Sheriff Stevens takes a drink quickly and then slams his fist against the counter. "Shit. Ouch," he winces. "Yeah, it's hot coffee," I say with a laugh. This guy is a moron. He gives me a dirty look. Sarah quickly sets down a glass of cold water in front of him. He drinks the whole thing in one gulp and thanks her for it. "Well, I better be going," he says. "I'll let myself out." He says goodbye and leaves rather quickly. Sarah and I stand on opposite sides of the kitchen, holding our cups of coffee and looking at each other. She's trying to read me, and I'm trying to read her. Is something going on with Sheriff Stevens? Why did he leave suddenly? Did he pick up on the fact that I was figuring these 2 out? Are they having an affair? If they were, would I even have the right to be mad? Of course I would. She's still my wife, and she's my lawyer. Her only focus should be my case, not some hick sheriff. She sets her cup of coffee on the counter, her eyes looking off into the distance, not fixated on anything. "I have to go," she says suddenly, as if she was just snapped back to reality. "Can't you stay?" "No." She dumps her coffee cup in the sink and leaves the house without another word. "Good riddance. I thought she'd never leave," Mom says as she refills her drink. She was here for 5 minutes. I shake my head and pour myself a glass of scotch. I take a seat on the couch. "Can you please try to put down your sword, Mom?" Sarah is my wife, and she's defending me. You need to try to get along. She sits down on the love seat and cradles her wine with both hands. I suppose I can try.
29. Sarah Morgan. I park my car outside Seth's Coffee and watch as a few customers enter and leave. Someone there must have seen Kelly with a man other than Adam or her husband Scott. Who does that third set of DNA belong to? It has to be someone that would have a reason for wanting to remain hidden. Why else would he use a burner phone? I get out of the car and pick up my tote bag. The cafe is only open for another hour, so I'll have to work quickly. I enter the establishment and take in my surroundings, being sure not to miss anything or anyone. The cafe is small and filled with eclectic furniture and decor. Nothing quite matches, but somehow it does, and it works. Random wooden tables, chairs of many colors and made of different materials, plastic, wood, metal. There's an orange couch with a coffee table in front of it and 2 white leather chairs on either side of it, all situated in a cozy area. A middle-aged man is sitting on the couch. His gaze bounces around the cafe, from his laptop to other customers, to me, and back again. A woman sits alone at a table reading a book. She doesn't look up, and her attention is solely on the book 4 inches from her face. There's soft classical music playing. A lone barista is leaning against the counter, fiddling with her fingernails. She's young, with full ringlet hair and big brown eyes. I'd guess she was around the same age as Kelly. Perhaps they were friends. When she notices me, she straightens up and greets me. Her name tag says Brenda. Hi, I'll take a small black coffee. I pull out my wallet. Can I get a name for that? Sarah. She writes my name on the cup and punches a couple of buttons on the cash register. I hand her the cash from my wallet. Thanks, that'll be right up, she says with a smile. Brenda, is it? Yeah. Listen, I'm here for more than just coffee. Are you here about Kelly? She asks. Actually, I am, I say, a bit taken aback that she'd know. It must be the matching blazer and skirt that gave away that I'm here for more than just a casual drink. We had a reporter here earlier asking about her. Which newspaper do you work for? I consider correcting her, and then decide I'd probably get better information out of her if I'm just some reporter, rather than the defense attorney of the man accused of murdering her coworker, and maybe friend. I work for the Gainesville Times. I'm Sarah Smith. I extend my hand for a handshake. She obliges. Do you have a moment to talk? I gotta start cleaning up in 15 minutes. Yeah, if you make it quick. I'll make your coffee and meet you at a table. I nod and walk over to a table near the window. I take a seat, and moments later, Brenda the barista joins me with 2 cups of coffee. She sits across from me. What do you want to know? Most people I talk to are criminals or witnesses and are usually never this forthcoming. It takes me a little off guard, but then again I remind myself she thinks I'm a reporter. I pull out a plain pad of paper and a pen. Did you know Kelly well? Yeah, we've worked together for the past 1.5 years. I guess I know her in that regard, but not much about her home life, she says, taking a sip of her coffee. I jot down a couple of notes. Had you ever seen Kelly hanging around with any men here? Yeah, occasionally her husband would come in, and that Adam guy that's been in the news, he came here frequently too. I always thought they seemed a bit too friendly. Guess I was right about that. Right. What about anyone else? Not really, she says. Did she ever tell you anything about Scott or Adam? Anytime I'd ask about Adam, or as I knew him, the cute writer, she'd say he was just a regular. Did she have a lot of regulars? Well, Adam, who I guess wasn't a regular after all, she says with a chuckle. I force a laugh to lighten the mood and help to remove myself. There was this other guy. I haven't seen him around in a few days, but if Kelly was working, he was here, she says nonchalantly, taking another sip. Think he had something to do with this? Not sure, just trying to report the facts. You said he was always here? What would he do while he was here? Read or draw mostly? And you found that odd, or was it just that he always seemed to be here when Kelly was working? He used to ask when she'd be here, but then he got to the point where he wasn't asking no more, and that's because he seemed to have memorized her schedule. He was always staring at her. Kelly said he made her uncomfortable, and she'd beg for me to take his table. Can you describe him, or do you know his name? I can do you one better. She gets up from the table and walks to the cash register. She returns a moment later with a receipt. Brenda slides it in front of me. Jesse Hook. That's a copy of his receipt from a few days ago. Can I have this? It's all yours. Do you need my last name for the article? Sure, I say, pocketing the receipt. It's Brenda Johnson. Great. You've been very helpful, I say as I pack my stuff up. If you need any more quotes for your article, you know where to find me. I give her a wave, quickly walk out of the coffee shop, and get back into my vehicle. Jesse Hook. Who are you? Are you the third set of DNA? Are you the man we've been looking for? Before I pull out of the cafe, I text Anne. Hey, I need you to run a background check on a Jesse Hook. He should be located somewhere in the Prince William County area. I hit send, and moments later, I get a thumbs up emoji from Anne.
30. Adam Morgan. I still feel uneasy about the way things happened last night with Sarah and Sheriff Stevens. He scurried off quick, and then she did too. What were they in a hurry to do? Go see each other? I need to stop thinking like this. It consumed my thoughts until I fell asleep, and then it consumed my dreams. I dreamed that Sarah and Sheriff Stevens were having an affair, that he screwed her in the back of his police car. But Sarah wouldn't do that. She's not that type of girl. At least I don't think she is. I think back to the first night I met her in that old, dingy college basement. She was bored in the middle of a raging party. She didn't care to overindulge in drinks, try drugs, and she barely had any interest in me. She didn't care what others thought of her. She was just her. And now she's Sarah Morgan, top defense attorney. What happened to the woman I fell in love with? What happened to the woman I married? She's a stranger to me now, and I'm sure she'd say the same about me. Is our marriage over? Is she over me? I know I had an affair, but just because I slept with someone else doesn't mean I stopped loving my wife. Oh, God. What am I saying? Who am I trying to convince that I'm still a good person? I know I'm not. And clearly everyone else does too, including my wife. I get up from the couch and cinch the plaid robe I'm wearing over a pair of pajama pants and a white t-shirt. I don't even remember changing into PJs. I wonder for a second if Mom changed me, and I roll my eyes knowing she probably did. Immediately the smell of bacon invades my nose. Mom is standing at the kitchen sink cleaning pans. Sweetheart, you're up. There's a plate of bacon, eggs, toast, and hash browns on the counter, all of your favorite breakfast foods. She smiles and points at the plate. I stumble into the kitchen and plunge my fork into the food, shoveling it into my mouth. I didn't eat like this in jail. I'm going to do some shopping today, and I need to find a nearby hotel. She turns off the faucet and dries her hands. As much as I would love to stay here with you, that love seat is just not up to my standards. And I'm sure I'm going to have to see a chiropractor today because of it. She rubs her back and then sets a cup of coffee down in front of me. These trials can go on for a long time. I take a bite of toast. You can go back to Connecticut, Mom. Nonsense. You're my son, and this trial should be speedy because you're innocent. We'll see to it that Sarah gets this done quickly. She nods encouragingly at me. She picks up her purse and puts on her heels. Just call me if you need anything. I'll be back later tonight, she says, planting a kiss on my cheek. Love you, Cubby Bear. Love you too, Mom. It's a little after 11 a.m. and I don't even know what to do with myself now. It's only been 2 hours since Mom left and I already feel alone. A knock at the front door startles me. Through the peephole I see a petite woman with fire-red hair, hazel eyes, and a face full of freckles. She has a laptop bag hanging from her shoulder. I kind of recognize her, but not really. I decide to open the door anyway. "Hi, are you Adam Morgan?" She looks me up and down, surveying my disheveled appearance. Depends on who's asking. Knowing full well I don't care who is asking. I'd talk to just about anyone right now, anyone that would listen. "I'm Rebecca Sanford. I'm a reporter for the Prince William Times." My lawyer doesn't want me talking to any reporters. Sorry. I start to close the door. She puts her foot out, stopping me from closing it. "I know. Mr. Morgan, I'm just a big fan of your work, and I really want to get your side of the story." "You've read my work?" She nods. "I actually took the class on fiction writing you taught at the community college over a year back." After we bought this lake house, I was approached to teach a class on writing at the local community college. I almost said no, but had decided teaching might be a great career to fall back on since my writing was dead in the water. I only ended up teaching one semester, though, and then went back to full-time writing. I ended up over-romanticizing the process as I despised most of my students and how little they cared. Plus, in most cases, their writing was terrible and a chore to read. "I thought you looked familiar," I say, although I'm not entirely convinced. I look around, left, right, and straight ahead to ensure no one sees me let her in. For all I know, Sarah has someone watching me. "Okay, come on in." I gesture in with a flick of my wrist and she follows. "So you're a reporter? My class must have done you good," I add with a chuckle. She lets out a little laugh. I tell her to have a seat at the kitchen table and she does. She pulls out a notepad and pen. "Okay, how long were you and Kelly Summers seeing each other?" she asks, getting right to it. I've already decided that if she wants a story out of me, she's going to have to help me. I can only do so much from a lake house in the middle of nowhere. I say. "I'll give you an interview, but I need something in return." I'm not sure if I can trust this girl, and this might prove to be a horrible idea, but I'm desperate, and desperate people, well... "Help you how? Like escape? I can't do that." She recaps her pen as if she's done with this interview. "No, I don't need your help escaping. I need your help getting some information on Kelly's past. I think I was framed. Someone else did this, and they set me up, and I think it has to do with her past." Rebecca uncaps her pen and begins jotting down notes. "Why do you think it was someone from her past?" I pour her a cup of coffee and set it in front of her. "Because she killed her first husband." Rebecca's eyes widen and she quickly writes it down. "Well, how come none of the newspapers have uncovered that then?" "Because she changed her name and got married. It's quite the paper trail. She went by Jenna Way. The case fell apart during the trial when key evidence went missing, which I think her husband, Scott Summers, helped with. Everyone thought she did it, and she essentially got off on a technicality." "That's awful." Rebecca takes a sip of her coffee, and I can practically see her brain working as her eyes stare off into the distance and her forehead crinkles. "Who would want to hurt her?" "My guess would be a family member or friend of her first husband, someone who wasn't happy to see her get away with murder. The way she was killed was the same way she killed her husband, almost like poetic justice for the person who did it." "What about her husband? I've heard rumblings in town that he may have been involved." "I thought that too, and I think that's still a possibility. Although she had said that he abused her while she and I were together, he adamantly denies it. I really don't know what to believe there, but he does seem to have an anger problem, and he did suspect Kelly of cheating, so he should be considered. Although apparently his alibi for the night in question is his partner, Deputy Marcus Hudson. Despite that, there's something in my gut that's telling me to look into her past." "Got it." Rebecca sets her coffee down and proceeds to take more notes. "What about the third set of DNA that was found in her?" "Is that public knowledge?" "Not yet, but I have my ways." She gives me a coy smile. "I really don't know who that third guy could be. Maybe a one-night stand. I couldn't even believe she was with another man other than myself and her husband. And I know how weird that sounds. Plus, someone threatened me. They sent a photo of Kelly and me together with a note that said, 'End it, or I will.'" "Who knew about you two?" "Her husband, Scott, I'm sure. Maybe his partner. I don't really know." "What is it you need me to do?" she asks. "Well, thanks to this." I pull up my pant leg showing off my ankle monitor. I can't leave this house, and it makes it difficult to investigate my own case. What about your lawyer? You mean my wife? Rebecca lets out a nervous laugh. I'd say, considering the circumstances, I'm not sure she has my best interests in mind. I raise an eyebrow. Oh, that can't be true. I'm sure your wife is doing everything in her power to win this case for you, she says, trying to feign optimism in her voice, which I find odd, considering she doesn't really know me, and she doesn't know my wife, but I suppose I understand the gesture. Maybe. But my life is on the line, and I'm not just going to sit here and have it taken away from me, not without trying my damnedest to find out the truth. Understandable. Now here's what I want. An exclusive interview and $5,000 for my troubles. She holds out her hand to make a deal. I honestly didn't think she'd have the balls to ask for cash. She sure is a firecracker. I consider negotiating with her, but I don't have any other options, and I don't really have the time to be finagling over pocket change. You got yourself a deal. I shake her hand. She smiles, and I can tell she is pleased with herself. What exactly do you need my help with? Rebecca repositions her pen, ready to write down anything that comes out of my mouth. I need to find out the name of her first husband, and then I need names and numbers and maybe background reports, if you can muster that up, on friends and family he was really close with. I guess I'll start there. Can you handle that? It shouldn't be a problem. You said her name was Jenna Way? Yes, Jenna Way. From Wisconsin, I confirm. Got it. I should be able to pull all that within 48 hours. I'd ask you where you'd like to meet again, but I have the answer to that already. I'll be back, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, Rebecca. Oh, and before I forget, I pull out a Folgers coffee can from a cupboard. I open it and pull out a stack of cash and hand it to her. Here's half right now. I'll give you the other half when you bring me what I need. Hiding it in the coffee can? How cliché. She takes the money and shoves it into her bag. I'll be seeing you, Rebecca says as she lets herself out. I really hope she didn't just take my cash without any intention of helping me or following through with the investigation. Not much else I can do, so I guess I'll just have to take my chances. Time is ticking.
31. Sarah Morgan. I head into work and I'm immediately intercepted by Anne on the way into my office. Sarah, Kent wants to see you. He says it's urgent, she says with a tinge of worry in her voice. Did he say why? No. Fine, here. Take my bag and hold my calls until I return, please. Anne nods and complies. Kent is the other named partner at the firm. The Williamson and Morgan. This was his show first, and he likes to remind me of that from time to time. While I may be the hot up-and-comer in the courtroom, he has been at this for decades and has contacts I couldn't dream of. His secretary allows me to pass through with a "he's expecting you." His office is the only one in the firm that puts mine to shame. Straight out of a movie set, he had his walls finished with mahogany paneling, and a large chandelier dangles from the ceiling. A boar's head hangs on the wall, a trophy from a recent hunting trip in Texas. This was with his big oil lobbyist friends to ensure that despite my defending Senator McAllen, he was still in their corner. Needless to say, I wasn't invited. The wall behind me has photos of him with every significant politician over the past 2 decades. Bushes, Clintons, Obama, you name it. 2 full walls of his office are floor-to-ceiling windows, tinted to his own specific requirements. He is not a fan of leaving his office, so he also has a 12-person conference room table, bare bones as can be. No conference phone, no flat-screen display for a computer. He runs his meetings old school. If it can't be solved with a pen, paper, and a sharp tongue, then it isn't worth him getting involved. You wanted to see me, Kent? Yes, Sarah, please take a seat. He motions to a chair in front of the desk he sits behind. What's up? I say, trying to keep it casual, which I know he hates. Yes, well, your recent behavior and performance here at the firm have been erratic, to put it mildly. You come and go as you please. You don't return calls. You miss meetings. Have you forgotten that as a named partner, you don't have the luxury of focusing on one case, one client at a time? He ends with what sounds like a rhetorical question, yet he will make me answer it anyway, one of his many charming habits. No, Kent, I have not forgotten. It's just that I am defending my own husband in a murder trial, and as you can imagine, that would be quite the conflict of interest. It would cause you a tremendous amount of distress and distract you from your job, yes. Yes, I can imagine that, which is why I wish he would have run it by me first. He is in full father mode. You know with our agreement that I don't have to run cases by you unless it is a corporate interest that conflicts with one of your clients. This is not a corporate case, and thus I am clear to take it as I see fit. Yes, you certainly did have the right to do that, but the question is, should you have done it? You don't think this might concern me as well? The other named half of the firm blowing off her duties, making us look unstable and flighty, anything but professional. That was not my intent well, it's what's happening, isn't it, regardless of your intent? He pauses and stands to come around to the front of his desk and sit on the edge. Look, Sarah, I'm not here to scold you. You are a big girl and you are free to do as you please, for the most part. I just want to get a handle on this because it is making us look weak and spread thin, and don't think others haven't noticed. You're right, this is harder than I anticipated. And who can blame you? I certainly don't. Hell, I can't imagine the stress, but that's my point. Look, I'll allow this charade to continue because I know nothing I say is going to stop you, but hear me out. You need to end this and end it quickly. For you. For me. For the firm. I'll get other people to cover some of your accounts in the interim, and I'll clear you of any new work for the time being, but get this taken care of. Thank you. I appreciate your understanding, I say, a bit angry but knowing that I won't win this argument. He isn't wrong. Oh, don't thank me yet. You see, since you aren't covering corporate accounts, you don't get to enjoy the monthly retainer fees they bring in, i.e. your portion of the profit sharing is on hold until you end this case. That's not in our agreement. You can't... Or what? You'll sue me? See how that goes for you. Look, this should be an incentive for you. End this quickly. The money comes back. Understood? I stare at him with fire in my eyes. I'm not going to answer him, and quite frankly, I'm done with this conversation. I stand up and head toward the door. Oh, Sarah, one last thing. Yes, Kent? Your secretary, Pam? It's Anne. Yes, Anne. She isn't your sidekick to follow you around like a little dog on your every errand. She is being paid to be here and be a resource to the firm, not just you. Last time I checked, Kent, she was my secretary and I pay half her salary. Yes, and I the other half. So, if you would like to have her only half as much as you do now, be my guest. Or play ball and take care of this justice crusade on your own. He turns and sits back behind his desk again. Cocksucker, I whisper under my breath as I leave his office. Have a nice day, Sarah. His secretary chirps as I pass her desk. Fuck off, Nicole, I say without looking back. In my haste, I bump into someone and I'm taken aback before I collect myself and look up. The gentleman I ran into is with another man. Both of them have oddly familiar faces that I struggle to place immediately. My memory recall is temporarily hamstrung by my anger. Whoa, Mrs. Morgan. Where are you off to in such a hurry? The words come pouring out, laced with a heavy Texan accent. Now I remember. These are the two executives from Petro Next, the very two who sat in to observe Senator McAllen's trial. Gentlemen, I reply, not answering their question. I suppose congratulations are in order, one of them says. It doesn't matter which one, as they're spitting images of one another. I highly doubt you feel that way. Fair is fair, Mrs. Morgan. And you won fair and square. This time, the gentleman says to me, a smirk that can't be described as anything other than nefarious growing across his face. Right. Why don't you both just run along into Kent's office so he can play nice? I have actual work to do. Later, y'all, I blurt out. Not the smoothest of exchanges, but I don't have time for them. As soon as I'm back in my office, Anne pops in. What was that all about? Nothing, I say without taking my eyes off my monitor. That bad, huh? Can you just bring me some coffee? I huff. Anne nods and disappears quickly. I don't leave the office early. I don't even leave for lunch. I stay there all day like a goddamn hourly employee just to ensure my presence is known. Where does anyone at the office get off questioning me? I work harder than every other lawyer here, and I've earned my right to come and go as I please. I close the hatch of my Range Rover, sling the reusable bags over my shoulders, and pick up an overstuffed box. It's dark out, and I'm careful to watch my feet as I walk in order to not trip on the way up the stairs of the porch. My heels click on each step, and once I'm standing at the door, I consider knocking. For only a moment. Instead, I reach for the handle, pull open the screen door, and let myself in. Hello? Adam calls nervously from the living room. Who's there? I don't answer and instead walk into the kitchen. He's sitting on the couch in the living room, dressed in sweats and a white t-shirt, sipping at a glass of scotch. He's made no effort to shave or comb his hair. Despite all that, he still looks handsome. Sarah? What are you doing here? I set the box and bags down on the island. I brought you some provisions. Oh? His face softens, and he rises from the couch, slowly making his way into the kitchen, but still keeping his distance from me. Where's your mom? She got a hotel room to stay in. I thought for sure she'd be the big spoon in your sleeping arrangement. I jab. Oh, stop. He chuckles. She's not that bad. I give a small smile and roll my eyes. You want a drink? Yes. He walks to the wet bar and pours me a glass of 10-year-old Lafroig. He returns to the opposite side of the island and places it down in front of me. I figured you would need some stuff. I brought you New York strip steaks, more scotch, some bagels, smoked salmon, cream cheese, eggs, vegetables, macadamia nuts, and ice cream, I say as I pull out each item and begin putting them away. You didn't have to do that. I look at him. There's a smile on his face. There's hope in his eyes. I know. He takes a sip of his scotch. Thank you. I also brought you some writing supplies, paper, printer ink, ballpoint pens, and some stationery. I unpacked the other bag. You really didn't have to do that. He walks over and looks at the items. His eyes moisten. I know. I pick up the glass of scotch he set out for me and take a sip. We stand there sipping from our glasses in silence. I don't know what to say to him, and I'm sure he doesn't know what to say to me. To think that we were once the love of each other's lives, linked as close as two humans can be, and now there is a chasm between us that is so deep and wide that it's difficult to even call across to the other side. Finally, he speaks. What's in the box? He points at the cardboard box overstuffed with papers and folders. I push it toward him. I know you want to help, so I had Anne make copies of all the key evidence. It's all in there, and it's yours to review. He looks at the box and then at me. His eyes bounce all over me. I just want you to know that I'm doing everything in my power to win this case. You have to trust me. I add. I do trust you, Sarah. I nod and give him a small smile. I'm glad to hear that. I have to get going, but let me know if you find anything or if you need anything else. I set my glass of scotch down and turn toward the front door. Sarah, he says. His voice is quiet, almost like a whisper. I stop and turn to look at him. Yes. Thank you for everything. His voice shakes. You really didn't have to do this. don't really deserve this. My lip begins to quiver, but I bite down hard to stop it. I close my eyes for a second, and when I reopen them, they're wet. No, you... Well, I have to go. Before I can take one more step away from him, he closes the distance, wrapping his arms around me, pulling me into him. I want to stop him. I want to tell him no. These are the same arms that used to hold Kelly, to be a source of strength and comfort to her. I know he doesn't deserve to hold me, but I don't fight it. I let him hold me. I bury my face in his chest, and I cry. I practically fall apart in his arms. He cries too. He kisses the top of my head and squeezes me tight. He tells me he loves me over and over again. I look up at him. My cheeks are wet, my heart is pounding. Tears are running down his cheeks onto mine. I pull him in for a kiss. He kisses me back. Our mouths open and close in sync. His hands run all over my body. He picks me up. My legs straddle his waist. He walks me to the island and sets me down, his lips never leaving mine. He moves to my neck and then to my collarbone, kissing every part of me he possibly can. I love you, Sarah, he whispers in my ear. I know. I pause. I stop kissing him and search his face for an answer, for what to say. Caressing his cheek with my hand, I finally speak as his eyes lock with mine. I love you too. He can't help but smile. I love you so much. His voice trembles, and I stop him from saying anything more with a kiss, a hard and passionate one. His lips are soft and hot. His hands travel all over my body, pulling off my suit jacket, massaging my breasts, pushing up my skirt. My breath is ragged as his tongue and lips leave their mark up and down my neck. He unzips his pants and pulls me closer to the edge of the counter. He bends down, pressing my legs apart and my panties aside, and then, all at once, reality sets in for me. I push him away. My legs snap closed. I slide off the counter, pull down my skirt, and put on my suit jacket. He loses his balance and sits back on the floor before quickly regaining himself and standing. His eyes widen and his mouth opens to begin his protest. I put my hand on his chest. I can't do this yet. I'm still mad at you for everything you did to me. I can't help but still picture. I say, trailing off. A tear rolls down my cheek. I wipe it away and sidestep him, quickly leaving the house. Sarah, wait! His voice rings loud from the house, but he is trapped. An invisible perimeter preventing him from pursuing me. I climb into my car and slam the door closed. What am I doing? I need to clear my head, and this is not the place to do it.
32. Adam Morgan. I'm sitting on the couch, sipping my second glass of scotch and eating a New York strip with my hands. Sarah left over an hour ago, and it took 15 minutes to beat the memory of her out of my dick. It felt good to be close to her again, like there was a chance at reconciliation. But she left suddenly. She's always leaving suddenly. Mom called to check in on me. She would have come over for dinner, but apparently she has a massage appointment. I have a feeling she's up to something, though. She would never turn down dinner with me, her only son. The phone rings. It's either Sarah or Mom. Those are the only two people that call me these days. I scooch over to the corded phone on the end table, and with no caller ID, I'm forced to pick it up to find out who it is, like some mystery. Hello? Adam? Yeah, who is this? It's me, Daniel. How the hell have you been? Good old Daniel. Daniel is my literary agent and has been with me since day one. In the beginning, I was a gamble. Then I became a hot commodity, and people tried to poach me from Daniel, but I stuck with him. Now it's him who is sticking with me. I have been hearing from him at an ever-decreasing rate over this 4-year lull, and I don't blame him. Oh, hey, Daniel. Fine. I've been fine. How about yourself? I resituate myself on the couch to get comfortable. Forget about me. What's this I hear you're on trial for murder? Yeah, unfortunately it's true, but I didn't do it. This is all... I take a drink of scotch. That's great. What? No, Daniel, I said it's true. I am on trial for murder. Oh, I heard you, buddy boy, and it's the best news I've heard in ages. What? Why? I press the phone harder against my ear to ensure I'm hearing him correctly. Think about it, Adam. This is a murder. You're a writer. Put 'em together and what do you got? A tell-all, the likes of which has never been seen before. But Daniel, I didn't do... This could be your in cold blood. Except even better, 'cause I mean, you don't have to interview the murderer. It's you. Daniel, I didn't fucking kill. I grit my teeth. What isn't he getting? I can picture it now. You doing press junkets from your cell, signing autographs at visitation sessions. I'll have to figure out how the hell they'll let you go on a promotional tour, bud. Wait, I got it. We can let them move you in a prison van with cops and everything, put you in an orange jumpsuit. Oh, the press would be fantastic. Daniel, I didn't do it, okay? Listen to me, goddammit. Jeez, bud, relax. I know you didn't do it. I mean, you can be a ballbuster sometimes, but a killer? Hell, you couldn't hurt a fly. But regardless of how this turns out, the people don't need to know that. The way I see it is this. If you did kill her, which I didn't, I repeat, this guy, even at a time like this, his mind is always on making money. That's what makes him such a good agent, but also such a shit person. I don't know, Daniel. I'm not really interested in being a would-be murderer when I didn't do anything. Look, you and I both know you've needed a spark for years now. And then boom, this falls right into your lap. All I'm saying is, don't ignore it. You want to send me some pages on it, I'll read them. If not, well, you can get back to finishing that next great American novel I've been hearing about for the last half a decade. Up to you. Yeah, sure, maybe. That's the spirit. Hang in there, kid. We'll grab lunch soon. Click goes the line. I set the phone down and sink back into my seat, bringing the scotch to my lips. He's not wrong. This is a great story, and it's my story to tell. I know I didn't do this, but I can figure out who did. A whole true crime mystery for me to tell the world. A guaranteed New York Times bestseller. But what would I call it? In Warm Blood. It wasn't me. Fuck, I'm rusty. I take a pad of paper and a pen from the coffee table and start writing down everything that's happened, starting from the very beginning.
33. Sarah Morgan. I'm going over the case files and waiting for Anne to bring me breakfast. She convinced me I should eat. I seem to have been living solely off coffee, water, and alcohol. I'm not sure who Adam and I are anymore. Husband and wife? Lawyer and client? Lovers? Enemies? I guess that doesn't really matter. All that matters is getting through this case, which has become increasingly difficult as the story was picked up nationally over the weekend. Reporters have been calling the office nonstop, and they even got a hold of my work cell. I hunkered down at our DC house and my office over the weekend, keeping a low profile and focusing on the case files. Anne informed me that the internet has gone wild with theories as to who may have killed Kelly. The majority seem to believe it is Adam, while several theories have arisen about Scott, the third set of DNA, a co-worker, another police officer on the force, and even the ghost of her ex-husband. I haven't paid much attention to them. The information regarding her killing her first husband and her being killed in the exact same way is what caught the public's eye. Many believe she got what she had coming, and others think she's being portrayed inaccurately. It's a polarizing case and there's not much agreement, which should benefit us when it comes to the jury. A not guilty verdict is going to be a hard one to pull off, but perhaps we can get a mistrial through a hung jury. It may or may not be tried again after that, but we don't have a lot of time before the trial starts, and at this point, that's our best bet. The door flings open and startles me. Anne scurries in carrying 2 smoothies, a bag of food from a local cafe, and a box of chocolates. She places everything on the desk in a hurry. What? What is it? I ask. Bob's looking for you. Her eyes widen. And? He's pissed. Bob appears in my doorway wearing a nice tailored suit and a scowl. What the hell is going on here? He takes a couple of large steps into my office so he's directly in front of my desk, and quickly shifts aside. To what do I owe the pleasure, Bob? I smile. What's with the reporters out front? And what's this I hear about you representing your husband in a murder trial? His face crumples. Yes, I am. My husband has been wrongly accused, and I'm doing some pro bono work on the case. I shift some papers around while paying nearly no mind to Bob. You can't do pro bono on your own husband's case? Yes, I can, and I am. I've already talked to Kent about it. Anne lets out an awkward cough as if she had been holding it in to not make a sound. I glance at her and then look Bob directly in the eyes. Oh, have you? I'll also be talking to Kent about this and explaining to him how god-awful this publicity is for the firm. He points at me as he speaks. Do it, and I'll bury you, Bob, I warn. He lets out a chuckle. Ha! I'd love to see you try. He looks around my office. Man, I'm gonna look so good in here when they can your ass. You don't even look good in your own office. I return my attention to my case, shifting around papers. I know his threats are empty, but I don't need him ruffling up Kent's feathers again. I'm already on thin ice. Watch yourself, Sarah. He takes a few steps back and then turns to leave. I let him have the last word because it's all he's got. He can be mad over the publicity, but he can't be mad about me taking the case. I had to. It was the only way. Are you okay? Anne takes a seat in front of me. Yeah, don't worry about him. He's just overly protective of this place. I spot the box of chocolates with an attached card on the desk. What's this? It arrived as I was coming in. I open the envelope and pull out the card. It reads, "This in no way compares to studying for the bar exam, but I know how you handle stress. Chocolate. XOXO, Matthew." I let on a small smile as I recall Matthew and I going on chocolate runs in the middle of our study sessions. I open the box, choose a piece, and pop it into my mouth. Want one? Sure. Anne takes one for herself and takes a bite. Who's it from? Matthew. I take another one. I swear, he has a thing for you. She raises an eyebrow. He's gay. Yeah, but he'd be straight for you. Anne says with a mouthful of chocolate. That's not how that works. He's at least bisexual. She curves the corner of her lip. Doubtful. I roll my eyes. Okay. Oh yeah, I got the background check back on that Jesse Hook guy, she says as she quickly leaves my office and returns with a file folder. I take it from her and flip through it. Highlights? 32, lives alone in Gainesville, dropped out of high school, no real job history. He seems to do freelance writing and painting on the side, according to his Facebook page. No family in the area, not sure how he came to live around here. Never been married and no kids. Overall, he's kind of a creepy recluse. Registered phone number? Yep, it's on the first page, and it matches one text and a dozen missed calls in Kelly's phone history. He texted her, "I'm sorry," on the night of the murder, and all the calls were sporadic a couple of days before. He could be our guy, I ponder out loud. It's at least worth looking into. I'm going to head back into town. Will you call Sheriff Stevens and have him meet me at Seth's Coffee in about 2 hours? Sure thing. She immediately gets up to make that call. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Eleanor. Great. I'm going out of town and will be back tomorrow. Nothing to concern yourself with. I roll my eyes. If it was nothing for me to concern myself with, then why did she text me in the first place? Ugh, she's impossible. I slide my phone in my pocket, close the box of chocolates, and put it in my tote bag. Before leaving, I take a few sips of the smoothie and a bite of my sandwich. I'm getting a bit tired of making this drive back and forth between D.C. and Prince William County, but I don't have the time to slow down. I need to find out who this third guy is. He might know more than anyone else does about Kelly and her past.
34. Adam Morgan. I heard from Rebecca, the journalist I'd asked to do some digging for me, sooner than I thought. Actually, I wasn't sure I'd hear from her at all. She called me late last night, telling me she'd be over Monday afternoon. She works fast. She said on the phone that she got everything I asked for. I don't know how she did it, and I don't care as long as it's right, and it clears me of this crime. I got up and showered, shaved, and dressed myself. It was quite the accomplishment, as I've been nothing short of a slob these past couple of days. I even tidied up the place. I couldn't stand sleeping on the couch another night. My back is aching, but I guess the couch is better than the twin-sized bunk at the jail. Since our mattress was thrown out during the crime scene cleanup, I ordered a new one online. I won't get much use out of it if I'm convicted, but in the meantime, I've sprung for the most expensive one with the highest thread count sheets and the plushest pillows and mattress pad. If these are my last couple of weeks in my own bed, they're going to be luxurious. I haven't heard from Sarah since our encounter on Friday night. I had hoped she'd stop by again, but after the news picked up the story, I assumed she was lying low. I'm sitting on the couch dressed in old jeans and a flannel top, flipping through my well-thumbed copy of The Corrections, wondering why my career hadn't taken the same path as Mr. Franzen's. But I only need to read one page of his writing to remember why. The phone rings and I lean over to pick it up. I don't even get a chance to say hello. Adam, it's Daniel. Great news. I already have multiple offers on the tell-all. You pitched the book? I didn't even agree to write it. Adam, you and I are one and the same. We both love money. Don't be dumb. This is the chance of a lifetime. I'm talking 7 figures, movie deals, the whole shebang. He stops talking, waiting for me to agree. I can hear heavy breaths from his overexcitement. My eyes light up, thinking of money, fame, and power. A smile grows on my face the more I daydream of what my life could be, and then I can't stop my own response from leaving my mouth. Fine, but I'm going to write the truth. None of this I'm the murderer bullshit. It's perfect. People like true crime better these days anyway. I'm setting up an auction, so get to writing. I'll be in touch, buddy. The phone clicks and I hang up the receiver, sitting there in a daze for a moment. Holy shit. All my dreams are finally going to come true. I take a seat at my desk, ready to pour the pages out. This story is going to make my career. It's going to make people know who Adam Morgan is. I crack my knuckles and open a blank Word document. I type, Adam Morgan, murder he wrote. There's a knock at the door. I turn in my seat and then it hits me. Damn, I forgot all about Rebecca and my investigation. I can't let anything get in the way of figuring out the truth. This book will mean nothing if I'm rotting in a prison cell, or worse, dead. I close my laptop and rush to open the door. Rebecca walks in before I even have a chance to invite her. Her hair is in tight curls under her hat, and her cheeks are a rosy red. That was quick, I tell her as she removes her coat and hat and takes a seat on the couch. I work fast, and you don't have much time, she says, picking up The Corrections. She glances at it and sets it on the coffee table. If only he could have been my writing professor. There's a smart-ass grin on her face. Then you wouldn't have been at a community college now, would you? I snap back, my jealousy coming through. I can tell by her eyes she knows the comment did its job. Her perceptivity is impressive. Anyway, you're right, I don't have much time. Can I get you something to drink? She shakes her head and I join her on the couch. Rebecca pulls out a couple of file folders and lays them out in front of her. You ready for this? I nod. Okay. So Kelly, or Jenna's first husband's name was Greg, and they were married for 1.5 years. Got married young, like 20. You know about the murder, the misplaced evidence, and the fact that Scott Summers helped her get away with it. The two left Wisconsin after the case was closed and wound up here in Prince William County, Virginia. She flips through the papers. I take pages here and there, reading them myself. Most of this I knew. Where's the new info? Like his family or something? I'm getting there, yes. Both his parents are still alive, but I couldn't find much about them. The father works in commercial real estate, and the mother does a lot of volunteer work. They don't seem like they would have had anything to do with this. They're in their 60s. It just seems like a bit of a stretch, she explains. His 60-year-old parents do seem a bit far-fetched. I mean, I couldn't imagine my own mom being involved in some vicious murder. But then again, Harold Shipman, aka Dr. Death, was murdering people well into his 50s, and that couple in Missouri picked up the hobby of killing drifters in their 70s. So, age doesn't really rule people out. If nothing else turns up, I'll have her dig deeper into where they were when Kelly was murdered. Here's the thing. Greg had a brother. His name's Nicholas Miller. Based on what I could dig up, which isn't a lot, I believe he lives in the area. My eyes light up. It has to be him. Who else would want to kill Kelly? Where does he live? Where does he work? Let's find him. This is it. This is my lifeline. This is my miracle. Everything is going to be okay. See, here's the thing. I called the home and spoke with the mother. The conversation I had with her is also why I didn't think the parents had anything to do with this. She was so friendly and nice. I enjoyed speaking with her. I might just call her regularly since my own mom is such a jerk. Okay, get to the point, Rebecca. We can talk all about your family problems after I'm cleared of this. Sorry. Anyway, I asked for Nicholas since when I pulled the background report on Greg, I saw he had an older brother. Well, the mother told me he had just visited and left the other day to head back to Maryland. Maryland? That's not Virginia, I say. Correct, but it's very close. There are so many cities and towns he could be in that are less than 2 hours from here. He could have easily done this. How do we find him? I'm still looking. I haven't been able to locate a Nicholas Miller, but I have found some others with the same last name. I was going to start there and see if anyone knows him. It's not that common of a name, so I might just get lucky, she says. Well, how not common is it? I have a list of 72 people with the same last name within a 2-hour radius, and since you have nothing going on in the meantime, I thought you could help me tackle half this list. She hands me a page full of names, addresses, and phone numbers. There's like 50 names on my list. That's not half. I know, because some of these don't have phone numbers, so I'm going to need to make some home visits. I wouldn't be complaining if I were you. Your life is literally on the line, she reminds me. Trust me, I know. I roll my eyes. Great. Well, you get to work on those, and I'll be back late tomorrow. Call me if you find anything. And you do the same. Oh, I will. She packs up her stuff. Before she leaves, I call her name. She turns to look at me. Be safe. She smiles, nods, and then leaves me there with a page of phone numbers. One of these sets of numbers just might be my winning ticket, my very own lottery. I pick up the corded phone and start dialing.
35. Sarah Morgan. Anne informed me on my drive that Sheriff Stevens was giving her grief about meeting me at Seth's Coffee. I'm not sure what his deal is, but I'm going to find out. I don't have time for his games. I'm not entirely sure what changed. He went from being flirty and telling me he would help me with anything to scurrying off suddenly at the lake house and now ignoring me. Was it something Adam said? Did Adam threaten him? I'm driving straight to the police station to catch up with Sheriff Stevens before he leaves for the day. I need his help finding Jesse Hook. Plus, there's still that photo that someone sent Adam. Whoever it is knows something, and I'd still like to interview Scott Summers and his cocky partner, Marcus. They've both rubbed me the wrong way. I fly into the police station parking lot and charge right in through the front doors. I need to see Sheriff Stevens, I say to the woman seated at the front desk. She's dull and tired looking. Haggard would probably be the best word for her. And you are? Sarah Morgan. Sorry, he's busy right now. You can come back later. Listen, lady, I just drove over an hour to get here. I need to see him now. She rolls her eyes, and just before she's about to speak again to tell me no or I'll have to wait, I scurry past the desk. I throw open the door to his office. Sheriff Stevens is sitting there eating a sandwich. He looks up at me and tosses his food on the desk. Damn it, Marge! The receptionist appears behind me. I'm sorry, sir, she just ran past me. She's a persistent little shrew. Marge says as she tries to grab my arm. I elbow her and she clutches at her stomach in pain. I'm so happy you could squeeze me in. I smile. Sheriff Stevens shoos Marge away, accepting defeat. "What do you need, Sarah?" he asks, leaning back in his chair. "Your help. I told you I couldn't put any more man-hours on this case. The charges have already been filed." "What happened to you saying that you would help me regardless?" My eyes narrow. Things changed. What changed? For starters, I've found no new evidence. He puts his hand in front of his chest, pressing his fingertips together. "Because you haven't looked," I argue. "Don't you dare question my investigation." He points a finger at me. "And I think Adam just may have done it." My eyes grow wide. "Why would you think that all of a sudden?" "That thought has always been there. I just figured there may be other possibilities. But we didn't find any, so case closed." "That's not how this works." "Actually, you of all people should know that this is exactly how it works. That's the justice system for you." He shrugs. I cross my arms, showing how displeased I am with him. Of course that's how the justice system works. I know that, but I don't need him to tell me that. I need him to find out who the third set of DNA belongs to and whether or not this Jesse Hook knows more. Well, lucky for you, I've been doing your job. My job here is done, Mrs. Morgan. Now, you can leave my office. He points to the door. Then who's Jesse Hook? Did you look into him at all? He gives me a bewildered look. Name doesn't ring a bell. Exactly, I thought so. Apparently, this Jesse Hook guy was obsessed with Kelly, practically stalked her. A coworker of hers, Brenda, said that whenever she saw Kelly, Jesse was nearby. I wonder how close Jesse got to her and how much he saw of her that night. Maybe he did it. Maybe he saw the man that did it. Or maybe he wasn't the other man in her life, but maybe he knows who that man is. I raise an eyebrow. Sheriff Stevens doesn't speak. I can see him mulling over everything I said. I toss the folder with what we have on Jesse onto his desk. He flips through it. On the third page is a large photo of Jesse taken from an old newspaper where he placed in some art show. He has shaggy brown hair and a cold stare. He's not smiling, but he seems pleased with himself. I've seen this kid around, Sheriff Stevens says. And? I'll look into it. He closes up the folder. I'd like to be there when he's questioned. Sarah, you're not a member of this police department. I don't care. How long until you can get him in? He rubs his forehead in annoyance. Fine. I can get a car to bring him in within the hour. Perfect. I'll be in the waiting area. Text me when he arrives. I leave his office and pull out my phone, sending Anne a quick text. We got him. I'll be back late this afternoon.
36. Adam Morgan. I've made it through half the list with no luck. No one has even heard of a Nicholas Miller. I decide to take a break from cold calling and pour myself a scotch at the wet bar. My decanter is empty, but there's 2 full bottles of scotch next to it, courtesy of Sarah. I pour myself a double, slam it, and then pour another. I slowly sip this one while I light the fire. It's still bright out, but I don't care. I close the curtains and make the house as dark as I can manage with only the fireplace providing any light. It's how I feel right now. Dark, hopeless, and just waiting for my time to pass. I sip slowly. Perhaps the slower I drink, the slower my time will pass by. I sit there for a good 20 minutes, stewing in my own depression. Is this it for me? I make one mistake and my life is over. How is that fair? How is any of this fair? There's a lot of things I deserve, but jail or execution isn't one of them. I guess this is the life I chose. This is the path I decided to walk down. This is it. After the scotch makes its way through my bloodstream, I try calling Rebecca, but I get her voicemail. And although leaving a voicemail isn't the cool thing to do these days, I do it anyway. Hey, Rebecca. It's me, Adam. I'm about halfway done and haven't gotten anything yet. Was hoping you'd be having better luck. Taking a break right now, but I'll start back up. If you want to come over for dinner, feel free to. I've got a couple of steaks in the freezer. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. I hang up the phone. That dinner invitation was the scotch talking. I dial again. It rings and rings, and then Sarah's voicemail picks up. Hey, Sarah. It's me, Adam. I've been thinking about you. I miss you. Please call me. I love you. Sarah. I trail off and just hang up the phone. I'm not sure why she's too busy to return a call to me. I called her earlier too, and she didn't pick up. I know things got weird on Friday night, but I thought we had a sweet moment. I thought we were making progress. I haven't touched the box of evidence she brought over. I still think someone from Kelly's past has to be responsible for her murder. If someone murdered the person I love, I would never let it go. Ever. I would wait until I had an opportunity to get them back, even if it took years or my whole life. I truly believe Greg's brother has done that. It's the only explanation. Then again, it could be Scott too. I need to speak with him again. He caught me off guard last time, but this time I'd be ready. I should see if I can get him to come to the house. Maybe have Sarah here too so she can get a read on him. That's always been her gift, reading people. However, she failed to do so all this time when I was seeing Kelly. She may have lost her touch. And then there's that photo. Who could have seen us? Was it Scott? Or maybe someone close to him? The front door opens and closes. Heels click along the floor. And in walks Mom, dressed in a long black pea coat and heels. She sets 2 bags of groceries on the kitchen table. "Why is it so dark in here?" she asks, immediately walking around, ripping open all the curtains, letting a flood of beaming light in. I squint and rub my eyes, standing from the couch. "Jesus, Mom, you can't live in a cave." She walks back to the kitchen and begins unpacking the bags. I slide the list of phone numbers into a pile and follow her into the kitchen. I don't want to explain Rebecca or my side investigation. She'll ask a million questions and insist on helping. "What have you been up to today?" Mom asks. "I was just doing some work." "What did you get?" "Just some treats for you. Lunchables, string cheese, Gushers, Go-Gurt, all your favorite childhood snacks." She smiles at me. "I got some good news today." She stops what she's doing. Her eyes light up. "They're dropping the charges? They found the real murderer?" Mom's nearly jumping up and down. "No, Mom. My agent is working on a book deal for me." Her excitement tapers, and she busies herself by opening a string cheese and handing it to me. She pats me on the shoulder and smiles. Instead of peeling it, I just take a bite out of the end. "It's a tell-all. It's huge, Mom. He's talking 7 figures in a movie deal." "Oh, honey, that's amazing. I'm proud of you. Your father would be proud too." Mom gives me a tight hug. I'm not sure that's true, given my circumstances. "What have you been up to?" "Running errands. I went and talked to a few lawyers as well." "Why?" I raise an eyebrow. "To make sure you have the best possible defense. And as it turns out, every lawyer I spoke to agreed Sarah was more than qualified. Not sure I believe that. Probably just has to do with all the female empowerment hype these days." She snarks. "Mom, stop." "I'm surprised, though. I thought lawyers were money-hungry ambulance chasers. Not one of them was even interested in taking your case. Something about it being a lost cause, but that's just because they don't know my son." She pinches my cheek affectionately. "That's reassuring," I say sarcastically. "I know you're innocent, Cubby Bear, and innocent people don't go to prison." "That's not true at all. There's literally a non-profit organization that helps exonerate wrongly convicted people." "Regardless, you're not going to jail, so you won't have to worry about that. I'll make sure Sarah gets this whole thing over with as soon as possible." She opens a pack of Gushers and hands it to me. "Now, I just came over to drop off some groceries before I leave town. I have a commitment I couldn't get out of, but I will be back tomorrow." She kisses me on the cheek and leaves the house. I pop one of the candies in my mouth and bite down. The juice oozes out and arouses all my taste buds to a tart, sweet taste. Just how I remembered it as a kid. I toss the rest in my mouth, walk back into the living room and pick up the list of phone numbers. I have to get through these numbers. Innocent people do go to prison, and I won't be one of them. I pick up the phone. and begin dialing.
37. Sarah Morgan. It's about an hour later when Sheriff Stevens comes down to get me. His demeanor seems a bit more closed off, but when he speaks, he's kind. It's as if he's fighting a battle with himself about how exactly he should behave around me, how he should treat me, how he wants me to view him. "We're ready for you, Sarah." He taps me on the shoulder just as I'm taking a bite out of a stale sandwich from the vending machine. I tell him okay and wrap up the remainder of it. He's returned to calling me Sarah as well. I can't read this guy, but I feel like he's hiding something or maybe just not sharing the full truth with me. "We're going to put you in the viewing room while I question Jesse Hook." As we walk, his hand bumps mine. He says sorry and smiles at me. "Right this way." He directs me into a small room with a large viewing window looking into the interrogation room, the same place Scott attacked Adam, and the same room I learned of all of Adam's infidelities and lies. In a chair where Adam once sat is Jesse Hook. I recognize him from his photo, even though it was taken years ago. His face is a bit scruffy now, and he's thin and lanky. His shaggy ash-brown hair doesn't appear to have been brushed in days. He's wearing an oversized zip-up hoodie and jeans. And he looks scared. That's what stands out most of all, the fear in his eyes. Did he do it? Does he know who did it? What is he afraid of? Who is he afraid of? He seems like the nervous type, and sometimes nerves read as fear, but this seems different. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, hoping it's more than it is, hoping he has the answers I'm looking for. I'm not one to wait around for answers. I seek them out. I hate this. I hate waiting. I hate not knowing. A moment or two later, Sheriff Stevens enters, taking a seat in front of Jesse. Jesse's eyes widen. He grows uneasy, shifting uncomfortably in his chair. I can see his chest rise and fall as he inhales and exhales deeply. He glances around. Sheriff Stevens hits the record button at the end of the table and crosses his arms. He's calm and collected, but Jesse is starting to perspire. He is looking everywhere else in the room but at Sheriff Stevens. I even catch him looking at the one-way mirror, and it feels like he is looking directly at me, almost trying to say something to whoever is on the other side. "Brenda Johnson, an employee at Seth's Coffee, informed us that you had frequently been visiting the victim, Kelly Summers, days, weeks, if not months leading up to her death. Is that true?" Sheriff Stevens asks. Jesse seems to become more comfortable at that question. He straightens up in his seat, brushes his hair out of his eyes, and folds his hands in front of himself on the table. "Yes, I knew of Kelly Summers, as I do frequent Seth's Coffee, so that is true. I really enjoyed her service," Jesse says calmly. Sheriff Stevens looks him up and down, almost evaluating and sizing him up. "You enjoyed her service?" "Yes," Jesse nods. "What do you mean by that?" "She was friendly. She always refilled my cup, and I left Seth's Coffee satisfied every time." Sheriff Stevens gives him a dirty look, and it's then that I wonder if Jesse is playing some sort of game with him. "What do you mean by satisfied?" "Well served," he answers quickly. I can hear Sheriff Stevens groan. Jesse appears to have taken hold of the confidence he didn't have earlier, and I'm not sure what changed. "Since you were at Seth's Coffee a lot, surely you would have noticed Kelly Summers and anyone she had been frequenting there with or speaking with." Sheriff Stevens glares at Jesse. "I'm sure I would have." Jesse folds his arms into his chest. "Brenda mentioned that you may have been a bit obsessed with Kelly, that the attention was unwanted." Jesse once again grows uncomfortable. His confidence drains from his body like sand in an hourglass. "That's not true," he says with the last bit of assurance he has. "What's not true?" Sheriff Stevens matches his demeanor, folding his arms in front of his wide chest. "I wasn't obsessed with Kelly. We were friends." Well, what kind of friend tells the other to leave them alone or begs their coworker to intervene? What are you trying to say? Jessie's eyebrows pinched together. From the sound of it, Kelly wasn't comfortable with your presence. She would ask her coworkers, specifically Brenda, to take your table whenever you came in because, quote, you made her uncomfortable, unquote. Why do you think that is? Jessie's face turns a deep red. I can see him let out a large breath of air that blows his hair out of his eyes. She's lying. Kelly and I were friends. She gave me her phone number and everything. He slams his fist on the table. Yes, we saw you had texted her on the night of her murder. I'm sorry. What were you apologizing for? I don't know. She hadn't been answering my phone calls. I figured she was mad at me for something. He regains his composure and just shrugs. It doesn't seem like you two were actually friends. But we were. Can you prove this, your friendship? Yeah, I can. I knew who her friends were, or at least the people she was with a lot. One of them was a cop. Jesse juts up his chin and raises his eyebrows. You mean Officer Scott Summers, her husband? Sheriff Stevens shifts in his seat and places his elbows on the table. The room is silent while the two stare at one another. Jesse doesn't really move. He simply stares. My phone buzzes over and over and over and over. I stop paying attention to Jesse and Sheriff Stevens and pull out my phone. I have 4 texts from Anne. I open them up. Adam had a redhead over today. Not sure who she is, but I'll find out. Adam placed a $10,000 order with a mattress and bedding store. Apparently she's a reporter. Adam has made 22 phone calls to 22 different phone numbers in the past 24 hours. I finish reading through Anne's text messages and try to refocus my attention back on Sheriff Stevens and Jesse Hook. The mood seems to have shifted during my inattentiveness. Shifted to what, I'm not exactly sure, but it has. I know I told Anne to keep an eye on Adam, however, she's gotten so close it's making me uncomfortable. The number of calls. I said I wanted to know everything, but how much is too much? And this redhead he's having visits with? Ugh, Adam once again is hiding things from me. Would I expect anything less? No, not even in the slightest. This is exactly why I have Anne making sure he's being watched at all times. I don't need any other surprises like Jesse here. I shift my focus to the interrogation room. And did you ever see Officer Scott Summers harm Kelly Summers? Like, verbally or physically? Both. Kelly has mentioned to several people that he had harmed her both physically and verbally. Can you deny or confirm that? He asks. Jesse pauses, looking around and then back at Sheriff Stevens. He was abusive, both physically and verbally. I witnessed both. Did you ever see Kelly with Adam Morgan? Yes, I did, Jesse says. My phone buzzes again. I look down at it and see another text message from Anne. Bob is asking for you. He seems pissed, as per usual. I text her back quickly. I'll be there this afternoon. The door opens, stealing my attention. I look up for a moment and return my concentration back to the interrogation room when I realize Deputy Hudson has entered. I really can't deal with him right now. To what do I owe the pleasure, Deputy? I don't turn to look at him. Oh, we are starting with pleasantries? Fine, what the hell are you doing here? He smiles. That's better. Oh, I'm just here for a little entertainment is all. Entertainment? Yep. You see, for all of his shortcomings, Sheriff Stevens is actually quite excellent at this part of the job. I really do enjoy watching them squirm right before they break. It's almost an art. I might buy that. I mean, I enjoy the same thing too from time to time, but not this time. No, I think you are here for another reason. I turn to look at Deputy Hudson, trying to get a read on him. Yeah? Please enlighten me then, Miss Fancy Lawyer, with the thing that I apparently don't know myself. You are here to cover your ass. Make sure that if something you don't want to be said is said in there, it isn't a surprise to you, so you have time to plan a way out. Because I don't know what you're up to, but your boss is in there handling this, and the whole conversation is being recorded and could be viewed by you later at any time. So, I'll ask again, what the hell are you doing here? Marcus stares at me, tonguing the wad of tobacco in his gums. His eyes dart back and forth across my face. Now he's trying to read me, trying to find any indication of what his next move should be. Maybe you're right. I can catch this any time I please. And seeing as you have made it abundantly clear that you don't appreciate my company, I guess I'll be on my way. He walks to the door and opens it. You have a lovely day, Mrs. Morgan. He quips with a smile plastered on his face. I flip him the middle finger as a parting gift. I don't have any idea what he is up to, but it reeks of suspicion. When I return my attention to the interrogation room, Sheriff Stevens is getting up to leave. Jesse appears relieved. A moment later, Sheriff Stevens enters the viewing room. That went better than I expected, he says, leaning against the wall. Are you just going to let him go? Is that it? I'm still torn between the text conversation with Anne, the odd interaction with Deputy Hedson, and the interrogation I witnessed between Sheriff Stevens and Jesse. No, we'll still test him. We have cause, and he's here, and as long as he's cooperative, we can. I nod, not completely satisfied with that answer, but at this point I'll take what I can get. Well, what do you think? I close my notebook and look at Sheriff Stevens, giving him my full attention. I think that Jesse doesn't really know anything. I think he just had a bit of an intense crush on Kelly, and that's it. He was obsessed? Most likely, he answers. Did he say anything of value? It doesn't sound like it, he says. But if there's a match between him and that third set of DNA, that'll give us more insight and cause to hold him for more questioning. That answer makes sense, but something still doesn't feel right. Do you need a ride home? No, I say. How long until the DNA test comes back? I'll expedite it to the lab, 24 hours. You'll let me know right away? Of course. He nods. I walk away, trusting that he will. I'm not sure why he decided to help me suddenly when it seemed like he had given up on the case. What changed? Maybe he believes Jesse had something to do with Kelly's death, or maybe he thinks Jesse just might know something. It has to be Jesse. He has to be that third DNA set. No other man was mentioned by any witnesses Sheriff Stevens or I interviewed. Unless, of course, Kelly kept that third man a complete secret from everyone. Why, though? She didn't exactly hide Adam. Many in town knew about them. I hope the third set of DNA matches with Jesse. I'm sick of not having all the answers. Now I have to put an end to whatever bullshit Adam is up to.
38. Adam Morgan. The scotch has stolen some of my memories. I hope I didn't obtain some pertinent information from the phone calls I made, because if I did, I'm not sure I'd remember it. I've decided to start on the last phone number I could recall contacting. A sandwich and chips did me some good, as well as a power nap. I'm starting to feel like myself again, and by that I mean hopeless and depressed, but definitely sobering up. I'm facing the death penalty. There isn't much else I could feel, but I'm resisting the scotch for the time being. I pick up the phone and begin dialing. The phone rings and rings and rings, and just as the voicemail picks up, my front door swings open with a bang. Adam! I don't even need to see her to know it's her. I could recognize that disappointed voice anywhere at any time. I quickly hang the phone up and try to look nonchalant on the couch. Sarah enters the living room wide-eyed and angry. Great. What did I do this time? It can't have been any worse than having an affair and being on trial for the murder of my mistress. Hey, honey, I say with a bit of sarcasm. I can tell by the look in her eyes she sees me as no more than a problem, a client that has to be dealt with. What happened to the Sarah I encountered on Friday night? The love that was once there seems to have vanished, and I can't blame her. Look at me. A scruffy, unkempt beard has taken residence on my face. I'm sure my bloodshot eyes have their bags packed. My hair is a mess, and I'm still in PJs and a robe. Plus, let's not forget about the situation I've gotten us in. Don't hey honey me, she says, pointing at me. What's with the redhead, the phone calls, and the $10,000 you spent? Her eyes narrow. Maybe she does care about me. She asked about the redhead first. Is she jealous? I haven't seen her jealous in quite some time. She just might love me after all. I can explain all of those things, I say, putting my hands up. Then explain. She sits on the love seat and crosses one leg over the other. Okay, the redhead. Her name is Rebecca. She's a reporter. A reporter? You're talking to a reporter? You do know you're on trial for murder and the death penalty is on the table? I understand that, Sarah, more than anyone. I grit my teeth. This right here is my problem with Sarah. She treats me like I'm an idiot. What does she expect me to say to that? Oh, damn. Thanks for reminding me. I completely forgot that I'm on house arrest pending my trial. Do you actually understand that? It's clearly a rhetorical question. She's helping me. She's a reporter. You're just a story and you don't even know this woman. I have jury selection happening right now and the last thing I need is anything in the media swaying them. You're lucky the media dug up Kelly's past because that's been good for you in terms of public opinion. But one more story that paints you in an unflattering light will destroy that. Do you understand? Rebecca and I have an agreement. She's going to put my side of the story out, and I'm paying her to help me with my investigation. I sit forward and place my elbows on my knees. My investigation? What the hell is that supposed to mean? There is one investigation happening, and that's Jesse Hook. What is it that you think you're doing, Adam? She bounces her foot up and down and readjusts her skirt. Her face becomes flushed, and she lets out an exasperated sigh. I know my meddling is bothering her because she thinks she knows best, and I used to believe that, but now I'm not sure. Who's Jesse Hook? Exactly. You have no idea what's happening with your own case. That's the problem, she says with a bit of bite in her voice. I'm cooped up in this house. I can't leave. Therefore, if you don't tell me anything, I don't know anything. And when I don't know anything, I look for everything. I narrow my eyes at her. Is that a threat? Why would you take that as a threat? I'm bewildered by her question and her change of tone. She shifts uncomfortably in her seat. No, never mind. She gets up, picks up the box she brought over the other night, and tosses it on the coffee table. This is what you should be focusing on. Who's Jesse Hook? She lets out a huff. Jesse Hook used to frequent Seth's coffee. A coworker of Kelly's said he was obsessed with her and made Kelly uncomfortable, so we're looking into him. And we're testing his DNA. He just might be a match to that third set found in Kelly. Sheriff Stevens questioned him about an hour ago. I was there but got a little distracted. I'll review the tape of the interview. That's great to hear you were distracted while working on my case, I say sarcastically. Yeah, it's you that was distracting me. The redhead, the money, the phone calls. Will you please finish explaining that to me? Her voice is laced with anger and annoyance. Like I said, Rebecca is helping me look into the family of Kelly's first husband. I think that part of her life is to blame for her death. I get up and pour myself a glass of scotch. That's a dead end, Sarah says pointedly. Why? Did you even look into that? I believe the police did, and that whole someone from her past came back and got their revenge angle just doesn't seem plausible. You believe the police did? I would hope my attorney is not defending this case based on beliefs. I slam my drink. I can't deal with her right now. She believes. Since when did beliefs win cases? I need facts. I need evidence. What the hell is she doing? You know what I mean, Adam. Clearly I don't, I challenge. Is she even fighting for me? Or does she know this is a lost cause? Did she throw in the towel the second she took this case? Is there no hope for me? Weren't you the one convinced Scott had something to do with Kelly's death, and now you're convinced that someone from her past did? Which is it? Scott said he never hurt Kelly, and I think I believe him. Based on that, maybe he didn't have anything to do with it. Jesse Hook confirmed he witnessed Scott physically and verbally abuse Kelly. Why would he lie? Wait, he did? But Scott swore up and down he didn't. Who in their right mind would admit to abusing their late wife? She's right. I'm such an idiot. He just seemed like he was telling the truth. He seemed like he just wanted to help. And maybe he does. Just because he was abusive doesn't mean he killed her. I don't know what I'm saying. Of course he could have. He has a temper. He's an asshole. He could get away with it. He's a cop, for Christ's sake. Maybe I shouldn't write him off based on one conversation. This whole thing is a mess, and I don't know if I'm looking at the right person or even in the right direction, but I can't give up now. I have less than 2 weeks before my trial starts. There has to be someone out there who knows something. What's all this? Sarah motions to the papers beside me on the couch. That's for my investigation, I say, trying to collect it all into one pile. I don't need her going through this. If she's not going to help me, then she doesn't need to be here. I have work to do. She's looking at the list of phone numbers, perusing them one by one. What is she looking for? Or is she just trying to appease me, trying to make it look like she's taking this seriously? Her eyes linger a little longer than I'd expect. Then she finally sets the paper down. Yeah, you're wasting your time. She pauses. What did you spend the $10,000 on? What's it to you? That was my money, an advance on my book, I say defiantly. All right then. We'll be in touch. She gets up and starts walking toward the front door. How did she know about Rebecca and the phone calls and the money? She's watching me. Or she has someone watching me. But why? To help me? To hurt me? Or to keep me contained? Before she leaves, she stops and turns around. By the way, if you end up in prison and you don't finish your book, I'll end up paying that advance back. So please stop spending my money, asshole. I thought it was our money, Sarah. We're married, remember? Oh, was it our marriage when you were balls deep in some waitress? She narrows her eyes at me. I look away for a moment. She's got me there. Exactly. She stamps her foot. Regardless, you won't have to worry about your money anymore. I'm writing a tell-all, and there's already a bidding war for my book. I smirk. Sarah's mouth drops open. You have got to be kidding me. I'm working my ass off on your case, and you're turning this whole thing into a goddamn circus. You and your delusional mother. She puts her hands up. I'm done. Sarah turns on her foot and leaves the house, slamming the door behind her.
39. Sarah Morgan. I'm driving back to the city in a rage, my eyes focused on the spread of my headlights. I'm furious. I need to keep Adam contained. He's undermining the case. I can tell he's drinking too much again. That bottle of scotch was nearly full when I was here on Friday. What the hell does he think he's doing? Talking to a reporter? Calling everyone that could have been related to Kelly's first husband? Writing a tell-all? I know he's discussing his case with his agent, and he's not supposed to be talking about it. He's jeopardizing the whole damn thing. I slam my hand against the steering wheel in frustration. Fuck, fuck, fuck! I slam it once more, for good measure. I dial Anne via the voice command in my vehicle. She picks up on the first ring like she always does. Hey, how'd it go with Adam? Not great. He's working with a reporter on his own investigation, and he's writing a tell-all. I honk my horn at a person in a minivan driving too slow in front of me. I swerve out of the way and flip them off as I drive by. It's a little old woman and a man. What is wrong with me? Adam has got me so worked up. I take a deep breath, trying to remind myself that everything is going to be fine. Why? Apparently he doesn't trust what I'm doing for the case. But you're doing everything you possibly can. This is an uphill case. I even brought him over copies of all the evidence so he could be involved, I groan. You did? Anne's voice is meek. Yeah, but he's not even looking at it. I could use his help there, another set of eyes on it. He's been drinking a lot, too. I need you to get the phone turned off at the lake house. I don't want him destroying this case with his drunk dialing. I'll get it done. Anything else? Yeah, set up a meeting with Bob tomorrow. I have to make sure everything is running smoothly at the firm, as I don't want to end up in Kent's office again. You got it. I'm going home. I'll be back at the office in the morning. Sounds good. Take care of yourself, Sarah. I'll see you in the morning. My phone buzzes. I quickly glance at it. It's from Matthew. Dinner tonight? Say 7:30 p.m. at the Capitol Grill? A formally dressed waiter escorts me through the restaurant to a table where Matthew is sitting. There's a bottle of opened champagne already set out, and Matthew is dressed in a beautifully tailored suit. He stands when I approach and hugs me, planting a kiss on each cheek. Sorry I'm late. Had to deal with Adam's antics. I take a seat. No worries. What's Adam up to now? He pours a glass of champagne and offers it to me. I roll my eyes, take the glass, and drink the whole thing. He's drunk dialing dozens of random numbers. He's writing a tell-all, and he's working with a reporter on his own investigation. I throw up air quotes around investigation because that's how ridiculous it is to me. Not much has changed. Matthew laughs as he takes a sip of his champagne. I refill my glass. What's that supposed to mean? Adam's always had a flair for the dramatics. I can't argue with that. I flip open the menu and glance around at it, even though I've eaten here dozens of times, and I always order the same thing: porcini rubbed bone-in ribeye with 15-year aged balsamic. How's Eleanor? Same as usual. Bitchy, judgmental, rude, condescending. Did I mention bitchy? I smirk. Of course she is, Matthew says, flicking his hand at me. She brought up my parents. He tilts his chin. She didn't. What did she say? Basically, that I should get over it? He reaches across the table to squeeze my hand. Ignore her. She's just a miserable bitch. I give him a small smile. We pick up our glasses of champagne, clink, and drink. Matthew pauses and looks to me. You know, I still don't understand why you're defending your husband in all of this. Because he's my husband, I sigh. And regardless of what he's put me through, deep down, I still love him. You do? Really, really deep down right now. I laugh. It takes a strong woman to do what you're doing. But you think I'm crazy for doing it? He closes his menu. Honestly? Of course. Yes. You shouldn't have taken his case, and I don't think you're making the best judgments, most likely due to how personal it is to you. I know Adam's a little shit, but he does deserve a proper defense. I snap my menu closed. What are you talking about? What poor judgments am I making? Don't get snippy with me. I invented Snap. Matthew clicks his fingers. I roll my eyes. He clears his throat. As I was saying, you're pushing this trial through quickly. Why? I have my reasons, and they're none of your business. They are my business. I'm helping with the case, remember? I let out a huff. This was supposed to be an enjoyable dinner. Why is he questioning my intentions? Adam and Eleanor want a speedy trial, and it's their right. You should advise them otherwise. Matthew narrows his eyes. My boss wants this case closed quickly. I'm not getting profit share while I'm working on it. I whisper. That's not an excuse. Get him a different lawyer. I slam my fist on the table, bouncing the silverware. You know I'm the only lawyer that has a chance in hell of winning this case. Matthew leans back. Take it easy. Sorry. I straighten my place setting. I just don't understand why you're challenging me. I thought you were my friend. I am, and that's exactly why I'm challenging you. I don't want your personal involvement to cloud your judgment. You're the all-star lawyer. Give me one good, lawful reason why you're rushing the trial. He folds his arms in front of his chest and cocks his head. I glance at the table, around the restaurant, and then at Matthew. Well, Kelly's twisted past leaked to the news, and if we can get the case in front of a jury while that information is fresh in people's minds, it'll help with reasonable doubt in Adam's case. Matthew nods. We don't know who the third set of DNA belongs to, and in a way, not knowing can help us, because if we knew and that man had a solid alibi, then it'd mean nothing to the case. Matthew nods again. Same with whoever sent the photo and the threat. A person can't have an alibi if we don't know who the person is. He smiles at me. That's all I needed to know. Sounds like your judgment is clearer than I thought. Now, let's eat, Matthew says just as the waiter approaches the table. A couple of hours later, I'm walking into our, or should I say my, home in D.C., carrying my box of leftovers from dinner and a bottle of wine I picked up on the way home. Hopefully Anne can get the phone at the lake house shut off by tomorrow. I can't have Adam ruining everything. I spend the evening sipping wine and reviewing all the facts of the case. I doze off around 10, which I didn't intend to, but wine. It's much later when I hear someone coming up the stairs. I've had a longing desire for something ever since this ordeal started. I've been unsatisfied for quite some time, and I need something, anything. I can feel the pressure in the air change slightly, and I know the door has been opened. I'm not the only person in the room anymore. I stare at the ceiling, but with no light, it begins to morph into clouds of blue and black, a swirl of something beyond. I start to lift off the bed, and the room becomes warm, and it feels more familiar than I have ever known. I can feel eyes upon me, circling me like prey in the darkness, but I'm not afraid. Quite the opposite. I'm dressed in lacy panties and a lacy bra, a piece of meat garnished for presentation. The mattress presses down, and I feel breath on me. Soft hands slide up my stomach and then grasp at my breasts, massaging them. My breath quickens. I want this as bad as anything in my life. I can feel a cloying stickiness build up in my panties. A rubbing sensation grows as I begin to moan, and then something is inside me. My every desire being fulfilled as if the thoughts in my head were being projected on the wall and deciphered. By the time I climax, I am more drained than I have been in days. Sleep quickly comes over me as I drift back down onto the bed, chasing a new sense of longing. When I awake the next morning, there is a void just next to me in bed. I can't wait for the day when that hole is filled for good. A dam put in place to stop the endless flow of nothingness, all my desires carried in its current. I have decided that regardless of the outcome of the trial, I will divorce Adam when this is all over. I'm going to do what's best for me, and it's about goddamn time that I do. If he's found innocent, he'll have the opportunity to start his life over. I just won't be in it. My phone buzzes and I pick it up. It's a text from Anne to say that Bob has moved our meeting up to 8:30 a.m. I text back that I'll be there. God damn it, Bob. I quickly get ready and haul ass into the office. I'm usually in much earlier than 8 a.m., but with my late-night visitor, I got a delayed start this morning. Anne hands me a cup of coffee as soon as the elevator doors open. She looks bright and cheery despite our circumstances. Reporters have been trying to get into the building to interview me and have been calling the office repeatedly. Anne has done a great job of keeping them away. Good morning, Sarah. Bob's already in your office, she says with a look of pity. I glance at my watch. Why? It's not even 8:15 a.m. I'm not sure. I tried to make him wait, but he insisted. Sorry. It's not your fault. Bob is, well, Bob. Hold my calls while I deal with him. Bob is staring out my window. At the sound of the door opening, he turns around. Nice of you to join me. You're 15 minutes early. I place my bag on my desk and shuffle around him to get to my chair. What do you want? I sit down and start sorting through my papers. I want to talk. He walks to the other side of my desk and takes a seat. We don't talk, Bob, I say, pursing my lips. We do now. I want to know what's going on with your husband's case. It's none of your business, and it's being taken care of. I take a sip of my coffee. What can I do to help? I don't need your help, and why would you want to help anyway? Because the whole thing is a bad look for the firm. I want it closed and buttoned up, nice and neat. I'm handling it. Then why am I getting phone calls from reporters? I regroup some papers on the desk. Well, you're in charge of PR for the firm, so that's probably why, Bob. But if you really want to help, I need you... I'm cut off mid-sentence by his ringing phone. He puts his finger up and pulls it out. He looks at the number and gives an odd yet inquisitive look. He answers the call. "Bob Miller," he says into the phone. Then he is silent for a few moments. "Wrong number." He hangs up the phone. "Reporter?" I ask. "Something like that." He pauses. "Now, what were you saying?" "Since you're familiar with the reporters in the area, I need you to take care of a Rebecca Sanford." "Take care of her how?" "She's been interfering with the case, and I need that to stop. Can you handle that?" "Can I handle that? That's cute, Sarah. Consider it done." He laughs and stands up from his chair. "I'll be around if you need me." He walks out of my office. Anne shuffles in right as Bob leaves. "What was that about?" "Oh, just Bob being his usual cocky self." "By the way, the phone company just called and confirmed the phone at the lake house is being shut off." "That's great. One less thing I have to worry about," I say while scanning over a handful of papers. "Did you find out who Adam was calling?" Anne asks. "It's nothing to worry about. Everything is taken care of." And I hope I'm right. I'm having a hard enough time as it is. Anne nods and leaves my office when the phone on her desk rings. A few moments later, she's talking to me through the intercom on my desk phone. "Sheriff Stevens is on line 1. I take the call. "Nice to hear your voice, Sarah," he says. "What can I do for you, Sheriff Stevens?" "I'm just calling to let you know the DNA results came back on Jesse. He's not a match." Shit. How could it not be him? If not him, then who? Maybe this third set of DNA has nothing to do with the case. Maybe it does. But I will never be okay not knowing. "Are you sure?" 100%. "Now what?" "Not a whole lot I can do since the case is closed, but I'll keep my ear to the ground for you and let you know if I hear anything." "Thanks," I say, feeling defeated. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I know things have been difficult, but if you need anything, please let me know." "Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff," I say, hanging up the phone. I slam my fist against the desk. I'm not sure what his angle is. Is he trying to help me, or is he trying to help himself? I can't worry about him, though. I'm running out of time, and I'm not any closer to getting the answers I desperately need.
40. Adam Morgan. I spent most of last night drunk dialing, so much so that I have to call some of those numbers again. What the hell is wrong with me? I can't even help myself. Rebecca is supposed to stop over this morning, or at least that's what I remember her telling me last night. I could be wrong, though. Regardless, I have 5 phone calls left to make, and I best do that before she arrives. I woke up and showered for the first time in days, trimmed up my beard. I decided to keep it, and got dressed in somewhat presentable clothing. I dial the first number and I get the voicemail for a woman who says her name is Gretchen. I cross that number off the list. I phone the second number and a woman answers. She doesn't know what I'm talking about. I cross her name off the list. I dial the third number and a man picks up. He also has no idea who I'm referring to. He's a bit rude and hangs up on me. The fourth number is an old man who has a hard time speaking. He sounds like he's had a laryngectomy. I hang up on him as he tries to tell me his life story. He's old and lonely, and it sounds like he's in the same boat as me. We don't have enough time. The fifth and last number answers on nearly the first ring. He answers so fast that I miss his name. I'm thinking Rob, but I can't be sure. Since I don't pick up what he says, I immediately go into explaining. "Hi, I'm looking for Nicholas Miller. He's the brother of Greg Miller and brother-in-law to Kelly Summers. My name is Adam Morgan. I need to speak with Nicholas. It's a matter of life or death," I say. This is my last call. I hope to God this person knows him. If not, Rebecca didn't get me all the names, or I messed up when I was drinking and dialing. "Wrong number," he says, and then he abruptly hangs up. I slam the phone down. Fuck! How is this happening? I hope Rebecca found something. She has to have found something. I slam the phone down again and punch at the coffee table. I get up and pour myself a cup of coffee and return to the couch. I wish this were scotch. I take a drink before the coffee has cooled and it burns my tongue and throat. It's not the same feeling as scotch. It's painful, but it makes me feel alive. I have to get a hold of Rebecca. I need her here. I can't do this without her. She's my last hope. I pick up the phone and put the receiver to my ear, but there's no dial tone. The line is dead. I tap the switch hook several times, trying to get a dial tone, but nothing. Shit! I broke the damn thing. I lean back into the couch, covering my face with my hands, pulling at my skin. This can't be happening. This can't be my life. There's a knock at the door. I jump up and jog to it, swinging it open. It's Rebecca, and I couldn't be happier to see her. I give her a hug, and it's awkward, but I don't care. She kind of pushes me away, and we break the embrace. What's gotten into you? She shrugs me off and pushes past me. She tosses her bag on the couch and helps herself to my cup of coffee. Please tell me you found something. Maybe. She takes a seat. What do you mean, maybe? I pace the living room, waiting for her response. This is it. I'm running out of time, and Sarah and I are clearly not on the same page. She's chasing some Jesse guy and thinks my theory is completely off-key. I broke the phone. I can't leave this godforsaken lake house, and my trial starts in 9 days. Rebecca takes a few sips of my coffee and places the cup on the table. She pulls a stack of file folders from her bag, separates 3 from the stack, and tosses them on the coffee table. These 3 have the closest connection to Kelly's past life, and all live within a 150-mile radius of Prince William County. Each folder contains a bio, a photo, and background report. 2 of them have criminal histories. 1 doesn't. This is all I had time to get, but it's a good start. I hope one of these sparks something, but I'm not sure how or if it will. I need more than a good start. I need a finish line. I open the first folder. It's a middle-aged woman by the name of Cheryl. She lives 1.5 hours south of here. 2 kids, several speeding tickets, and 1 disorderly conduct charge. She's hard-looking with thin lips and a pointy nose. That's Cheryl. She's Greg's cousin, Rebecca explains. What are your thoughts on her? She's related and lives close enough to commit the crime, but I don't think she and Greg were all that close, and it seems she has enough problems of her own. I'm content with Rebecca's explanation, so I close the folder and toss it on the coffee table. I open the next one. It's a picture of a middle-aged man with dark eyes and dark brown, well-styled hair. My first thought is, this guy looks like a real prick. His name is Nicholas Robert Miller. He has no criminal history and he looks familiar, but I can't place him. I've seen him before. What's this guy's story? He's Greg's brother, lives in D.C., no criminal history. They were obviously close. He's definitely a possibility, but I didn't have time to look into his alibi for that evening. Depending on that, he could be a prime suspect, she says. He looks familiar. Yeah? Yeah. I just can't place him. But I've seen this man before. If he had anything to do with this, he would have been watching you and Kelly. Maybe you've seen him in the area, like at Seth's Coffee. That's a possibility, but I feel like I've spoken to him. Maybe you did. Rebecca raises an eyebrow. I close my eyes, trying to pick that moment out from my memory. I've spoken to this man before, but where? Where and when would I have had a conversation with him? I try to recall all the times I sat at Seth's Coffee, flirting with Kelly, watching her, and waiting for her to get off work. I had occasionally spoken to others in the cafe. Would I have seen him there? Would he have approached me? I look at it a few more moments, and when I can't pull the memory, I set the folder on the table. I leave it open, hoping that any glance will spark something. Taking a deep breath, I open the next folder. I don't recognize the woman in the photo. Maddie Burns. She was Greg's ex-fiancée. Petite with long brown hair and very homely looking. I throw the folder onto the ground. What? What is it? Rebecca asks. It's none of these goddamn people. You were supposed to help. She nearly jumps from her seat. Her eyes widen as I lose my temper. At the wet bar, I take a long swig of scotch. Maybe your wife is right then. Maybe it's not someone from Kelly's past, Rebecca offers. I take another long swig. It has to be. Not necessarily. What's this? Rebecca motions to the box on the coffee table. It's all the evidence from the case. Sarah brought it over. I take a seat beside Rebecca. Have you looked through it? She leans forward, pulling out the box's contents. It's all over for me. I drop my head into my hands. Isn't this the photo with the threat you were talking about? Rebecca holds it up. The one you received 2 weeks before the murder? I hadn't seen it since the day I found it in my mailbox. She flips it over and over, examining it. This has to be something, she says. It's too convenient to be nothing. I look down at the table, and another handwritten note catches my eye. I look back at the photo Rebecca is holding. Wait, I say. She stops moving it. I take the photo from her, flipping it to the side with the writing, and then I grab the post-it notes stuck to the top of one of the evidence folders. I hold them up, side by side. The note says, "Here are the copies of the case files you asked for." What is it? Rebecca asks. Don't you see it? I look at her and then back at the writing on the photo and note. See what? My eyes trace the curves of the letters over and over again. They're the same handwriting.
41. Sarah Morgan. This third set of unknown DNA is still not sitting well with me, and I don't want to go into this case not knowing who it belongs to. I don't need any more surprises. I stayed up all last night reviewing every connection I could find to Kelly, as well as the interview Sheriff Stevens had with Jesse Hook. I know I zoned out a bit and missed something. The tenseness of that interrogation and the way the mood shifted from tense to relaxed and back struck me as odd. It was almost like there was a power struggle between Jesse and Sheriff Stevens. Why that is, I don't know. Maybe they both know something I don't. Still, there's something Jesse said that made me think twice, and if I'm right about this, it would explain why no one saw Kelly with this third man, and why this third man used a burner phone. I rub my forehead and take a drink of lukewarm coffee from my desk. Anne? She enters wearing a pencil skirt dress and her hair in a low bun. Yes, Sarah? Do you need some more coffee? Actually, that'd be great. I look at my half-empty cup. But can you get Sheriff Stevens on the phone? Anne nods and disappears. I wait a few moments and then pick up the phone. This is Sheriff Stevens. Hey, it's Sarah. To what do I owe the pleasure? There's an ounce of flirtation in his voice. I have a lead on the third set of DNA. Sheriff Stevens coughs, and for a moment I think the line has gone dead. I told you, Sarah, I want to help, but the case is closed. There's nothing more I can do. Then I'll just have to look into it myself, I say, preparing to hang up the phone. Fine, who's your lead? I reviewed that interview you had with Jesse, and I noticed that Jesse said he always saw Kelly with a cop. Yeah, so her husband Scott is a cop. He interrupts. True, and that's who I assumed he was talking about, but what if he wasn't? What if Kelly was having an affair with Scott's partner, Deputy Marcus Hudson? That's quite the accusation, Sarah. Do you have any proof of that? He sounds irritated, and I guess he has every right to be. In the past week, one of his deputies has been accused of being a wife-beater, and now I'm accusing another deputy of having an affair with his partner's wife, and possibly murdering her. It doesn't really have the wholesome look you'd want for a small-town sheriff's department. No, but Kelly would have known Deputy Hudson very well. They could have easily grown close, and it explains why he used a burner phone and why they were never seen together in public. That's something you would want to hide, I explain. I'm not bringing Deputy Hudson in for questioning, nor testing his DNA without any evidence. That's ridiculous, Sarah. Then let's bring Jesse in again. Let's ask him to specify. Sarah, this is over. There is no let's. This is my investigation, and it's closed. Sheriff Stevens hangs up the phone. Anne enters the office with a worried look on her face. I drop my head into my hands and let out a groan. Are you okay? I look at her. No, I'm not. She scurries to me and takes a seat. What's wrong? Everything. My marriage is over. My husband is on trial for murder. I'm not getting any help from the Prince William County Sheriff's Department, and I've hit a dead end in the case. Anne tilts her head and places both her hands on mine. "It's all going to work out in the end, I promise," she says, and I think she means it, or at least believes it. I take a deep breath before speaking. This third set of DNA, I have to find out who it belongs to. Why isn't Sheriff Stevens looking into that? She releases my hands and we lean back in our chairs. He says the case is closed. Won't the fact that we don't know who that DNA belongs to bode well with the jury, like a mystery, like it could be this other person? It'll leave room for reasonable doubt. It could, but it's risky. If we know who that person is, we can build our case around it, pointing the suspicion at that person. I think I may have a lead. Who? Scott's partner, Deputy Hudson. Heck, maybe they killed her together. They are each other's alibis, after all. But I think she was sleeping with his partner. Anne's eyes widen. Why do you think that? Something Jesse said, and the fact that no one ever saw her with the third man. If it were Deputy Hudson, they would have kept it a complete secret. Plus, the burner phone. I mean, if you can't prove Deputy Hudson was the third set of DNA and Sheriff Stevens won't cooperate, couldn't you point the suspicion to Scott, her husband? The texts he sent that night were pretty damning. Anne rubs her chin. That's part of my case, but the prosecution will call him to the stand and try to paint him as a grieving hero. The jury will most likely feel sympathetic toward him. Is there a chance Scott did it? Anne raises her eyebrows. As far as I'm concerned, there's a chance anyone could have done it. Heck, Anne, you could have. I say lightly. Anne lets out a nervous laugh. Why don't you, talk to C.A. Peters? Wouldn't he want to know this? That's not a bad idea, Anne. I'll slip that hunch I have about Deputy Hudson into discovery, and I'll make sure to put his name on the witness list. Peters will look into it thinking I have something on him, but he'll end up doing my work for me. That is brilliant. I should probably meet with him first and see if I can plant some seeds before he requests any of our discovery. Can you see if he's available to meet this afternoon? Absolutely. Anne gets up from her chair, eager and ready to help in any way possible. She's the one person I can always depend on, the one person I can always trust.